Namaskar to all the people who have joined today on this 13th Hydrovision Conclave India 2021. The last conclave we did at Thimphu, and this was on the 24th of January 2020. It had happened at Thimphu in Bhutan. So we have a session today on Bhutan for sure, and a lot of discussions on the north as we progress in the day. But that's a kind of timeline, and we have all gone through the COVID times, and still the physical meetings are not in the mode. But I think more and more people will use this, the hybrid technique. I believe even if physical meetings start, we will be in the hybrid mode. But today, till with that happens, we are here on the virtual summit. On 21st August, we had our compressed biogas and gas economy summit. And now, today, this D-Day, we are having this Hydrovision summit where we are all together, which is the 13th in the series. As you know, ENERTIA was founded and launched as a publication in the year 2007. And exactly today, we are in the 14th year of the publication. So in the 14th year, we have the 13th Hydro Conclave. So 2007, if you take it out, so this 13 number is very clear. So it's a lucky number. And we have come to this conclave in the 13th year today for all of us to be together once again. And the key issues, before I, begin, the one of the most important points that is coming to the fore for all of us is, even today, while we keep talking about other type of power coming and playing a huge role in the grid, like the share of the thermal to contributing as a baseload power is very large, above 55% worldwide, and India would be almost the same, because we are almost the same range as the world average, but that reality comes because our neighbor China still has a very massive, close to 1,000 gigawatt of traction for coal-based power plants. And they're still planning on the Korean Peninsula, another 650 gigawatt. It is in this situation, while we can criticize them on this, on the flip side of that argument, of the total 2,000 gigawatt that China has, almost 400 gigawatt plus. I hear that's 500 gigawatt now. 400 gigawatt is hydro for China. And in the comparison, we are barely 10% of that at 46 gigawatt today. So that's the kind of picture that comes into play for all of us. And we have today, before I begin anything, there are two people. I don't know whether A.B. Agarwal has joined. Can I hear A.B. Agarwal ji? Or A.B. Agarwal is not there because he wanted to start with some kind of spiritual thing on Bhagavad Gita. But yes, I have my first boss where I started my career literally with Jyoti Limited, Baroda. It is TK Modak joining our Modak Saab. Hello, Modak Saab. Are you able to hear me? Unmute करेगा मोडक साहब. Can we hear Modak साहब?
Yes.
Yeah, very good morning to you. Very good morning to you.
Yes.
Now, why I start with this story is very interesting. As I began with some small, comments on China. Let me tell you that China can make noise on the Arunachal Pradesh. It's very great. But Arunachal is a wonderful state for us, and we will be having a session where we would say that it's about 150 to 200 gigawatt of hydro that is in the potential of that one single state, which need to be revised at the CA and the ministry also. But today, let me get Modak Saab to talk to us before we talk to anybody. I want, because he's the engineer who put the small hydro turbine all the way up in Tawang many, many years ago. And the turbine is a Jyoti turbine. Incidentally, it's not a BHL turbine or any other, but it's a Jyoti small hydro turbine. It's a kilowatt range, but it was put in Tawang when there was no need for electricity. So over to you, Modak Saab, right away before I start the whole show. I think this is the little story that people need to hear today, to get a very positive feel of what it's all about. Modak Saab.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone. I am TK Modak, hydro consultant from Calcutta. I have worked with CPWD and Geostrategic Limited. More than 30 years I'm in hydro business. So I would like to share some of my experience of what we did in the Tawang hydro station. Tawang is a remote hill area of Arunachal Pradesh, and there is the transmission line was not there, so local hydro generation was planned. The initial supply of power was given by DG set for 4 hours in the evening, and quality was poor because load was more. In 1978, Jyoti supplied 2 machines of 500 kilowatts, horizontal turbine bus turbine, horizontal turbine bus turbine, which is very simple set. Shall I continue?
Yeah. We are hearing you, sir.
We can hear.
So, a very simple set. Once you open the top cover of the turbine, you can see the whole turbine and attain anything. This was done because local people are not that skilled. So these machine will employ the local talent and generate some for them and get the thing. So 1978, these 2 machines are supplied, and 1979 it was commissioned. So when the hydrostatic commission, the power given to the Tawang, it was the quality power with rated voltage and 24 hours a day. So that becomes a whole change the whole scenario, and people are very happy with that. But one problem we faced, the base load was very low, and non-peak load was very small. Although turbo impulse can perform better in part load also, but at least 20% load was required. So we got an idea to supply free cooking heaters to all villagers and all the staff members so that load increases. And the light was provided and electricity was free. So with that, sometimes the load has increased. And locals, they are mainly farmers. They were growing potato in their field. And this potato was very good quality, big size, and it was sold in the local market. So with this, having the power and having the cooking arrangement, they used to work the late evening in the field and produce more products. So in the agriculture department has taken up with them and scales up, supplied their products to food market and got a much better price. That way, the villagers were flourished. They were having electricity, they are having power, and they can work more. And they need not to cut firewood so much. So it saved the forestry also. Because forestry also because there was no need for cooking wood, not heating wood, no other wood requirement. So forestry was saved, local was uplifted, and they were very in a position to read in the evening or do some work in the evening. So that way, their upliftment was there. And Tawang also, once the electricity is available, lot of small work came out, and they also given employment to the local people. And military base was there. They also needed the power, and once they got a good power, they have also expanded the whole thing. That way, all around, the not only quality power was supplied, the villager also get an upliftment in their social state. So then the requirement was so small, we taken another idea. Bomdila was the military, main military base. They were purchasing power from Rahum hydro station. And Rahum was 250 kilowatt set, so it was not having much power. So it was decided that we parallel Tawang, Girang, and around all the upstream of Bombdila, and we could supply more power. Because Tawang, we are having a tank 2 into 500 megawatt, 1000 RPM machine. Birang, we had three numbers, 500 kilowatt, 1500 RPM machine. Both are static excitation units equal to them. And Rahul was having 2 into 250 kilowatt, 750 RPM machine with ACSR unit. ACSR stands for self-excited, self-regulated machine. All these three different types of machine we have connected together, and with the help of area service, we used to talk through the ST line to the all other stations and the node station. That way we have connected all the three stations and supplied more power to the Bombdila military organization. So power department was able to generate more revenue, and that way power department was also facilitated. And as far as Tawang is concerned, it was developed lately very much because power was available. So wood cutting and wood shaping, all these factories are now in local people get employed. So that is the impact of the Tawang, not only for quality power, but also social upliftment of the Tawang villagers. That's all I wanted to share with you. Thanks to all. Namaskar.
Namaskar and thank you, Murak Saab. It's a wonderful thing why I started with this, because this Tawang small hydro project, or literally a micro hydro project, was put up in spite of all the oppositions that China was talking about. And this is the situation of the late 70s. And if you remember, in our last discussion, it was 1978, that the great Yogendra Prasad ji was brought on deputation to NHPC, and then the rest is history. We remember that how the Bhutan power also came in a very difficult case study, where we had to go through the northeastern corridor and the Siliguri corridor, and also, with China waiting on the other side of the Sikkim, and all these problems, we brought the first 336 megawatt of Chukha into India, thanks to Prasad. And another man we will remember today is A.B. Ghanikan Chaudhary, the
Right.
member of parliament from Malda, who together with Prasad made a great jodi, and that did justice to this country. Just can you imagine, one member of parliament can be so powerful if he decides to? And he simply backed Prasad Saab. And there was no power grid corporation at the time. What was there was basically NHPC. So the transmission corridor between India and Bhutan was executed by NHPC under Yogendra Prasad ji's leadership. Then that rest of the history I have to repeat, because what happened, that power grid was born, and Yogendra Prasad ji had all the chance. He was given the opportunity to go and lead power grid after his great success, but he said no. I will spend all my time with my alma mater, which is NHPC, National Hydropower Corporation. And so we again today cannot forget, and this whole forum that we started, ENERTIA started, has to be attached with Prasad Saab, because he was our chairman, and we lost him on the 22nd April to fate and destiny. But his work will remain as a body of work, and ENERTIA definitely benefited and got blessed from the body of work that Prasad Saab did. And I had my own passion, thanks to literally my boss, my first boss, where I learned. It was T.K. Modak Saab. Modak Saab, thank you once again for this wonderful pitch, and beginning with the Tawang issue. Of course, you will be hearing a lot of other people. We are all from hydro, so most of us know most of the technical subject. But there are quite a few today who will join us to understand what is the present situation, what are the challenges, what are the modes in which we will go forward in the coming days related to hydropower. These are some pictures with me, some wonderful pictures, and many, over the 13 years, but I cannot put all of them, but only memories stay, and his thought and vision and wisdom stays with us. And we have stalwarts today. Most of them would have known Prasad Saab, and whoever has worked with him, we will never forget. And I'm very happy that this forum is supported by NHPC, the company that was born out of Prasad's vision, literally, to become. Of course, there are many CMDs before him, but what he did to NHPC was he made it a mega company. Let me give a few inputs to this. One of the inputs is very important, that today while there is a kind of a Maharatna, Miniratna, and Navratna equation, and then in that whole definition, that is the financial definition and turnover definition, NHPC is labeled as a Maharatna. But in my own personal opinion, this is purely my personal opinion, and people can come forward. My opinion is a company owning or having its own asset worth of 7 gigawatt is not a small company. You know, if you look at the 7 gigawatt, and today, if you look at something like the future net present value, even by the next 2 or 3 years, we are talking of a company having a net worth of just these assets close to 1 lakh crores. Okay, so that is not a small thing. In addition to that, there are several other operations of NHPC in the hydro sector, including being the topmost, I would say, engineering and knowledge company, and also hydro building company in India. Nobody can probably put NHPC. I would love to see NHPC to minimum get a Navratna status. And for me, NHPC for me, my own assessment and also the team and what we have. So it's not, I'm practically talking about it, that a company building so much assets, you know, and topmost hydro has to be a minimum Navratna. I hope government can listen to me, and then it can go to. See, we must change the criterion. It's a very unique company in all the public sector. Most of the public sector contribution would be in a unidimensional area, but NHPC's contribution is multidimensional because of the because it has taken to hydro, and from where it became in the big way. The big move towards hydro happened in Prasad's time. He was the longest serving chairman of NHPC. So once again, thank you, Prasad Saab. And today meeting, thanks to Abhay Kumar Singh ji, that we have been able to hold this meeting. We have been able to get the time out and get NHPC to join us and be with us on the day and see all the stakeholders and all the people, what they express and what they talk about to progress from here. But before I proceed, I want A.B. Agarwal Saab is here. Agarwal Saab, मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
As I discussed with you, I will talk only about the spiritual aspect of hydropower.
Exactly.
No other.
Exactly.
So from the spiritual angle, I will tell you that why hydropower is the most important power of the world amongst all sources of energy. If you see the सृष्टि हमारी जैसे हुई, किस तरह से हमारी हुई, अगर उसमें अगर हम जाते हैं तो वेदों से और स्क्रिप्चर से हमें पता चलता है कि भगवान ने सबसे पहले अपना विस्तार किया महाविष्णु के रूप में, जिसको आप नारायण बोलते हैं। और जब नारायण को क्रिएट किया कि भाई आपने आगे सृष्टि को बनाना है, तो नारायण फर्स्ट डिड व्हाट ही डिड, ही क्रिएटेड वाटर एंड ही फिल्ड द भौतिक संसार को उन्होंने 50% पानी से पहले भरा। तो यहीं से शुरू हो जाता है कि हमारे जल की शक्ति सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है। नाउ कम टू द भगवद गीता। भगवद गीता में भगवान कृष्ण क्या बोलते हैं 7.4 श्लोक में, भूमि आपो अनल वायु खम मनोबुद्धि एवं अहंकार इतियम में भिन्ना प्रकृति अष्टधा। अब इसमें ये 8 प्रकार की शक्तियों के बारे में भगवान बताते हैं। कहते हैं भूमि, जिसको हम अर्थ बोलते हैं, आपो मतलब पानी वाटर, अनल मतलब अग्नि, जिसको सोलर एनर्जी भी कभी हम बोलते हैं, वायु विंड पावर, खम आकाश, मन बुद्धि अहंकार, ये हम सब जानते हैं। तो ये इस प्रकार की 8 शक्तियां हैं। अब इसमें अगर आप भूमि में आप देखते हैं तो then you will never find that he has not talked about coal, he has not talked about your other sources of energy. He has focused 3 sources of energies which are eternal. एक आपकी वाटर हो गया, एक अनल मतलब अग्नि हो गई, अग्नि मतलब सूर्य देवता हो गया, तीसरा हो गया आपका वायु मतलब विंड पावर। Because these 3 sources are eternal, and amongst all these 3, further he says that in Shlok 7.7 that रसोहम अप्सु कौनते, मतलब वो भगवान कहते हैं इन सब में भी फिर सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट क्या चीज है, रसोहम मतलब रस में जल का स्वाद हूं। अब जल का स्वाद कुछ लोग कहते हैं कि साहब हमने तो सॉलिड चीज खाई, उसमें तो स्वाद हमें तभी मिलता है। दे आर फॉरगेटिंग कि हमारे मुंह में जो पानी होता है वो जब तक अगर उसमें नहीं मिलेगा तब तक हमें कोई टेस्ट नहीं आएगा। तो दैट मीन्स वाटर इज मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट अगेन एज पर लॉर्ड। और फिर दूसरी बात ये कि जितनी भी भूमि की चीजें हैं, जैसे कोल हुआ, पेट्रोल हुआ, ये डीजल हुआ, ये जितने भी आइटम है, दे आर चेंजिंग विद द टाइम। ये एटर्नल नहीं है। कोल कन्वर्ट हो जाएगा, CO2 बन जाएगी, आपका यूरेनियम कन्वर्ट होके आपका लेड में कन्वर्ट हो जाता है। So these things are not eternal, but water will remain. Now finally, अब इसमें से भगवान इसके बाद भी कहते हैं कि सबसे ज्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट वाटर और किस तरह से हुआ। If you go through the Bhagavatam and our scriptures and Vedas, so our gross body, there are two bodies in us, gross body and subtle body. तो ग्रॉस बॉडी जो बनी होती है वो हमारी तीन चीजों से बनी होती है, भूमि, अग्नि एंड जल। यानी इसमें अर्थ होता है, अग्नि तो सोलर आप एनर्जी कह सकते हैं, एंड जल हो गया, हाइड हो गया। एंड हमारी मन, बुद्धि, अहंकार होते हैं और आत्मा होती हैं। दीज आर सब्टल बॉडी। सब्टल बॉडी इज मेड ऑफ your water, air and sky. So three things are there in the सूक्ष्म शरीर। ये अब इसमें अगर आप दोनों को एनालाइज करें, what is common? Common is water. No other item is common in these two bodies. So the world cannot exist without water. आप कहीं पे भी चलिए, अगर आपको खाना नहीं मिलेगा आप एग्जिस्ट कर सकते हैं, but without water you can't survive. So this way, when Lord Krishna himself is proving and he is explaining to Arjun that water is most important, and scriptures and Vedas are describing that water is the most important, then we should harness first hydropower, which is eternal and which will not die down at any time. Other sources of power may vanish. But my only request to the August House that we should develop hydropower as much as possible, because it will remain eternal as per our Vedas, as per our scriptures, as per our Bhagavad Gita. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you. And we did not have any lighting of the lamp in the virtual, so you have lighted the lamp. So it is a virtual lamp.
Thank you, sir.
So
Thank you.
मैंने कहा मैं आराम से आता हूँ. Now let me say who are all there. You know, we are thankful to K. Ravi Kumar Saab, who is our chairman for INERTIA for all this while, and definitely we have R.N. Mishra. I want to recognize, while all the names were said, you know, I think R.N. Mishra Saab, the former chairman of SJVN, भी हमारे साथ है. Mishra साहब, आवाज आ रही है? R.N. Mishra ji, former chairman and MD SJVN, is also here. Of course, our friend DP Goyal Saab is here. Namaskar, DP Goyal.
Namaskar, sir. Namaskar, ji. Namaskar to all.
Goyal sir, namaskar.
Namaskar, ji. Namaskar.
It's a wonderful day to
Nice
have
to,
DP
nice
Goyal
to
ji
see
here.
you all.
Right. और NK Dubey साहब, नमस्कार again to you. Wonderful.
Namaskar. Yes, actually, because of poor bandwidth, I think video is not getting transmitted. And
नहीं, मेरी भी वीडियो चली गई थी बीच में, और फिर मैं वापस लॉग इन किया था. पता नहीं क्या सिस्टम ही ऐसे हैं, कुछ कर नहीं सकते. तो अब ठीक है, we are all together. That's a great thing, and we have our friends from NHPC also have joined. You know, I can see the boardroom over
Yes,
there.
sir. Yes, sir. Good
Namaskar.
morning.
Good morning, sir. KM Singh साहब बोल रहे हैं.
हाँ, KM Singh बोल रहा हूँ.
Namaskar, sir. Former chairman and MD NHPC. Wonderful, sir, to have you
Yes.
again.
Thank you.
sir, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
So
Good
wonderful.
morning.
We also have a lot of our friends joining from Bhutan. You know, they are all there. I can see them. And Ashok Tirwa is joined. Ashok, you are there? Can you hear me? Ashok Tirwa from the Bhutan Broadcasting Service is here on the line. I can see his name. Ashok can hear me, I hope so. Yes, welcome Bhutan. Whoever is there, all Bhutan. A very big good morning from India, from all of us here at ENERTIA and Renewable Energy Promotion Association to you in Bhutan. Very good morning to all of you and good day. We will proceed. We have a Bhutan session. We have stalwarts, RN Khazanchi here, and I hope AK Mishra will be able to join. So we have also invited him. He had confirmed that he will be there. So definitely we will have a Bhutan discussion. And Koel Saab to hai hi Bhutan ke liye.
Thank you.
We have a very important guest to introduce today on the national security perspective and the hydro related to energy security and then connecting it to defense security. I have none other than Lieutenant Colonel Manoj Chanan Saab. Chanan Saab, meri awaaz aa rahi hai? Lieutenant Colonel Manoj Chanan is there with us.
I can hear you very well. Thank you so much. Good morning to all of you.
Right, sir, thoda boliyega. Sab aapko.
Chapter next. That what is it that you are?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I can hear, but I think there's some voice coming. किसी का video, किसी का audio चालू है.
Can you hear me now? I think.
Yeah, we can hear you, but only you have to be focused, I think.
Ajay, I think I shifted to a different room.
Right.
So, a very good morning to all of you. Rather good afternoon. It's 1 minute past 12 as I speak to you. And it will be interesting to hear experts speak on the hydropower projects and the energy requirements that India has. And I'm sure it'll be a learning experience for me. And as we move along, I'm sure Professor Iyer has a few questions for me, and that time I'll probably try and respond to his queries from a military perspective. And hopefully we'll all be more knowledgeable by the end of the day. Thank
Absolutely,
you so much.
sir. So it's wonderful to have you, Lieutenant Colonel Saab. And of course, there's another military gentleman who's an old friend of ours who's from the hydro sector. It is ex-Patel Engineering, our Colonel Khosla Saab. आवाज आ रही है आप है ना? RN Khosla Saab शुरू में आए थे, दिखे थे. I hope Khosla Saab को सुनाई दे रही है मेरी आवाज. अच्छा, हमारे बहुत अच्छे स्टैलवर्ट आए हैं सबके लिए. वो that is SK Dharmadhikari Saab, who is one of the finest engineers we ever had in construction industry. The Mumbai Sea Bridge, the whole thing, the whole thing is thanks to him. He is our lifetime achiever also. And Namaskar Dharmadhikari Saab, Pune se join kar rahe hain. He's retired now, but yes, he said, I'm not retired from hydro. I'm ready to do anything for it. Dharmadhikari Saab, Namaskar. SK Dharmadhikari Saab, can you hear me? Anyway, he's there. And we have Jaur Saab, his colleague already there. He said hello in the beginning. SD Jaur Saab, you're hearing?
Yes, I am hearing.
Yeah, we are waiting for Dharmadhikari Saab voice. Maybe it will come any moment. So let me now begin. I want to say a few things. We are also joined by the Himachal Pradesh, the Basin Development Authority Secretary General and a senior colleague of ours, and also an alumnus for me from NIT Kurukshetra, Shri CM Walia, joining us from Himachal Pradesh. Walia Saab, Namaskar. CM Walia Saab, मेरी आवाज आ रही है? आवाज पहुंच रही है ना? CM Walia Saab. Okay, CM Walia is also here. I can see all of them on the screen on the other side. But yes, let me put a few salvo because this will continue for the day. Let me give a small perspective. Today, the total capacity in the world for hydropower is almost nearing 2021. In spite of the pandemic, there has been build up. There's about 1500 gigawatt we have worldwide. 1500 gigawatt. And the total energy generation, which also has been confirmed by the Ministry of Power, in between they put up a data, is nearing 4,700 terawatt hour in the world today. 4,700 terawatt hour. This is a different, but worldwide but actual generation is much less, 2,700 terawatt hour. But the total capacity potential is 4,700 terawatt hour. And almost you can say that it still supplies 50% of the electricity production in 66 countries, and at least in 90% in 24 countries. That's the scenario hydropower is today. So even today we cannot say that there is a domination of other power plants. Still, hydro matters a lot. I did my own research with the IEA data, and what I found is the total production of hydroelectricity will be in the region of 18%, because that is the data where they have got this report, the International Energy Agency report called Hydropower Special Market Report 2021. Now, in this Hydropower Special Market Report 2021, the figures are 4,700 terawatt hour. That's the kind of peak hydropower that's available to all of us. And it is about 18 to 19% of electricity production. And in terms of the nearest rival or the nearest other potential is coming from nuclear, which is 9% of the global capacity. Now, this is other than thermal. We are talking of power plants other than thermal power plants. So that's more important. That out of the renewable energy portfolio. So nuclear is the next one. Hydro produces 55% more than the nuclear power. So that is the kind of significance we have in terms of power generation. And we all know that the only flexible power plants in the world which can do peak shaving or be the spinning reserve are basically the hydropower and gas-based power. This is all known data for us, but most important part is this report recognizes the importance of hydropower from the frequency management side or grid reliability part. And that is the most important part which we have been pitching for the last almost close to, I've been talking about for 2 decades, but NERTIA maybe a decade, 13 years today. So we at NERTIA with 13 years into it. So let me put up a few points that brings up a Mission 2030 statement for all of us. I will give you an example of what these are. 7 points have come up in the International Energy Agency report. This is very important. You guys can note down. First one is move hydro up the energy and climate policy agenda. And the top point is to move hydropower up the energy and climate policy agenda. This means the United Nations Intergovernment Panel on Climate Change. After this meeting, I will be writing a personal letter on those points, saying they must move this on the top agenda, just like IEA has recommended. So we would rather follow the IEA at this point, an influential body. And we are also on our own side. REPA is an influential body today, at least in Asia and Southeast Asia. So we need to push this agenda. The second part is enforce robust sustainability standards for all hydropower development, which streamline rules and regulations. Now, what that means is, see, we must have scientific rehabilitation, scientific process of development. People should benefit. The affected area, the submergence, in the case of hydropower, they must be taken care of. There must be a scientific formula to rehabilitate, to compensate, and to make them partners in the progress of hydropower. So that's what is being said. And that's at the second point, very important point right now. That's the reason that there are people who mislead on the environmental issue, hydropower development. Hydropower has these challenges. Every energy development has challenges. Today, we do solar. We'll have to find out how to dispose of electronic waste. That is going to be a challenge. So everywhere there will be a challenge. Nuclear will have nuclear waste disposal, although there is no carbon emission. So each electricity generation source will have its own problems. But the best part of the agenda is hydropower is fundamentally water resource. When you go to storage, and then there comes the electricity as a byproduct. But in the case of run of the river, it's all electricity. And pump storage, you get electricity at least 4x. Once you pump it up, at the same time, you get water supply benefits. So we need to go very big way in pump storage to have future grids which are more stable, more reliable, and can give reach and access to more number of people for the electricity itself. So hydropower is a major component. Third part, they say, is recognize the critical role of hydropower for electricity security and reflects its value through remuneration mechanism. That means those who enable or support and communities that come and support hydropower must benefit from. So this is the most important point: local area development, geographic indication, and geographic benefits, regional benefits. Very important. The fourth point it says is maximize the flexibility capabilities of existing hydropower plants to measures to incentivize their modernization. That means we are talking of renovation and modernization. I would even say renovation, upgradation, and modernization. We will call it RUM, renovation, upgradation, and modernization. RU and M. It's very important to discuss for the existing power plant, like Bhakra. It's crossed the 50 years mark, and we have got improvement. Agarwal Sahab has modified in this time. All those turbines capacities were increased. We got a better benefit on the power side. But on the irrigation side, Bhakra is a very important project for entire North India. So we must understand this aspect the same way like Sardar Sarovar is great for the Western India side, and water benefits go predominantly to Gujarat, but past region Gujarat's entire agriculture came up because of Narmada Sardar Sarovar project. So these projects, Sri Salem, it has benefited Andhra Pradesh. The irrigation barrages on the Godavari, all of them have benefited the irrigation in Andhra Pradesh. Maharashtra, the oldest project. My father was the first engineer to bring 400 transmission tower of the Maharashtra State Electricity Board from Koina Power through the Mahad and Chiplun belt. It was my father, V. Iyer, who did it. He was the engineer, he was the foreman at the time who joined from the Loyola Institute of Technology, Madras at the time. And then he came to Mumbai, and then he joined the MSCB and did this first transmission. That is the family lineage that I have. So I can tell you Koina today, back to generation, close to full capacity. We are up, and Maharashtra coal crisis has been taken over by Koina's upping the ante of hydro generation. So hydro is very important again. Then fifth point is support the expansion of pumped storage hydropower. This mention is given in the IEA, hydropower special market report and mission 2030. Okay. Now the sixth point says mobilize affordable financing for sustainable hydropower development in developing countries. Most important, you can't develop hydropower with interest rates of 14%, 15%. You need to have a kind of a sovereign interest rates, not more than 3%, 3.5%. Well, I don't know when that will come, but we need to look at a separate hydro fund for the country. That will be one part of our financial indicator. And then financing not for 25 years, for the lifetime of the project. Hydropower project can last 100 years or even more after fitment. So we need to innovate. We are giving the financing of hydropower is seen the same way like a conventional project. The depreciation is calculated the same way. Everything is calculated similar way like any other hydro project. It can't be treated that way. When you give concession for road projects, we can look at such scenarios and more innovative financial models for hydropower so that the actual cost in the tariff indication comes down, because hydro is still very reliable, very affordable power. Even today, Bhakra power is coming close to, people tell me it's less than 50 paisa, 50 paisa. Sardar Sarovar would be less than 75 paisa. So that's the kind of situation. If the plants have operated for a long time, the cost of electricity is very less. But new plants, because the capital investment is large, unless we have an innovative spread, we will not see that capital investment reflecting the real value of hydro. And then we put all the development costs on the hydropower. That's very difficult. So we'll discuss these matters. And point number 7, take steps to ensure to price it in the value of multiple public benefits provided by hydropower plants. This is the most important point which I was just discussing. That the multi-purpose benefits of hydropower are not reflected in the way we calculate its financial model. So these are the 7 mission points that comes, and I thought I'll begin and I'll put this agenda because it's one of the topmost bodies, the International Energy Agency, that has gone ahead and accepted now after so many years in the 2021 hydropower special market report. That is what it is saying. The 7 points, the crux of that report is these 7 points. And for us, we would add to that other things, like per capita water availability for people, which is what we will add. We would like to say that today the urban per capita water availability has come down to 50 liters per person per capita, and for rural it is 30 liters per person per capita. This is a pathetic situation. For healthy living, according to WHO standards, the minimum is 160 liters per person per capita. And for post-COVID times, to create a scenario which is both healthy and sustainable living, we need upwards of 200. It's about 240, but I'm saying 200. So at least from a 50 liters on urban, we have to move to 200 liters per capita. And from a level of for rural of 30, we have to also take them to the same level of 200. Rural does not need less water. They need similar water because they're used for irrigation and other benefits, and they produce all this crop for us. So we need to look at a very decent model of 200 to 225, liters per capita per day access of water, which is a very important question of the hydropower, more than electricity. So these are the important points that I wanted to fire before we begin our meetings today. And I would like K. Ravi Kumar Saab, Chairman, former Chairman of Bharat Heavy Electricals Limited, and our Chairman of Inertia Foundation, Inertia, to kindly address this forum first up on the highway. Ravi Kumar Saab.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think you have highlighted everything. So not much left for others to speak. No, you have highlighted all the important points.
The field is open to a lot of things.
You have given, you have highlighted. One thing is hydro, as Professor Iyer has said, it is there is no waste disposal is not there. See, the water is used for irrigation. So it is a irrigation cum power generation project actually. So, and also, you know, it prevents floods because you have to store the water and then leave it later. So see, the main thing what I have seen is now there are 2 or 3 things which are picking up. One is, you know, in Bhutan and Nepal, there are so many hydro projects are there. And mainly, you know, in Nepal, they can also do a lot of things, but politics is preventing them from doing in Nepal. Nepal,
Right.
if they really do hydro, I think 50% of northern region grid they can meet. But somehow, you know, the projects are not coming. In India, the projects are, a lot of them are located in Arunachal Pradesh, but because of the neighbor, we are not able to do that much. So that's the thing that is coming. The second thing what Ms. Professor Iyer has said regarding the renovation and modernization, I think BHL has done a lot of work in this field. So one is, you know, the old generators were class B installation, they have changed it to class H. And secondly, governing systems are not good, that has been replaced. And so the power generation has increased by at least 25% in Kodasalli and Kadra and all these places. So Varahi, all these projects have been done with class H installation and also with new governors. Bakra Bias we tried to do, but halfway we could not do that much because, you know, we have to do a lot of reverse engineering because these are all 50-year-old machines and technology is not fully available because those countries, they've discontinued because after 50 years, you cannot have the same system. So there was a problem of reverse engineering the products. So there must be some agency which will take up the reverse engineering of these products mostly. Then there is one real thing which is coming up is lift irrigation. So if you see Godavari, the entire water has been given, it is at a lower level, whereas Krishna is at a higher level. So these projects, that is, you know, as I need not tell, power is VI cos phi. When phi goes beyond 90, it works on the motoring mode and the turbine works on the pumping mode. So a lot of projects have come in the Godavari region, which it is really hydro. It is being done by our Bhopal unit, MK Dubey may be knowing. So we are doing that. Lot of projects in Godavari, pumping the water. Patel Engineering has been the civil agency and Mega, all these companies, they were doing the civil actually. And boiler and turbine has been done by BHL. So there is lot of scope for pumping water from Godavari to Krishna because Godavari is at a lower level and water is going to the sea. So you cannot, because it is plain, you cannot construct dams. So the only way what Andhra Pradesh government and Telangana government have done really well, I should tell, pumping water from Godavari to Krishna so that the irrigation needs of Krishna basin can be fulfilled. So that is one thing that is coming. Second thing, what I see is in future, solar is going to be the thing. So, but it will work only between 10 o'clock to 5 o'clock. So there is a necessity to load, 5 to morning 10, evening 5 to morning 10, there is a necessity of power. That is, balancing the load curve. For that, pump irrigation schemes are required. So you can pump water during this time with solar and then use hydroelectricity from 5 o'clock to morning 10 o'clock. This will become a necessity. CA has made a study, I was also a member, that up to 20% of the solar, there is no need to change anything because, the grid can be adjusted to a certain extent and up to 20% of the total capacity, solar can take straight away. Beyond 20%, there is a need to think right now because I feel the way we are going, it may go to 30-35% of the total supply. So definitely, At that time, we have to think some projects, lift irrigation schemes, so that it can be lifted during the day and power can be produced during the night. So something like that we have to think of, start, stop and all that, how to really make it. All those solutions have to be found out. And I've seen one project in East, actually, Eastern region. They have done very good work. Japanese have done very good work in lift irrigation. And also one project is there in Tamil Nadu. Of course, nowadays, water itself is not available. Where to lift the water and then again put it down. So, but it will become a necessity after some time when the solar capacity goes up. Then, either gas has to step in for that period or hydro has to step in for that period. So this is the thing I was thinking. Lift irrigation is one thing that we can think. And also in Tamil, in certain places, wind is available. Wind energy is available only between April to September. That is May to September, really. After that, wind is not available. So water can be stored up to September, because season also ends in September. After September, the water can be left for whatever is given for irrigation. We can use it for power generation also. So one is I think so. I think you can, Professor Iyer can.
Yeah. So wonderful, Ravi Kumar Saab. 2 points when you said that, Maharashtra itself has some 550 megawatt worth of small hydropower capacity. Capacity and it is the Maharashtra's catchment areas, including the Lonavala, Khandala, and the Konkan region that receives phenomenal rainfall. Of course, this year rainfall has gone all around the country, but I'm saying all this rain literally flows off into the Arabian Sea. So there could be a chance to, build an in-between reservoir and then pump this water to many upper reservoirs from the Koina itself. So that this is an example of a pump storage. So Polavaram, there was a project going on in Andhra Pradesh, and I think whatever the reason, there is some other project also starting. But these projects, for political reasons, should not be shunned. I think every new leader who comes must understand that pump storage schemes that come in, without politics, these energy development projects must go forward. But anyway, Andhra is doing very well. Andhra is taking up some pump storage schemes, and even Telangana. And we know AFCONS today is one of the partners for us today. And they are the developers of the Godavari Barrage and Anaram Barrage on the Godavari River. And they know they have done these big projects, and they are also very keen to, do work in Bhutan. And they're one of the finest companies, 13th best companies. So we have a lot of construction expertise available within the country. So to build hydropower, we have the technology. PHL's turbines are excellent. We have definitely Andritz, a very great turbine maker in India. So these good turbines are available in India, and also the others in competition, which is Alstom, which is G today, and also White are all there. But I think these companies are doing well. Especially Andritz has done very well in the last 3-4 years in the country, and they have provided good machines other than BHL itself, which is a leader. So basically, we don't have to go out of India. A lot of indigenous manufacturing has started, and then civil engineering expertise of India hydropower is the best. In fact, I would rate that our civil engineering ability to build hydropower could be even better than the Chinese. So because we built the Ghatkar Dam here in Maharashtra, it is the first roller compacted concrete dam. It belongs to the irrigation department. Produces 250 megawatt of power, but it was the first roller compacted concrete dam of Asia. Of course, now there are other dams coming in, other projects coming in using the roller compacted concrete. So there is no dearth of technological ability for India to develop hydropower. Currently, we have 46 gigawatt. If China is going to about 400 to 500 gigawatt of hydro, I don't think there is any reason for us to stop, and we can definitely go to 300, 400 gigawatt. My target is simple. The theme which I will put on now to this theme right now in the discussion is 100 gigawatt by 2027. That means more than doubling the present 46 gigawatt. So over to Dr. Vk Garg, former chairman and managing director of the Power Finance Corporation, and also a stalwart in the industry who has seen things. He also served the ONGC in his beginning of the career. And may I request Dr. Vk Garg to put light on this issue, and also from the financing aspect. Garg Saab. Can we see Garg Saab there? Sun rahe hain?
I think you can hear me now.
Yeah, absolutely, sir. Absolutely.
Yeah, Professor, thank you very much for the elaborate introduction given by you and the elaboration done by Mr. Ravi Kumar. The thing I have been associated with Power Grid since 1997, and at the same time had a close association with Mr. Yogen Prasad ji. So I have been a student of little bit of hydro. That means trying to look at hydro from different angles in their own way, as a project, as a family member, as an offshoot, as their passion. I have looked at it from the point of view what the message goes into the government, how the planning commission, which feeds the policy maker, how they perceive it. Because what matters today is basically the perception of a concept. It may be good, very good, excellent, but if it is not perceived in that perspective, it loses its real intrinsic value. We had a lot of work done during Prasad Saab's time and during late Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee's time, where we identified 6 basins, 84 projects, and around 50,000 megawatt, 1,000 megawatt worth of projects which were economically viable, and some 30,000 megawatt projects which potential, which could be theoretically developed. Now, Atalji's government did try to make a reality of the hydropower based on this potential, but nothing much could be achieved during the quarter of a century after Atalji. So I try to look at it as why it is happening, where things have gone wrong, despite the hydro engineers working so hard, the whole hydro fraternity, which is considered to be one of the best in the world in terms of design, in terms of planning, in terms of feasibility study, everything. Then where is that we are going wrong? So I, through my interaction with my service fellows in Planning Commission, Finance Ministry, PIB, I gathered a feeling that somehow it is being projected that hydro is a very expensive project. It has a long delays. It is time and cost overruns, and it has a R&R problem, and it is environmentally not very friendly. But after COP26 of 2016, when everybody is talking of carbon neutrality, of reducing it to zero carbon, of reducing the GHG emissions and the global warming, the hydro assumes its own importance. So I try to look at it, and I found it can be studied under 3 aspects. One is the policy, second is the procedure, and third is the tools and tackles, as the engineers call them. In terms of policy, hydro has been a victim of the government's attitude towards policy. Sometimes they defined at some side at micro, sometimes they decided mini, something as a hydro, something as small, and then something is free for all 25 and above. Now, and up to 25 used to be called RE.
Voice is gone. Sir, your voice is not there, sir. In the meantime, let me say hello to Ashok Tirwa. Ashok, can you hear me? Namaskar. Ashok Tirwa from Bhutan. Broadcasting
Namaste.
Service.
नमस्ते
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 जी।
सबको नमस्ते।
तो गर्ग साहब का वॉइस चला गया है। Is back?
Is it back?
Yeah.
Yeah, sir. Garg साहब, बोलिए साहब।
Right. So I was looking at the policy part. In the policy, one is the definition part and second is the status with reference to RE and the various benefits that are available to RE projects in India. Even though they were very small and negligible in the past, but whatever they were, they could have aided and supported the hydro projects. In looking at you have the promotional measures. Promotional measures are taken at this central level, at the state level. At the central level, in terms of support and bond, terms of project, in terms of computation of the tariff, and so on and so forth. The life of hydro project is more than the life of your wind project, your solar project, your thermal.
Right, sir. Huh? अच्छा, I think साहब आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है। You lost your voice.
Yeah. Abhi aayi?
It's back. Please, go ahead.
So we were looking at the central measures and the state measures. Central government measures, I was elaborating that it could be by way of the government support, by way of long-term bonds, by way of depreciation rules, by way of duration and life of the project, by way of regulatory guidelines for what you call as the evaluating the hydro projects, and for the fixation of tariff. At state level, it could be like other industries where you have the backward area development subsidy. You have a loan in lieu of sales tax. Here it is electricity duty and a number of other small benefits which when added go a long way to reduce the tariff of hydro in the initial 5 to 10 years so that it becomes affordable, sustainable. It is again stated that the capital cost has gone so high that the tariff of hydro today is coming higher than the tariff of all other various types of power. The financial support that is needed for the hydro is A, tariff calculation, B, the tariff has to be backloaded, C, there has to be a longer duration guidelines for the financial institutions, for the funds, for the pension funds, for the government agencies like the what you call as Power Finance Corporation, by the IREDA, and by other institutions and even the commercial banks doing the project funding for 15 years. You see, they can do it funding for 15 years or 20 years, whatever suits them as per asset liability management and exposure. And then they can continue to substitute and rotate it so as to make the long-term funds available to the hydro projects, which today is not there in the absence of lack of guidelines from the government. Then the procedures. The procedures are the biggest victims of, or the biggest hurdles in the field of hydro projects. You see, if there is a project, there are geological surprises. Now, the geological surprises, again, have a very long procedure. There is a time, there is a delay, there is a contractor's dispute, there is a time overrun, there is a cost overrun, which goes to the administrative ministry, which sends it to finance, which sends it to planning commission. And in turn, they all invite comments of the various agencies. At times, it takes almost up to 2 years to give a redressal for the cost or to address the issue of geological surprise. Another point which there is a feeling in the planning, the then planning commission and now the PIO.
फिर सर आपकी आवाज चली गई.
Recording in progress.
Hello, what I feel. Saab, you're back. Are you back? Otherwise,
No.
I say what Saab was saying, Dr. Garg was saying. I believe that it cannot be even 15 years. We have to think of an asset life cycle at least 30%. If we consider outer limit as 100 years, then 33 years financing is important. Very important to have a 33-year financing for the projects. So this is a very long-term question that is there.
Then, you know,
yeah, are you back?
This is one important issue that the same projects done by the contractor, his own projects did not have any geological surprises, and any project being done by NHPC, by SJVN, etc., any other agency has the geological surprises. This is a surprise for the engineers and officials in the government. How does it happen? The way it can be thought out how to do the procedures, because there were geological surprises in the Konkan Railway also. There are geological surprises in the metro rail also. So how it happens there? Because there is a CEO who is given a delegation of power and authority to sort out dispute up to a limited amount. After that, it has to refer it, and the agency to which it is being referred also has a time frame that within that it has to decide it and send it back. So even if there are geological surprises, there are rocks underground, structures, but there is a solution for everything. Somehow in hydro, we have not been able to devise and pinpoint the procedure, the accountability, authority and delegation to the CEO of the that look, this is what you have to do, this is a time delivery, this is the upper limit to which your cost revision can go, and this is how it should be done. Because if it can be done for Konkan Railway, if it can be done for the metro rail, why it cannot be done for hydro projects remains a new question. And then when we come to there is another issue of the project report. The data on which we base it, the assumptions that we take, the validity of the assumptions, the quality of the data and the quality of the assumptions based on which the data has been derived and the reports are prepared. These are the things which require greater involvement of states, and I feel we have to do a little soul searching within hydro sector itself. And last but not the least, when we present, we must present a win-win situation and what you call as the cost benefit analysis, that saying, yes, there are disadvantages, but the advantages outlive the disadvantages. And in the long run, the country benefits, because today we are not evaluating the value of the food that is produced by the improved irrigation, by the additional irrigation resulting from the reservoir hydropowers, right, the food security and the flood control, and last but not the least, the energy security. Even if we generate power and we start having the electrical trams, electrical trains, the amount of fuel that we will save and the amount of import bill that we will save will go a long way in helping the energy security and the development of the economy and free some of the funds for the further development of hydro projects.
Yes, sir. So I have only one point,
See,
sir. When we meet,
our projection of benefits. G.
I had one question only, just adding to what you said. See what happens. Innovative financing we discussed. I think you will remember. When the asset life, the limit, let us say, at least all of us must agree, the outer limit of continuing with a hydro project without much renovation or reasonable renovation is about 100 years, not less than that. 75 to 100 years, but 100 years is what we are looking at. Because Bhakra and all have crossed 60 years, and I'm very sure 100 years, and many projects overseas also is there, like the Hoover Dam. Las Vegas.
Even in India, there are a number of projects operating for more than 100 years.
I know. I know. So therefore, if we look at that, then the innovation that I am suggesting, which has been my pitch all this while, is, see, even for a housing loan, you are able to give 25 years, 30 years. So why for an asset, we cannot do a concession-based financing? We have 55 years concession for road projects. Why we are not giving concession-based financing to the hydro projects? Now that is the most important. So minimum.
I said that is the point. That is the point I had kept under the central government's effort as a policy measure to promote and support the hydro by way of long-term financing, not at the commercial rates, but at a sustainable rate, which with backward calculation of the tariff.
Exactly, I'm seconding your point.
Instead of front-loaded, it should be back-loaded.
Yeah, but I'm making it simple.
And the depreciation rules must also be modified.
I'm making it simple.
I think one small thing, it should be identified as green power, and whatever solar, the biomass and are all getting, they should be getting carbon credits.
Sir, what I say now, let us go much simpler. Both of you are senior to me, but let me give you an innovative idea, which I'm going to push to the government. See, when you say green energy, first of all, it took us more than a decade after INERTIA wrote so many letters and so many articles that we accepted that all hydro is renewable. Now we have accepted what is the renewable benefit you are giving to it. You are asking for free power. States are always asking for free power, but they don't ask from coal projects. They don't ask from other projects. But free power is loaded always on the hydropower. Now, this is the most important part we need to address. So therefore, if you're doing this, I feel there are sovereign financing. Even the World Bank average financing rates are as low as 1.5%. So government must create a mega fund where they absorb this kind of a fund for development. And that is what the IEA lays down, International Energy Agency. And we can benefit from their pitch, which I just spoke 7 points. So what happens? You are not going to fund hydro in the conventional way as other projects. Because hydro is not hydro alone. It is mega township. There is a township for us. I go to Mangdechu. I've seen the Puna Sanchu projects. These projects have even in Bhutan resulted in development of nearby townships. Like today, Trongsa is right in the central Bhutan is a bustling town now. This is a sleepy town earlier, but it's a bustling town. Bhutan does not only benefit in the GDP calculations of 21% contribution by the power that we are, buying and paying them that money, about 4 rupees 12 paisa at this point. But more important is the invisible development that hydro does. It's very important. So this is the key point of hydro development. And in that case, I think we need to create a national hydro fund. It has to be separate from all other renewable funds. We must understand the importance that hydro has over the rest of the renewable energy. Because it is just not electricity. It is water. It's a huge quantum of water that we are looking at. So I hope both Garg Saab and Ravi Kumar Saab, if they have any contest on this, I think we must create a separate fund for it.
Yeah, definitely.
Sir, all that I am trying to say is ultimately it is the hydro which has to survive. The reason being that the solar, the life is, one doesn't know, they are giving for 25 years. But because the technology itself is not matured for 25 years, whereas a hydro has matured over 100 years. Simple mechanism, simple moving parts.
I tell you, the report for solar was made by REPA. The 100 gigawatt by 2022 report originated from my office. We discussed with Shyam Saran. We are the same people. But let me tell you my study with Dr. DJ Pandian right at the test facilities at the Jermi in Gujarat, where near that they have got thin film and they have also got this. That's the first time I wanted Pandit Saab to test the efficacy of solar. And I can tell you, efficiency is drastically reduced in thin film. And this is the one thing that I was opposing thin film all the while. But in the case of monochromous, and monocrystalline and polycrystalline solar, what is happening? The efficiency deterioration is not very large, and we can presume that 25 years is a safe life. So the question of life in the solar is definitely limited to 25 years, unless and until we have upgradation after that, or we change some portion of the technology to get power back into the system. Otherwise, after 20, that's why the PPAs are for 25 years. I would say it was more comfortable if the PPAs were 15 to 20 years. But yes, we have a PPA of 25 years, and we calculate the deterioration and we are able to operate. But there is no question, as Ravi Kumar Saab said, the time for 6 to 7 hours a day, only one state can have a better flexibility. It is behaving like a solar, I would say, in solar itself, it's behaving like a reserve, and that is a Rajasthan. Minus Rajasthan, no other state can produce more than 6 hours of solar electricity on its own. That's a very clear indicator, geographic indicator.
In this for any Professor Saab, for any kind of power to develop, there is a very important role being played by lobbies. There is a solar cell manufacturing lobby which pushes the solar. It's unidirectional, and when it was said it suffers from infirmity, it is available during the day. So then came the second lobby with the battery. They said, look, you don't need hydro. You can have solar and you can use the battery. And when I asked them, gentlemen, what is the life of a battery? I asked them, what is the life of a battery? And how do you dismantle and destroy the chemical of this battery? There is no answer. There is no study.
No, sir.
This is more damaging to the environment than the CO2.
Else. And let us see our cell phones, sir. Our cell phones battery do not last more than a day, maximum 1.5 days in some cases. So if that is the case, the battery, I tell you, any good battery in the world will not last outwards of 7 years. If they extend it to 10 years also, the life cycle of a PPA, power purchase agreement, is 25 years. How will they handle a 25-year PPA with battery storage? This is the first question these people must be asked. Those who are lobbying. This question nobody is asking.
No, they're not willing. They say that, look, your pump storage will take 5 years. Here is a ready-made solution. You install a battery bank, and your solar and wind, they give you continuous energy. But they are looking only at a short-term solution for today. The global warming is going to stop only when the hydropower is encouraged, which is neat, which is clean, which is locally available, and which has a long life, affordable quality, quantity, and price.
Right, sir.
And
so, absolutely right, sir. So what you are saying is perfectly right and perfectly seconded. There is no option to hydro, and we all know that even for battery storage systems, the biggest issue is how will they handle the harmonics itself. The batteries themselves will produce harmonics other than wind and solar. So that discussion is not even come into the picture. The harmonics part is not even come into picture.
दिक्कत क्या है आज? In hydro, we don't have a lobby.
I know. So we are the lobby. We should become the lobby. We should become the lobby, sir.
We should become a lobby to steer the case, because how the solar is, because there is a country which is manufacturing solar on a massive scale, and they have all their people across in the system who are pushing the solar. Similarly, the wind, but there is absolutely no lobby to promote the advantages, benefits, and the long-term impact on environment. The biggest environment impact is going to be on the health. The amount of money which you will be spending on the maintenance of health of the people is not included when you do the cost-benefit analysis of the hydro projects. Reason being, no greenhouse gases, no CO2, no pollution on dismantling. And these three are the major cost elements, because apart from the positive benefits of agriculture, irrigation, better quality, higher productivity, etc., these indirect benefits which will outweigh the direct benefits are not being worked out. There is a need to work out these benefits and project it and convey it to the government that, look, gentlemen, you are missing the forest for the trees.
Correct. Absolutely right. So
I think that's what I
juncture,
just wanted to convey.
Darsa, wonderful. You have given a couple of new insights, including pushing health into the ambit of hydro development. It's a very interesting, because it's the same we talk about most of the renewable energy, but here also the same thing comes. And I must also recognize the presence of the regional office of NHPC from Chandigarh. And I don't have the name of the gentleman. What is his name? Oh, okay. The gentleman from Chandigarh. Namaskar. Chandigarh. Namaskar. Punjab. Punjab is producing great hydropower. So, namaskar ji. So, nice to have you people here. So, now I will go to our next stalwart in the line, and that is Shri R.N. Khazanchi, Honorable Druk Tukse, the highest civilian honor receiver of Bhutan. And also, formerly he was with the NHPC, and he was the MD for the Puna Sanchu Hydro Project Authority. And he has the distinction of completing the largest hydropower in Bhutan. That is Tala, 1020 megawatt Tala hydro project. Is the feather in his cap, is legend in his own rights. Khazanchi Saab, stage over to you.
Good afternoon once again now to all our friends, including the organizer, Professor Iyer. My dear sirs, I have heard all of my colleagues who spoke so far in the forenoon, and now I have only one thing to say, that all of us in hydro will definitely talk about hydro and why. But my simple question would be, why not others also? If there's a lobby for solar, okay, let them be continuing. Hydro will be taken up separately. My only important thing, which I want to now bring to the notice of everybody knows it. We have three major electricity producers in the world now, countries. China number 1, US is number 2, and India is at number 3.
Absolutely right.
No, the problem is now comparison between US and China. India cannot be there. They have been all developed long back, and lot of research gone into all the forms of energy, and they have everything. And while we were yet to be developing, so we have to definitely make a comparison with China.
Right.
I can understand that ours is the largest democracy, so things will not move the way where we have a very autocratic rule, what is there in China. But that aside, what will stop us from at least getting off the same accelerated programs as they did in China? I recall, Professor Saab, in late 80s, when we were almost 25% more in population, less in population than China, our total energy generation in the country was almost comparable, if you say per capita, was comparable with China.
Right.
Came 1995. Now I have exactly 2.5 decades. I have observed it very closely. 95 was just before my going to Bhutan. 95 to 2019, we have the official figures. In this 2.5 decades, you think of China and you think of us.
Right.
First, China, 2.5 decades back, they were about 1.5 times, even less than that, energy producers more than us. And for a population almost in that 20% range, higher than us. Over the years now, decade-wise, if you see, and come to 2019 end, where we have the official figures from both countries, You see the population. Population has come. The gap is so much reduced that in other 2 years, less than 2 years, 2024, you will be #1 population in the world. And they will be left behind. And thereafter, we'll be always galloping ahead. Because naturally, our policies and their policies, they had strictly come down to 1 child or perhaps 1 pregnancy per female. And in our case, it is 3. It can be any number. Then go to presently. Now they have eased a little. They say 2 pregnancies at best. It could be a 1 pregnancy in case it's a twin. Otherwise, 2 children policy. This is just revised now. In the meantime, development. Development, can you believe today in 1990, you are a data bank for all these things. In fact, it's a pleasure listening to you when you quote statistics and then your comments on it and your way forward, how it could be handled. I will tell you now today, when we say we have 2,000 gigawatts of power in installed capacity in China, what is ours? Right. In 2019, I'm telling you, or 20. What is ours? Ours is 356.
Right now, it's 388. Right now, 388.
Okay, no, I'm talking of 19, that 2.5.
Right. Right now, it is 388, sir.
Yes, I stand corrected to that. I don't have the data and the research the way you provided. Okay.
Don't worry, sir. Don't worry.
Imagine now, today, they are more than 6 times.
I know.
When they had only, they were 1.5 times more than us.
Right.
No, exactly, 125% more than us. Today, they are something like almost 650% more than us.
Right.
Why?
Right.
Population is reduced. Energy has gone 6 times.
Yes.
Why are we left behind? And I tell you, solution is not that we stop wind, we stop solar. No, let them grow. And
exactly.
At the
There's
same
no problem
time,
with that.
we come to our hydro and tell everybody. Now I'll tell you my personal experience of dealing hydro. Hydro, as some speakers just now said, that you do not have that full delegation where a CEO can be handling things the way he should in case of a crisis.
Correct.
In case of any distress situation, which is a fact. Not that I have no complaint about anybody's working, but that is our general approach. Today, I will tell you, when we compare the metro construction or any communication tunnel, you cannot compare it with hydropower. Because in tunneling, hydro tunnel is different. It has to have something which is then foolproof once it is charged with water. While it is empty, it has one structure. Once it gets loaded, it's a different. My friends have seen that mountains have burst out once you charge a tunnel. So it's a, besides what is happening if you go for the communication tunnels, only in very difficult young Himalayas, yes, communication tunnels also pose a very big problem. But certainly, what about the dams? Open structures. In hydro, you are in water.
Right.
Where, as you say yourself, this time monsoon was too large. You will not believe a hydropower engineer has floods every year. Every year. There's no, when everybody enjoys and nobody even notices, hydropower engineer has sleepless nights.
I know.
You know why? Because when we are constructing something, we provide a design flood diversion, which cannot be the one which can come in a season. You decide on, say, 6 months of working in winter. So you keep the diversion arrangements for, say, 25 years floods during that 6-month period. And suddenly you find that the cycle changes a little. And in the very first month, there's a flood. You get them in the morning, you get a phone call from the site and people tell you this drowned. Whatever was the diversion arrangement, now it has overflown, spilled, and the whole structure pit, foundations are filled. You lose a straight 1 year. Straight 1 year. So we cannot compare communication tunnels and communication projects with this. So hydropower has to be given definitely much more importance for the technical problems, geotechnical problems.
Yes. And not only that, sir, the gestation, the kind of see, a hydro engineer, I am telling you, the hydro engineer's work is far difficult than a thermal engineer's work. So that must be recognized. It's a very tough job, whether it's a civil engineer for construction, with electromechanical people operating it. Hydro needs a different skill sets altogether. And it is the most important influential project.
Professor Iyer, let us not underrate somebody else.
No, nobody's underrating. Nobody's underrating. Recognizing.
I'm telling you, what has to be recognized is that the problems associated with hydropower development and how those problems have to be tackled.
Yeah, but
as,
you know,
as simple as that. When we talk just now, a friend was telling that in private sector, they do a project in hydropower, although there have been very few, they do it. But do you know, Professor, you ask the people who have developed private sector hydro projects.
We will come to that.
And
we
one
have
of the
DP
best
Goel,
is my own colleague, Mr. Goel, DP Goel.
Yeah. We'll bring him
there in this meeting.
We'll bring him.
He will tell you.
Sir, my point is simple. अभी हमें ना एक presentation करना है, तो हम ये भूटान के जब challenges आएंगे उस पे भी discuss कर लेंगे. अभी क्या है कि let us keep the whole thing short, so that I can bring Km Singh also, the former chairman NHPC,
please
in this debate.
But I want to highlight that don't try to say not this. Let us do that also.
Sir, कोई नहीं कह रहा है, कोई नहीं कह रहा है. Sir, कोई नहीं कह रहा है. Sir, कोई नहीं कह रहा है. You were part of the whole forum where I promoted compressed biogas, which nobody, not only in India, but the whole world has not taken this up.
You're right.
We have promoted on 21st August compressed biogas issue, and the white paper is generated first time in the world, not only in India. It has gone to with the Ministry of Petroleum. So I don't think I need to even tell what we are doing. ENERTIA has been promoting all type of electricity, but still my heart goes out to hydropower, whether anybody likes it or not.
It has its advantages, yes.
I'm straight on the face. I am not a civil engineer myself. I don't come from hydro. I come from captive power plants. I developed heavy fuel power plants when I started, before I came to publishing and all this. But my heart goes to hydropower. All these roughly 2 decades, I have been, and I started my career with irrigation. Nobody should forget it. I started with irrigation pump sets in Jyoti Limited. So I am a man who has seen water from the beginning. I'm a pump man who's somehow come to electricity and generation and all that, made 4,000 megawatt of captive power. Yes, you are all stalwarts, but I did hardcore heavy fuel-based power plants in this country, heading man diesel. So when I'm coming from that background, take it from me, sir, my heart will go out to hydro. My heart bleeds for hydro.
Always.
And it's like this child, it's the most, it is the, Usain Bolt of the power sector, but it's being treated as if it is some, roadside athlete. I don't want that treatment to hydropower. That is what I'm fighting. I hope I have clarified.
Stepmothers.
Yeah, no, it is a star. It is being starved. The star is being starved, given less food. ये बात हो रही है. तो इसीलिए हम हाइड्रो की बात थोड़ा सा ऊपर ही करेंगे. वो हमारे लिए सर्वोपरि है. And definitely with stalwarts like you and late Prasad Saab and so many who are joining here, I'm telling you, I have no shame in saying I will stand with hydropower first as the top renewable in the country. So now comes my time to invite Dr. Km Singh, and thank you, Kazanji Saab. Always a pleasure to have you. Like you keep saying elder brother, but I always say that both you and Prasad Saab were father figures to us. My elder brother Saab, another Saab, has come here, Abhay Kumar Singh, chairman of and managing director of NHPC, and I am very sure that he will take it forward. He has the same spirit, and he has a fantastic spirit to do projects, and I am very confident at this juncture. And I must say that I don't know about the others, but we have a minister who is keen to do hydropower in RK Singh. So I will like to request him to kindly push this in the next 2-3 years. So with this, I request Km Singh Saab to throw light before I call and let our friends from AFCONs be ready with their presentation for what they will offer to Bhutan and India. Yes, Km Singh Saab. Km Singh Saab, सुनाई दे रहा है? Is it there? Km Singh Saab.
Unmute करिए.
Unmute करिए, unmute.
Are you getting my voice?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
First
sir.
class.
Thank you, Mr. Iyer.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all eminent personalities and all others who are connected with this program and attending this. Subject of storage, water storage and PSP is very huge. India is having huge quantum of the water, fresh water, which can be used for hydro generator. But due to some hurdles, some specific region, natural region, you can say, the priority is not given to hydropower, maybe storage, maybe conventional type, or maybe PSP. I will try to cover it here. This is for what are the difficulties and what is available and why it is necessary. In brief, this fresh water is a renewable resource, yet the world supply of groundwater is steadily decreasing, with depletion occurring most prominently in Asia, South America and North America, although it is still unclear how much natural renewable balance this is. Usage of water include agriculture, industrial, household, recreational, and environmental activities. All living things require water to grow and reproduce. The total quantity of water available at any given time is an important consideration. Some human water users have an intermittent need of water. For example, many farms require large quantity of water in the spring and no water at all in the winter. To supply such a farm with water, a surface water system may require a large storage capacity to collect water throughout the year, and they release it in a short period of time. Other users have a continuous need of water, such as a power plant that requires water for cooling. I am not going to in detail about that,
Right.
but the quantum of water, fresh water is available in India. It is not small. Huge quantity is available, but due to population, per capita availability of the fresh water, that is very, very less. Then in that case, to avoid scarcity of the water in future, we have to go for the storage of water. During rainy season, lots of water is wasted and going to the sea. Being we owner, but we can't use it until and unless we have the plan how to check it with us and how to use it. There is the only things, if we can store the water as per our requirement, at least, then we'll not feel the scarcity. Anybody in any country, per capita water availability, if it is going less than 1,000 cubic meter, then we fill these straits. And India, that is one of them. There are many countries in the world who are facing a scarcity, and many countries, they are having their reservoirs as per their need. India is not having storage. Until and unless India go for it, India has to face the scarcity of the water, and that will affect badly the economy of the country. But due to political reason, political will, it is not being done. Nobody think the future. Every government wants to develop the things which can give the fruit to them, as the storage water or hydro projects taking considerable time to complete it, to give the result. Then priority of the government shifted to the other way. Earlier it was coal, now it is in renewable, but not the hydro, not the storage scheme, not the pump storage scheme. Presently, government is going in solar and wind, which is giving the result within the short span, which government can get the credit of the fruits. But until and unless we go for the hydro, and we don't say hydro, this storage, because water utilities, first priority is drinking water, second priority is the irrigation, third priority comes to the power.
Right.
Then if water is less, we feel the stress, then there will be lot of problem and lot of shortage of the water for drinking, for irrigation. And today our government, it is failing, but priority is somewhere else, not in hydro. In the major hurdle, first major hurdle is political will of the government. Second, interstates disputes of the river water. That is major problem. Second, larger construction period. Third, availability of huge land to create the reservoir. Then land acquisition, environmental clearance, geographical problem, geological problems, and accessibility in hills where water is in abundance. That is the major problem. If we go for interstate river water disputes, then again political will comes forward. One of the things which most of the people knows about the government of MP and Narmada River. Somewhere in 70s, government wanted to use this water by creating the reservoir. That question comes that Narmada River is flowing in out western world, in Madhya Pradesh, then Maharashtra, then Gujarat.
Right.
That was the problem. How much water is available and how much water who will use? That is the bigger disputes. For that, Government of India has formed the tribunal to decide the water availability and share of the water among these states. And fortunately, this tribunal has come to the result, come to the conclusion, and they have concluded the total water available in Narmada, it is 28 million acre feet. This 28 million acre feet, how it is divided? Tribunal has divided 18.25 million acre feet to Madhya Pradesh, around 9 million acre feet to the Gujarat, 0.5 million acre feet to Rajasthan, and 0.25 million acre feet to the Maharashtra.
Right.
Fortunately, this decision of the tribunal has been found acceptable to all the states, and it was decided that in MP, which was earlier in the Narmada Sagar project, now after 84, it was changed the name and become Indra Sagar Reservoir, Indra Sagar project. This Indra Sagar project made the mother reservoir for all the downstream projects, schemes. Those are the Omkareshwar in Madhya Pradesh.
Right.
Then Sardar Sarovar
In Gujarat.
in Gujarat, and Maheshwar project again in the MP.
Right.
This tribunal has given the decision on the mother reservoir, because that will be used by the all other downstream. What amount they will share? They have given it, and that found the acceptable to the government.
Right.
But question comes again, opposition. If one government do any good things, then government or parties, political parties who are in opposition and NGO, they start the opposition to the decision. But this is a strong decision and strong will of the power of the government of MP. The construction of the project has been started by the government of MP. But lack of the fund, it was come to halt, and finally government started to look after by the fund where it can be available.
Right, sir.
One of the choice was the project to hand over the NHPC, a company which was formed by the government of MP and NHPC.
Correct.
And that decision is agreed by the central government, and construction has started. And that time, the whatever cost of the electricity generated by this Narmada Sagar, Indra Sagar project, that was the very costly. Nobody was ready to accept it. But government of MP who need the power, who need the water for drinking, for irrigation. They have come forward and they told whatever the cost comes, they will purchase 100% power generated from the Indra Sagar project, as well as
Right,
from
sir.
Parashwar also.
Right, sir.
And that
Sir,
was decided.
Right.
Then project Indra Sagar project or Omkareshwar, both projects have commissioned well before time, and the
Yeah,
cost
but-
of the generation, cost of the electricity generated from these two projects comes very cheap. Now,
Yeah, sir, I would request if we can quickly wind because we are running below time. थोड़ा सा जल्दी करिएगा.
Okay.
Because the presentation है और बहुत
Then
लंबा
I
है
comes
आपको.
then I comes to what is the benefits they are getting it.
Right.
This region was very hot region of the MP, where in summer season temperature went around 50 degree. But after commissioning of the project, irrigation has increased, where one crops was very difficult to take it. Today they are taking 3 crops, and due to crops and other greeneries, the ambient temperature of the region has come down 5 degree, which was earlier 50 degrees centigrade. Now it never goes beyond the 45 degrees centigrade. And those means fishermen's opposition and NGO, they are taking the points that they will be jobless. But they have earning, they have got the earning from that, and their earning is more than what they have earlier.
This is almost everywhere. This is almost everywhere. Things are even Maharashtra में भी जहाँ भी ये हुआ है, you know, the benefits are known. I'm saying everything that you are telling, it's not only for MP. You know, जब नर्मदा बन रही थी, वो 12-12 किलोमीटर वो औरतें चलती थी. And we have actually gone and told. And आपने एक बात शायद आपको पता होगा, लेकिन बेसिकली वो बात बोली नहीं गई. इस फाइल को जो नर्मदा की आपकी क्लियर की, उस समय के प्राइम मिनिस्टर देवेगौड़ा साहब, उन्हें क्या करना था, वो तो थोड़े टाइम के लिए आए थे. तो ये सारी हिस्ट्री जो है, this is there. People, good politicians have done their job. That time he was criticized a lot. But I'm saying we should not be telling कि एनजीओ को हम संभाल नहीं सकते हैं. एनजीओ कभी देखिए क्या है कि कोर्ट की प्रोसीजर और ये सब थोड़ी प्रैक्टिकल हो जाए भारत में, तो देन आई एम टेलिंग यू थिंग्स विल बी वेरी फास्ट. क्योंकि फास्ट ट्रैक पे हाइड्रो के कोर्ट लगने चाहिए, क्योंकि कोर्ट में डिसीजन फंस जाता है, इसलिए ये डिले हो रहा है. न्यायालय में डिसीजन होता ही नहीं भारत के, बहुत समय लगता है. अगर कोई आपको कोर्ट, और देखिए जब पब्लिक हियरिंग होती है, वो पब्लिक हियरिंग में सब कुछ हो जाता है, फिर बाद में मन बदल जाता है, ये सब होते हैं, ये सारी पॉलिटिक्स सबको पता है. What I'm saying is that's a different dimension. जहां पर
I am telling you, just you discuss public hearing.
हाँ जी.
I was posted in Arunachal Pradesh, and there was a public hearing for the Siang project, 1000 megawatt. One of the fellow from the NGO, in the public hearing, they told NHPC whatever telling, that is never fulfill it. They put the example in Loktak project. NHPC has promised so many things, but after commissioning of the project, they have not done anything. But that fellow, personally, he has not gone there. Fortunately, I was there who has worked there. Then I asked.
मैं मानता हूँ. I know what you're saying.
I counter every question of that. But they are telling, means just to oppose anything they can tell, because in public hearing, they are new, they don't know what happened earlier. That is main hurdle. Then
We
land
know that.
acquisition is the main hurdle. Then environmental problem, main hurdle, and water dispute, whatever it is there, I have already.
Agreed.
Yes,
मैं
but
what I'm saying, साहब, इसके बाद भी we all wrote letter and we know what happened. Finally, everybody told me कि सुभाष अय्यर साहब कभी चालू नहीं होगा. हमने 50 लेटर लिख दिए. And finally, NHPC also followed up. All of us wanted. अब सुभाष का काम तो शुरू हो गया है. I'm going to say, I want to put a positive note कि इतना अब वो जो negativity थी हाइड्रो के खिलाफ, वो धीरे धीरे हट रही है. I'm saying let's go that we have some movement happening. किसी ने सोचा नहीं होगा. अभी देखिए कुछ प्रोजेक्ट बंद पड़े हैं, उन पे भी काम करना है. लोहारी नागपाला टरबाइंस आ गए थे BHEL के, अब बंद पड़ा है. अब उसके ऊपर कोई काम नहीं कर रहा है. तो ये सब भी चीजें हैं. आप लोगों ने तो काम अच्छा किया. फाइनली इंदिरा सागर तो खड़ा हो गया. प्रसाद साहब की देन थी. और उसके ऊपर से एक बात भूलनी नहीं चाहिए कि उसमें ये पॉलिटिशियन दिग्विजय सिंह भी बहुत काम आए. प्रसाद साहब ने हमारे पब्लिक फोरम में बोला है कि दिग्विजय ने सपोर्ट किया. तो ये किसी मतलब पॉलिटिकल पार्टी की बात नहीं. जब मैंने पहले आपको कहा एक पॉलिटिशियन का नाम लिया मैंने, जिनका नाम था AB घनीकांत चौधरी. अभी मैं प्रसाद साहब के कहने कई बार कहा, प्रसाद साहब ने 4 या 5 बार हमारे फोरम में कहा. तो दिग्विजय सिंह सपोर्ट कर रहे थे. इज अ मैकेनिकल इंजीनियर. ठीक है. और अब देखिए अभी भी जो अभी जैसे देवेगौड़ा साहब ने फाइल क्लियर की, इसी प्रकार से कई प्रधानमंत्रियों ने मेहनत करी अपने हाइड्रो प्रोजेक्ट को आगे लाने में. जैसे मुलायम सिंह यादव साहब के अंडर चेयरमैनशिप की जो कमिटी थी, 41st कमिटी ऑन हाइड्रो इन द पार्लियामेंट, उसकी रिपोर्ट सबसे बढ़िया रिपोर्ट है. और अगर किसी ने पढ़ी नहीं है, मैं कहता हूँ सारे CMD पढ़ लें. उस रिपोर्ट को 41वीं जो कमिटी की रिपोर्ट है पार्लियामेंट्री स्टैंडिंग कमेटी की, वो बेंचमार्क रिपोर्ट है. एक्सेलेंट. चेयरमैन वाज मुलायम सिंह यादव. तो मैं अब पॉलिटिशियंस का नाम लेना पड़ा मुझे ये कहने के लिए अक्रॉस पार्टी लाइंस, मतलब ये मतलब अपोजिशन और इसकी बात अगर अक्रॉस पार्टी लाइन, और दूसरी एनजीओ को भी हैंडल करना पड़ेगा. सर ऐसा नहीं हो सकता कि हम एनजीओ को ना हैंडल करें. यहाँ हम क्या हुआ है, अपने देश में एक माहौल बन रहा है जिसमें मतलब लिटरली हम तू मैं पे और जोर से चल रहे हैं. तो उससे हट के
गवर्नमेंट की बात कर रहा हूँ अय्यर साहब, मैं गवर्नमेंट की बात कर रहा हूँ.
मैं समझ गया सिंह साहब.
देखिए स्टोरेज जो है, आपको पोर्टेबल वाटर चाहिए, इरिगेशन चाहिए, देन यू कैन गेट द पावर फ्रॉम सोलर और अदर थिंग्स, बट यू विल गेट द इरिगेशन, वेयर यू विल गेट द.
सर आपको मैं बता रहा हूँ, आप मेरी बात को मानिए. यू आर एन इंजीनियर. अरे साहब ये 100, 200, 300 गीगावाट हम बिजली चलाना चाहते हैं ना अपनी पूरी, तो बिना हाइड्रो के आप थर्मल को भी नहीं चला पाएंगे. ये मैंने समझा दिया है गवर्नमेंट को टेक्निकली. अब मैं इसके ऊपर पेपर बना रहा हूँ. तो ये गलत फहमी है. पानी तो पहला है. मैंने इस मीटिंग के शुरू में कहा कि वाटर इज द मेन सब्जेक्ट एंड फिर बाय प्रोडक्ट इलेक्ट्रिसिटी है. ये आपकी बात कही है. लेकिन मेरा ये कहना है सारा कुछ कह चुके हैं, पर ये भी ना कहें कि बिजली मतलब ग्रिड नहीं चला पाएंगे साहब. यू कैनॉट पंप योर grid with peak loading, and this you cannot operate the grid without having 25% of hydropower minimum. जब वाजपेयी साहब थे 27.1% था हाइड्रो का शेयर. और अभी मेरे पास प्रसाद साहब की प्रेजेंटेशन मैंने निकाली है, बीच में दिखाऊंगा. वो 2004 की 30 सितंबर की प्रेजेंटेशन है जो उन्होंने यूनाइटेड नेशंस के अंदर when he was the वाइस प्रेसिडेंट इंटरनेशनल हाइड्रो एसोसिएशन तब की है. तो मैं आपको तब दिखाऊंगा. मतलब वो मैं आपको अभी मैं, क्योंकि हम सारी बातें कर रहे हैं, वो चीजें पड़ी हुई है, लोगों ने समय समय पे किया, आप लोगों ने काम किया. हमारा एक ही काम है कि आज हम एक माहौल बनाए, हम भी एक अच्छी गुड लॉबी बने. जो हम एनजीओ के भी खिलाफ नहीं हूं. मैं एनजीओ को भी समझाना चाहूंगा इस देश में. मैं नहीं कहूंगा कि ये यहाँ पर इंडिया पाकिस्तान हो जाए. हमें वो नहीं करना. हमें इनको लेके
should come in the interest of the country.
आएंगे साहब, आएंगे.
वही इंदिरा सागर एरिया में जो पहले गाली देते थे गवर्नमेंट को पब्लिक, अब वो कहती है, अब सबके सब जो है हाथ जोड़ रहे हैं, पैर पकड़ रहे हैं मिनिस्टर्स के, वहाँ पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स के.
साहब मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ, इन असम when this was, you know, why the whole thing was, I will not name the person. पूरी प्रोजेक्ट क्यों रुकी हुई थी आपकी? क्योंकि वो कहता है यार मैंने तो पहले अपोज किया, अब मैं कैसे मान जाऊं. तो उसको क्या कहा गया मैं आपको बताता हूं कि अब आप लोगों को समझाइए जाके ये बातें. और वो बात इतनी छोटी सी थी, ईगो की बात हो जाती है कई जगह में. और बेनिफिट सबको मिल रहा है. सुभानश्री में सबको बेनिफिट मिलेगा, पूरे नॉर्थ ईस्ट को मिलेगा. तो आपकी बिल्कुल बात सराखों पर. और हम तो हाइड्रो को सपोर्ट करने आए हुए हैं. और आप कुछ मतलब आई थिंक इफ यू कैन क्लोज क्योंकि मैं फिर ये इनकी एक प्रेजेंटेशन, हमारे एफकॉन्स की प्रेजेंटेशन है, आज उन लोगों ने हमारी मदद की है। ये सेमिनार ये मैं आपकी कंक्लेव कर ही नहीं पाता तो बिना एफकॉन्स के, उनको भी सुन लेंगे।
ठीक है, इसको क्लोज करते हैं, लेकिन वन थिंग आई विल टेल।
हाँ जी सर।
पावर भूल जाइए, लेकिन
हाँ जी
इरिगेशन और ड्रिंकिंग के लिए तो पानी चाहिए, वो कहां से आएगा? Until and unless we store it,
बिल्कुल,
will not get.
दिस इज द मेन इशू।
हाइड्रो को छोड़ दीजिए कि गवर्नमेंट हाइड्रो को प्रायोरिटी दे या ना दे, लेकिन वाटर तो चाहिए फॉर इरिगेशन एंड अदर्स।
सर हाइड्रो को प्रायोरिटी नहीं देगा तो पानी नहीं मिलेगा।
कोई अल्टरनेट नहीं है।
नहीं, हम
पावर
तो
का अल्टरनेट है,
हाँ,
लेकिन इरिगेशन के लिए वाटर चाहिए, पीने के लिए पानी चाहिए, उसका अल्टरनेट तो कुछ भी नहीं है।
मैं आपको उसके आगे बताता हूँ। ग्रिड को संभालने के लिए और 50 हर्ट्ज फ्रीक्वेंसी मेंटेन करने के लिए भी हाइड्रो के अलावा और गैस के अलावा ऑल्टरनेटिव
नहीं है।
तो ये बात बड़ी क्लियर है, चाहे वो पानी हो, पानी नंबर 1। क्योंकि आज मैं जिस शहर में बैठा हूँ,
ब्लैकआउट स्टार्ट के लिए हाइड्रो इज वेरी नेसेसरी।
हाँ, बिना उसके तो काम नहीं होगा। हाइड्रो इज योर। हाँ, अब आपको मैं एक ही बात बता दूंगा आपकी सपोर्ट में। अपना हार्ट जो चल रहा है, विदाउट हैविंग इनफ ऑक्सीजन पम्प्ड बाय द ब्लड, योर हार्ट विल नॉट ऑपरेट, इट विल गो टू थ्रोम्बोसिस। So basically, I would say our hydropower is like that lung. It has to function, without which the heart will not function. Heart is the country.
Correctly.
So that is the reality what you said. And thank you once again. If you want to add.
Very much.
Wonderful to have you, sir.
Given the platform to view my.
नहीं, बिल्कुल हम और मौका करेंगे। ये तो हमें लग रहा है कि ये लंबा चलेगा, क्योंकि हमने आप लोगों को सबको बुला लिया एक ही दिन। बहुत 2 साल से बात नहीं हो रही है इसकी, हमें भी दुख था, तो इसलिए I wanted everybody to come. Thank you once again. Thank you once again, Km Singh Saab.
Thank you.
And let me get the presentation of, may I call Purnendu Parui, the Joint General Manager for AFCONS, who's the leading 13th. Let me tell you, AFCONS is the 13th best construction company in the world, not only India. Very few people know that. And they are a $1.25 billion entity, and they have done some fantastic projects.
They are doing so many hydro works.
I know, and the Atal Tunnel was also built by them. क्योंकि हम तो, I am the author of Atal Shastra, उनकी biography लिखी है तो बड़ा प्रेम आता है।
NHPC, they have done Old Dam.
बिल्कुल सर,
बिल्कुल। They are doing
बिल्कुल good work, I know. So let us get the presentation, and I would request Purnendu also. He has 74 or 78 pages, I don't know, but if you can do as less as possible. हमें भी टाइम के पीछे जा रहे हैं, 15-20 मिनट जो भी आपको चाहिए, आधा घंटा तो दिया आपको, but if you can do it in shorter time, I'll be thankful to you. Okay, Purnendu.
Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon all. I think, is it visible?
Yeah, it's visible.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Km Singh, sir, also for your good comments and your thought towards the development of hydro. Of course, Ajansi sir also giving the line. So what Km Singh sir told, that is very important. That is that water. Water, it is not only for hydro. He is mentioning very good thing. It is required for drinking water as well as irrigation. So we are thinking on that way. This water, whether we can use for the drinking water and hydro all together. So I think that is a very good solution. He has given thought on this. And I think with that thought, we can go ahead and we can propose this. I think best is the pump storage project with the irrigation. So what the irrigation also can be done, and that power generation also can be done. So I am going through, sir, the AFCONS. I think we can contribute and in this industry, and we are we have proved some that projects. So where that you are mentioned, this Km Singh said that one of the issues in the hydro, that is the long duration, so which affects. So I'll show you, sir, in our presentation, and which is out that companies do also to complete their job and come out within that schedule, rather add in schedule. So just allow me some time. I'll just go through our that overall the company presentation, then we can have the discussion. Said this is a brief introduction of AFCONS. So you know, sir, that this is the Kapurji Palonji groups of company. So we are that 150 years old for a minute, and rather we can say, sir, we are 150 years young, and our chairman says go another 150 years and then another 150 years. So like this. So our journey should not stop, and we are growing our that future leadership in that way. We are developing it. So today we have around $7.5 billion is our turnover, well diversified. We are having presence almost in the 4 continents in the world. It is well spread out groups. So AFCONS actually, sir, earlier it was with that Dinanji group. So this Sabutri Palanji group, this has taken over in the 2000. So basically, sir, AFCONS, they are mainly in the marine and infrastructure, marine ports and that surface transport. So later on, it has been diversified in the metros, hydro and irrigation and oil and gas. This actually, sir, AFCONS, we are working in the vertical. It is completely vertical. Each unit, it is headed by that one director level, and they are just like a CEO of a company. So one is vertical is marine and industrial. It takes about that ports, harbors, which is the core business of that. Surface transport, this unit is taking care of that all road, bridges, highways. Balance that three, it was later on introduced. That is the urban infrastructure, which takes care of the metro works in the cities. One is oil and gas, which takes care about the offshore platforms inside the sea. And fifth one is the hydro and underground, which I am representing. So it's take care about that all irrigation projects, dams, hydropower, and that water pipeline also. So this is why we are set extreme. So definitely people are asking why you are written that extreme in your presentation. Extreme means that we are that company which who are built that highest arch bridge, the 359 meters, that is for the China bridge in JNK. We built tunnel from -30 to plus 3000 meter elevation. -30 means I have to say first underwater tunnel in Kolkata to our Atal tunnel at 3000 meter plus elevation. So like this, sir, so that's why we are extreme. India still that India largest underground metro station in Chennai that we have constructed. So that is in our figure. I just go through it that financially, by God grace, still we are in the good financial position. We have that A+ rating. We are having that good team of engineers, more than 2000 graduate and postgraduate engineers we are having. We are certified by the Great Place of Work. So even in Bhutan also we have been awarded at a Best Employer Award. Africa also we got that Best Employer Award. So ours, that is our that company's motto to take care of even that are single workers. So we treat them as our partner. This is our Mr. Sapul Mistry, who is the chairman. And this AFCON will be led with Mr. Paransi. Sir, we are having that equipments around $350 million plus. So in hydro and underground, though we are new actually, we have started this unit around 10 years back. And till date, we are acquiring some strategic equipment like that. We are having around 24 stage on those equipment. Exactly, it is required for the TBM. 10 numbers of TBM we are having. We are owning actually. I'll just go through, sir, this some presentation with our some photographs with our hydro and underground units. Actually, sir, AFCONS in hydro and irrigation business since 63. Earlier, what we are limited only the dam foundations, jet gouting, coal gouting, etc. So later on in 2000, last around 10 years back, we have started our business. We told them it was on that first job. We did that descending basic that Km Singh mentioned about these jobs with that NTPC, and we are the first company who finished that among that all package means will come out first. Whether the dam was at that time it was under construction, powerhouse was under construction. We completed this structure, this setting structure. It is 55-meter height with the Tesla gate. This was one this Anaram barrage in Telenga's under the Kaleshwaram lift irrigation scheme. So we completed these jobs in the record time of 28 months. So this barrage is 1.2 kilometer with 66 numbers of radial gates involved, and which involved the 13 lakhs kilometer of concrete. And we did these jobs with that means in 1 year we poured around 8 lakhs kilometer of concrete, and simultaneously 4 months we poured 1 lakh kilometer of concrete. So actually this was in that Godavari river. So dewatering, it was the main challenge here. So we developed here that well point dewatering system because it was a sandy strata. We deployed a lot of batching plants. Around 55,000 of that steel it was used in that barrage. So it was a since this volume of this jobs, it was huge. Around 60 lakhs kilometer embankment was also involved in this barrage. So simultaneously we work day and night, and that's 365 days. So 66 numbers of radial gates that we also erect during these 28 months of period. So this was some appreciation. Even we are fortunate that a person from CWC also appreciated these jobs. Based on this performance, we got another job in Telangana, that is the Malana Sagar reservoir. So it is a 8.5 kilometer earthen dam. Here actually, sir, this total embankment it is 3.5 lakh cubic meter, and we achieved one that 2.03 ports cubic meter. Sorry, total it was the 3.5 ports cubic meters. So out of that, we completed in 1 year more than 2 ports cubic meter. So here is also that gate structure. It is involved, so it is near that completion, this job. So in this job, sir, we are devoted that 100 tons dumper and that EX1200 excavator, and 35 number of Scania dumper also deployed. Huge mobilization. This is another one that famous tunnel we completed. That is in Atal tunnel. It is the world longest tunnel, about the 3,000 meter altitude. So here is a one that unique it is there, that is the design. So actually they are fitted that escape tunnel in bottom of this tunnel. So generally otherwise generally this for the transportation tunnel, since it is a 9 kilometer tunnel, so a separate escape tunnel has to provide. But in this design actually it is fitted in the same alignment. In the bottom of this. Yes, there are some patches, the Sedinala patches, due to that high ingress of water, but ultimately we have completed that. This some Jumbodampur railways water tunnel pages, that is some packages we have completed, another that 2 packages with that is going on. So we have done here around 75 kilometers tunnel in this package. This among that all packages. This is our one ongoing jobs. This is also very critical here. 21 kilometer tunnel is involved in this with the Pandotapuli road tunnel projects. So this also the total duration of this job is 36 months. And we are nearing completion. This tunnel is all tunnel is through. So only some part lining is balanced. So complete ENERTIA method it has been adopted. What sir Km Singh told also that time it is important. So here sir we can tell you sir the AFCON's we totally emphasize on this or our management because it's a 20 kilometer of tunnel we completed within the 3 years. That is also in the Himalaya, young Himalaya, and with that existing traffic diversion. So which was the challenging. So this package also involved that viaducts, which is also that criticals. Another these significant jobs we are currently it is constructing in the Maharashtra, for Nagpur. So here are these total 16 kilometer tunnels or two twin tunnel it is there, 3 lanes tunnels. Here, sir, also we create that record. We did that almost 200-meter plus tunneling on the single phase in consecutive 8 months. And in 1 month, of course, we have crossed more than 250 meters. And 16 kilometer tunnel excavation we completed in that 2 years period. And last we did that last. There was a lot of articles in the national level newspaper also. So in this package also involved that vertical shaft for that ventilation purpose. So that was also completed. Here, sir, also prestigious project of this Pakaldul power house package, 1,000 megawatt power house. Here, that main challenge is one is the power house cabin, of course, which is completed. And second is the challenging here is that 4 numbers of that vertical shaft, 300 meters, pressure shaft, and 2 numbers of pressure shaft of 200 meter depth. So, and here this method it is and we got it, this rise is going this. We are exerting this work safely. I was cabin completed, now that conclusion work has been started. So we are also in that water supply pipeline. So for our first water supply pipeline, it was in Tanzania. We have successfully completed this job in 4 months. And recently, during that COVID period, we got that 4 numbers of that package in water supply package, drinking water supply package in Africa, Rwanda, Zanzibar, Chile, and one of course. So that is around that performance in the hydro. Of course, we have started around 10 years back. It was started by Valedictory leading that. This is some just marine and industrial where Apple has that core business to build that jetty of that woman. Actually, in that APCONs, we are having around 35 to 40% turnover from the overseas jobs. So, Africa, we are having that good presence. Currently, around 12 around 12 to 13 countries in Africa we are working. And our group, of course, have that presence of that 35 countries in Africa. This weird jetty that is also completed by this by the marine. In Liberia, sir, we did that port handling system. Job by Km Singh. They never asked for that any that tendering and all this thing. So only due to that our performance are delivered. In Jordan also we have completed that rock terminal. Surface transport, sir, this Accra Lucknow Expressway, that is also we have completed in the record time of 22 months. Though this project it was this original schedule it was 36 months, but due to some this reason, that political reason, or that government deliverable, that we have able to complete it within the 22 months. Same in the first lane of the Jammu-Udhampur Expressway. So people who are traveling from Jammu to Srinagar. So that first Jammu-Udhampur road that happens where we did that EPC job. So in NHI history, that is the first job which was completed in the ADOS. This is the bridge in this Kerala. This is some overseas jobs under the service transport. Khana, presently we are doing the railway projects, railway development. In urban infrastructures, mainly we are taking care of that underground metros package. So Chennai metros, the largest package underground station that we have. Delays a lot of underground works and as well as overall metros viaduct that we have completed. This is the Chennai bridge, famous, world famous bridge. So this top parts has been already lifted. This is the Kolkata Metro tunnel. This first India's first underwater tunnel. So this tunnel is also through. This our part package some station what the building is finishing is what going on. Oil and gas, this is of course this is the offshore works completely process platform irrigation and all this. So very specialized work around 200 kilometers inside the sea. So this platform is to be erected. So sir, we are ready now. We are coming to the Bhutan. So Bhutan, we have started with one that work at the Conclave. That Conclave Township Development work. So we engage first, and we want to enter in the Bhutan hydropower development. We want to join with them, and we want to prove that this hydropower also can complete it within the scheduled time. And what we prove in that India in some irrigation sector and that tunnel sector. Ramadikari sir is there, so he knows our performance in the MSRTC tunnel and by number. So he is actively involved in this. So even this Conclave Township project in Bhutan also, this work it has been awarded to us by the CDCL, and we are doing the job that with their satisfaction, with good satisfaction. So we are committed toward the local development. Our city is not that we are doing business and come on. So we generally enter in actors generally enter with some other intention of developing the locals. So we want to grow with them. We want to grow that skill development of the locals engineers, locals manpower, so that after 10 years they should be able to do the work at their own. They should be able to complete. And they should not depend on anyone in outsiders. So we are set side with that one local company for that joint development of this major infrastructure. And we are committed for the local skill development also. So generally it is not in Africa also we set up there that's ITI kind of things, but that we train that local manpowers and we use them in our project. And here sir, one thing that in Bhutan also we are ready to join hands with the financial arrangement. We can have we are having that agency, financial agency. They can give that lending with very competitive interest. That way, sir, we are taking guarantee of this completing that job within the schedule. So, which is the major concern in the hydropower projects. So that's all, sir. That is our strength, you can say, in the DAPCONs, where we can say that why we are proud about the DAPCONs. Only because of that is our delivery and our that quality. So we are confident on it. And of course, sir, this 150 years old group means that it is the trust that build we there. So that trust we want to continue another 150 years and then another 150 years. So with that, I thanks everyone and come to the with the further discussion. And over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Purnendu, especially. It was a wonderful presentation. And, there is no doubt that Afcons is a very solid company, and it has got historically the Shapurji Policy Group itself, which is a promoter of Afcons, a $7.5 billion entity in India. And it is a very historical company in India in the real estate, construction, and definitely with Afcons, all that you have shown. It's a phenomenal opportunity for a kind of a joint agreement with local companies in Bhutan and building yourself up there. And I
Yes,
hope we
sir,
can.
that is our motto, sir, to develop with Sabka Vikas Sabka Saath.
Yeah, उसमें आप एक और यार उसमें एक आप डाल दीजिए वो जयप्रकाश नारायण थे बड़े फेमस. You will remember the great JP movement. उन्होंने कहा था सर्वोदय means सबका उदय. So that is more important because we need to go back to our ideas of gross national happiness, which Bhutan stands for. And I add a little bit of that for India to follow Bhutan instead of, the other way around. Most countries would follow. I would love to follow Bhutan's gross national happiness with one more factor, which is called harmony. So harmonious living of people coming together and growing through project development is the only way forward to build the country. So wonderful, Purnendu, and we are missing Paradkar Sahib today. SG Paradkar, he has been very positive on the Bhutan issue, and I am very sure that we will, with our friends, and Ashok is hearing us. He's from the Bhutan Broadcasting Service, so he will take the message. And let me also tell you that who are our good Bhutan friends here. We have Karma Namgyel, Ministry of Economic Affairs, Royal Government of Bhutan. Can Karma Namgyel hear me? Can Mr. Karma Namgyel hear me? Is there here? I can see his name. I can see him on the line. Other than, of course, our friend Ashok Tirva. Then I am also seeing Mr. Kado Drukpa. Kado is here. Can he say hello? Can you hear me? Kado Drukpa is the dam engineer, and he's been awarded by us in the last summit for his work. He is with the Pune Sancho Hydropower Authority #1. And Khazanchi Saab, can you say a few words on Kado and his work? Khazanchi Saab. Is Khazanchi Saab hearing us? So anyway, let me tell you who are all there, whose name people will not know, but on the screen. But we have J.R. Chaudhary, Executive Director, NHPC, joining us. We have Regional Office of Jammu of NHPC here joining us, and we have S.L. Kapil, Executive Director from NHPC. Thank you, sir, for joining us. And we do have Vk Sinha, Managing Director of National Hydro NHDC, the joint venture of NHPC in Madhya Pradesh. Sinha Saab, can you hear us? Is Sinha Saab able to hear us? I think. Yeah, anyway, we have all of them joining us. And I want at this juncture, by the time I go, I want to introduce Lieutenant Colonel Manoj Chanan once again. And I want Manojji to give a few words because we are running short of time. So we will push in whoever we can in between before I go to a presentation by Andritz next, Chanan Saab, can you hear me?
I can hear you very well, Ji. How are you?
Wonderful, sir. Chanan Saab, the question that I am posing is, we right now import about 2,200 megawatt of hydropower from Bhutan. And I can tell you that in between when we had trouble with our grid, it was actually two times. One, when we had that problem of when one day we had a kind of a switch off of electricity. That day also, Bhutan was very helpful to us. Other than the entire hydropower, that day probably the Minister of Power got more insight into what hydro can do to us. Because when the whole dip happened in the country, it was hydro that saved us. The second thing is the geostrategic. For you, the question is the geostrategic importance of Bhutan for us, and also as we see Nepal for us, because Bhutan has 45 gigawatt of hydro potential and fantastic hydro potential there because almost all the best glaciers run through Bhutan and they have got run-of-the-river capability there. And within our own northeast as well, Sikkim, And most important is Arunachal, which is about 150, 200 gigawatt as per our REPA assessment of potential. Even the CEA has agreed long ago that the total potential is not less than 250,000 megawatt, which was in the year 2004. So if they review it, it will be not less than 350,000 megawatt. That means 350 gigawatt. Now, how do you see from a strategic national strategy and national energy security perspective, this all lying in the northeast region and also with our friends in Bhutan? And why should we not develop this? Because we know what our neighbors, the best neighbors, China is trying to do. They have used all the hydro capability of Tibet, and they are always eyeing the water resources. So your comments on this, sir, very important to us.
So, sir, firstly, good afternoon to this highly panel and participants on this seminar. And I think I've been hearing, a lot of speakers the last hour plus, and most of them have covered the necessity of water as a resource. It's limited, and therefore, whatever is limited is something which all potential powers would like to take control of. Professor Iyer has just mentioned we have some lovely neighbors. On the west is Pakistan, on the north is and the Tibetan Autonomous Region is China, and of course China is now trying to sort of be omnipresent around us by having its presence in Myanmar, and as you see, it's even got a heavy presence even in Sri Lanka. So I want to go into the more military aspects of this encirculation of India by China and its trying to control the resources globally. What we have to see is what we have internally available to us. Now, if you see the map of India and you look at the various rivers that are flowing in, especially Bhutan, Sikkim, Nepal, and of course, the Brahmaputra, which comes in towards the northeast. Water is a resource, and correctly brought out, if we don't dam it, we don't use hydropower to store it, it will flow and be wasted into the sea. We have 2% of this natural water available to us through these rivers, and about 1% of the water is capped in the ice caps both north and south. That too, as you're aware, because of the global warming, that capacity is being reduced every day, and there is a requirement of addressing this very seriously. Learned speakers have spoken about how hydropower is very good for global warming because it is not consuming or generating energy, which is causing damage. Water is used as a resource to turn the turbine, and it's further used for irrigation, drinking, and many more uses that water has for various requirements in our day-to-day life. There is a very interesting study that has been done by the IDSA, now the Manohar Parrikar Institute, which is based out of Delhi. They have published a book called Water Security. It's a publication which I can share with Professor Iyer, and I'm sure he'll be glad to share it with the larger panelists on the seminar today who will be able to take away these lessons from it. So coming back to the point that water as a resource is something that needs to be utilized. So hydropower is one. The other is that you need to create various kinds of rainwater harvesting projects so that we are not stressed out. So this particular book also talks about how we are going to be facing challenges by 2025, and by 2050 we will have actual scarcity of water. In our brief discussion with Professor Iyer, it was mentioned that what we have available to us is about 50 gallons of water per person per day, whereas the average availability of water in developed countries is about 250. And of late, there have been various red flags that have been raised. The present Prime Minister, when he came to his
office in 2014, I think had started off with a very good initiative of sort of connecting all the water channels and having an inland water transportation system, thereby collating our resource and putting it to better use. I think somewhere down the line, there has been a little loss of focus on this particular area. Some other environmentalists feel that this was something which was more damaging to the ecology. That is something I'm not very qualified to speak upon. At the same time, as I've seen in Gujarat, various water channels that are irrigation channels have also been covered by solar panels. So that is a good thought when you look at it, that it prevents evaporation of water. But at the same time, the sunlight also has an important aspect to the micro bacteria and other living forms within the water, which need sunlight. So you do something, it may have a positive aspect, it may have a negative aspect also. So therefore, everyone has to be a little more careful rather than just looking at an issue from one particular aspect. If you look at China, it's very keen the way it is now pressing its demands along the LAC, and it has got its good friend Pakistan in total connivance and support. We all understand that in 1984 we went and sat on the Siachen Glacier. Siachen Glacier is the ice cap that everybody's eyeing because that's where the water is going to come from. Pakistan, since 1947, post-partition, is very keen that Kashmir should become a part of its territory. Reason is very simple. The water flows from India to Pakistan, and they feel that whatever we are doing on our side of the border is possibly to choke them and their fertile lands in the plains of Punjab. China has done the same thing to us along Brahmaputra. Many China watchers who are pro-China would suggest in their writings and communication that no, China is not doing anything. It's probably utilizing its water better. But that's not the case. People who have been staying along the river of Brahmaputra understand that the water flow has changed and it's a little lesser than what it was earlier. The Chinese also claim territories up to the northern bank of Brahmaputra in Assam. They do claim Arunachal and they continue to do so. Very recently, and that I think yesterday or day before, there's been a report that suggests that China has passed a law that certain territories which are not recognized by any international authority are now the lands that belong to China. So it means that whatever we are contesting for against the line of control, as part of its CW strategy, it is first trying to legalize its right of those territories and thereafter stake claim to it, which of course, we for some reason have been very quiet and not being very vociferous politically or at the international level, with the various international forums. There has the new US ambassador to China has given a statement that they will, as US, take up a case with the CCP and question the Chinese government on their attempted intrusions along the LAC. While we hear a lot of talk of being Atmanirbhar, self-reliant, and what else, on the other side, when you look at events in Afghanistan, again, the US has got some sort of a understanding with the Pakistanis for allowing the use of their airspace for their interests in Afghanistan. And therefore, we should not really be looking at crutches to help us move in the direction that we want to. We should be independent and we should have a clear policy on what we need to do with China or Pakistan or Afghanistan. I tend to believe that we want to play for time because we don't have capability or capacity to challenge a huge behemoth like China. But that's been there since years, since the 62 war, that we have never thought that we need to gear up and really take them on. Even now, I think there's a lot of smoke, very little activity to achieving our self-reliance. Some people may disagree with me. Well, they're most welcome to their opinion. I have nothing to challenge them on. This is just from a purely military analytical mind, a cold analysis of what is reality. It's not to gain public favor or be a popular speaker to say that, make statements which everybody loves to hear. I think I have in a very brief manner mentioned what is important for the various planners on the seminar today. And I think they should look at it with the perspective that yes, water channels also become very strong defensive lines. So
Right, sir.
that's all I've got to say. Thank you so much.
Charan Saab, only one point to stress, so that we are clear. The whole 200 gigawatt, we have been constantly talking at our forum that the real reason for Arunachal pitch and, of course, Assam is getting developed because through Assam and through Sikkim, we are in major development of hydropower today. For your information, the entire Siang River, the entire thing is, the entire river tributaries. We are building hydropower projects. Tista 1 across Tista River, Tista 1, Tista 2, Tista 3, and Tista 4. 6 stages will be coming at least. So my view is, why we should not develop the same thing with Arunachal, which has a far greater potential. Because the whole issue is water. Because when you talk about legitimizing a territory, the biggest legitimizing is when you put the infrastructure. Nobody can say it's not some cake that they can take away. With all due respect to the Chinese military ability and all that, I don't think India is the pushover. And at the same time, geographic indication, the one who has the geographical control over a place will tend to develop that place. So in addition to road infrastructure, my pitch is the government must up the ante to develop the hydropower in a big way in Arunachal and Sikkim and these states further. That is my point. And how do you see that as a strategic alternative for us and a need for us to power the northeast and rest of the country?
So, in a very recent interview, which this renowned journalist, Mr. Nitin Gokhale, had with the Eastern Army commander, I was listening on to it. So, there is a big push that has been given as a synergy to develop the complete northeast region.
Right.
And the infrastructure is coming up. Infrastructure is not only coming up in terms of roads, helipads, airfields. It's also coming up, like I heard the AFCON gentleman speak about the various tunnels they've been created.
Yes.
So there are a lot of work being done in creating tunnels and ensuring that logistics are moved quickly, both under water, under the Brahmaputra, or through the high mountain ranges where you don't have to go with the passes. You just go through the hill and quickly be able to deploy your resources. So I think it's always a bread versus guns, kind of a debate that always comes up.
Absolutely.
So,
and
so what I think is the allocation of resources is being done in a manner in which possibly the hydropower projects should also come up.
Yeah, it should be very important.
And you see, what is important is firstly the roads have to come up. Once the roads come up, then there is an easy process of developing the hydropower projects. Otherwise, without access to the site by road, I think construction will be a very challenging sort of a issue. And road infrastructure having come up will probably facilitate this in a major way. And
for sure.
all this takes time. All this takes time because even the road, there are specialists on the seminar who would probably agree my brief knowledge is that having served in areas in the northeast, I was told that a proper road is only constructed over 3 monsoons when the soil settles down properly and it is not washed away. And especially so in places like Arunachal and Sikkim, where the rainfall is very, very heavy. And and any shortcuts would lead to more losses rather than development, I think. So it's a tedious process, and I think we're going there that way. Yes, we will be hopeful of developing Northeast as a complete thing, and just as a thing to sort of reassure you, the Eastern Command, in particular to Arunachal, has got the Mountain Strike Corps ready to take on any tasks it has on a proactive manner for offensive tasks, not defensive. So we are not weak. We're not weak in Arunachal. So it's just a thought that I would leave with you. So
Thank you,
it's a comprehensive thing. So I think we need to just bit time. Yeah.
Right.
Thank you
And
so much.
and thank you, Chanan Saab. It was a great insight from you. We have another friend of ours from, of course, military, but who has developed hydro. So this is Colonel R.N. Khosla, if he is hearing us. R.N. Khosla Saab, are you hearing us? R.M. Khosla Saab. I think he's not there. Then we have definitely, Brad Kempo joining us from Canada. He does not have the video, but he's hearing us. So Brad Kempo, all the way from Vancouver, has joined us. He is the founder of the Global Capital Procurement Partners, and he's trying to work out some friendly investments opportunities for India. So he has also joined us. Brad is part of REPA, the Renewable Energy Proportion Association. He's a North America Associate DG. Then we have Dr. Hridesh Khanna, our colleague joining from Germany. Khanna Saab, can you hear us? Dr. Hridesh Khanna is also there from Germany, all the way for Ingersdorf, near Nuremberg. And then there is another Bhutanese friend of ours. I must name him while I named all the other Bhutanese friends. Skilny Dema, Assistant ICTO, are from the Ministry of Information and Communication. Yeah, Colonel Khosla is there. Khosla Saab, you're there? Okay. Can you hear me?
I am there. I can hear you. Very interesting talk.
Yeah. So अभी कर्नल लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल अपने लेफ्टिनेंट कर्नल मनोज छनन साहब जो हमारे मित्र हैं उन्होंने कहा he put the military perspective, but you have been in the development when you were at Patel and Simplex. The point that I'm making is, why not develop the entire hydro opportunity so that even for China it is very difficult to even talk about Arunachal in the coming years over the decade. And then surely we must develop and make all possible efforts to enable our Bhutanese to become the highest GDP nation in our vicinity. Let their GDP be better than India. It is only possible if we develop all their hydropower and buy their electricity. Do you agree with me?
Certainly. This the military, particularly right from the days of IMTRAT, the development has taken place in Bhutan, and we are the major facilitators of every type of infrastructure communication. And as you are aware, the defense does not get involved in politics at all.
We know that.
Once the task has been given, that we will see a correct passage for the entire logistics and bring peace and absolute habitability in those far-flung areas. We take it on ourselves to do or die, and we always deliver, as you are aware. Thank you.
Right, Khosla Saab. Thanks for your input, and a big thanks to Lieutenant Colonel Manoj Chanan. And I want now a view from S.K. Dharmadhikari Saab. Dharmadhikari Saab, can you hear me? You have heard a lot. I want you to put this thing on both India and Bhutan. India has also development hydropower, and about Bhutan. I want a quick input from you, sir. S.K. Dharmadhikari Saab, former Vice President HCC, and a stalwart in his own rights for both India and Bhutan. A lot of good projects done over there by HCC. Dharmadhikari Saab, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear
Over to
me?
you, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Okay, okay. So tell me.
Sir, our point is now most of the discussion, I want you to focus on the two issues: the necessity of development of hydro capacity in Bhutan, where we have committed to 10 gigawatt, but we know we can go 3 times. And the current report says it is 45 gigawatt of potential over there. And then surely the potential in our northeast, as I just said, 150 to 200 gigawatt is in Arunachal alone. We have to revise our data, which I think CA has one data. And so all this development is massive development, 70 gigawatt in Sikkim. If we add Nepal in the next, it will another 75 gigawatt. So massive potential, and buying all this power from Bhutan will make them the largest GDP in the largest per capita country in the region of South Asia. So we must be more than happy that our younger brothers are becoming richer than us. What is the problem?
Yeah.
Why should we not develop the whole thing?
Okay, I will put my thoughts on this thing, even though many people have put their thoughts. And
I
now
know, but your first shot from you. As a developer, you have done so many projects, both the countries.
Yeah. Okay, so importance of hydropower, everybody has elaborated on that thing. The necessity of hydropower, they have explained. Then the necessity of power and the contribution from the hydropower sector in that.
Right, sir.
Many people have explained that thing. The necessity of the prime material, mainly water, required for that thing, and how it is available in India, but how it is to be used in a very proper way, so that the power can be cultivated in a very usable manner, I can say.
Right, sir.
So that is the situation. Now, first thing, I put some points here when I was listening to the people, many people, I put some points here, which I wanted to elaborate on. First thing, why hydro only and why not others? Now, why hydro only is a answer from, rather this question has got answer from everybody from our side, that hydro is in that way very cheap. When I was working as an engineer, I am basically an hydro engineer. I would like to tell you.
Right.
Maximum projects I have done in tunneling, they are hydropower projects. So I used to always say कि पानी से बिजली बनाने के इतना profitable काम दूसरा नहीं है.
Right, sir.
The basic material required is water, and water is available in abundance in our country. Even though there are shortages felt sometimes, but then if it is managed properly, we can get water in a proper quantum for production of the electricity. So that is one thing. Now there are many points or many hurdles in producing hydropower. Now every now and then we are comparing with China. That China, when it became free, that was the power production there, and that was the population. India was this much, and now the difference is vast. Okay, it is there. But one thing I am always thinking, one thing I get as an answer in this thing, that India is adopting what I can say as, we are adopting not dictatorship or nothing, that we are not forcing people to produce that thing, but we are allowing people to create the power or produce the power as per their will. Now, this process takes time. It is not a dictatorship that you go and put hunter for the people and then they produce whatever you want. It is not like that. So, it is a process of from the convenience of the people, and then they produce that thing. So it is going to take some time. But whatever we have done up till now is also remarkable. I am not a judge for that thing, but I can see myself that hydropower projects, what I have constructed rather, were really extremely difficult in difficult region, with difficulties, other difficulties also. But they were completed in time. They are producing as on date the power. That means we are progressing in the right direction. Only thing, more pressure is required, more efforts are required, and that is everywhere. Not
Correct.
only hydro, they are everywhere. So one has to do it that way so that we get our demand of power somewhat complete, not completed, somewhat shared by this thing. Then another point, there are many problems in that thing, many hurdles in that thing. Policies is main hurdle. The government follows the policies. Some policies are favorable to the construction of hydropower projects. Some are not that much favorable. And so there are some issues in that thing. Now this
Right.
is everywhere, in each and every country it is like that.
Right, sir.
Now another thing is, see why hydro is difficult, why I am saying that hydro power production is difficult, and that's why we are facing less production issue. The main thing in hydro, or main thing in the hydropower production is the uncertainty. The
Yeah.
uncertainty in the construction, the uncertainty in the land acquisition, accessibility to the terrain, less number of rivers are there which are perennial actually, and everywhere production of power is not that suitable. So we have to
Right.
choose the proper site and do the study of the site, and then prepare for the production of the hydropower. So these are
Right,
the
sir.
things which are creating issues and taking more time in that thing. Another thing what I am saying is, you can call it as political, you can call it as administrative. In our country, there is overdose of liberty actually. Anybody can give his opinion on anything, whether he's concerned to it or not. That is not his problem. He gives his opinion, and in this situation, many of the issues, they get a negative opinion from the people, and finally, the power projects also suffer in that thing. And this happens for the hydropower also. We have seen there are n number of projects which we can list even just now also, that the power projects have been stalled because of some minor reasons. And this is because of the overdose of the, or more liberty of putting our opinion on any issue. That is one thing. Then actually hydropower projects are very important from our side, not only for the production of power also, but the issue of global warming, which is very severe or serious as on date. Mini hydropower projects or hydropower projects are the solutions for that thing. Somebody explained here in the lecture that the temperature in a particular region of India, where it was about
Yeah, it was Madhya Pradesh. It was Km Singh Saab.
Yeah,
CMD, ex-CMD NHPC.
Yeah, it was nearing to 50, but now it has been stable on 45. So these are all the issues which are related to hydropower production. Preparing the projects or making the project for production of power is one thing, but it is sorting out or solving another issues also, because water is the prime thing in this thing. And somebody in the last lecture itself, the recent lecture itself, he was saying that whatever is there, water is the main thing which is required for the production.
Yeah. No doubt, sir.
So all these things are there. Now, I am not really prepared to give any lecture or.
I know, sir. But it's important that your views are important.
These are my spontaneous thoughts by listening to many stalwarts in the previous lectures. I got these thoughts in my mind. I just jotted them down here. But in next time, if we are going to have a discussion on this thing or presentation,
we will surely have. We will go forward, because today was not the day to discuss just the construction. We wanted to have a larger economic overview on energy from hydro energy. So what you said, Dharmadikar Saab, is fantastic, because right now I quoted those 7 points when I started from the International Energy Agency, and this is the latest report, the 2021 report. I repeat, it is the report on Hydropower Special Market Report 2021 and Mission 2030 from International Energy Agency. They have never written about hydropower the way they wrote. And one very interesting point in that report I saw was they made a commentary. They said, all must listen very carefully what I'm saying right now. They have said hydropower is the forgotten giant of low carbon electricity. And this is what is the end of the story. Because what happens, while I agree with all this principle of water resources, but with my discussions on Prasad, who was basically an electrical engineer, I understood that not only water, even you cannot operate your grid without enough hydropower in it.
Yes.
So we cannot see, it is fine that electricity is a byproduct, but I want to correct myself as well in this, because I always felt water is this and electricity is a byproduct, but you cannot operate your grid economically without hydropower. And this is in their statement number 5, where they, statement number 4, they say maximize the flexibility capacity of existing hydropower plants. That's what they say.
Yeah.
And they also make a statement, support the expansion of pump storage hydropower. And I also read some before that in the point number 2, enforce robust sustainability standards for hydropower. Then they write in the 3rd point, recognize the critical role of hydropower for electricity security and reflects its value through remunerative mechanism. See, therefore, I will now put one technical point. See, the grid frequency, we have now one unified grid, which is basically the 50 hertz frequency that we are operating.
Yeah.
And if you see what is the grid code issued to us, you will be shocked, Dharmadhikari Saab, that graph is not in front of me today. But I will just tell you, 50.05 hertz, you can draw electricity at zero cost. This is the reason I'm trying to get away from the argument because हम बोले electricity जरूरी नहीं है. So our, sorry to say, our political diaspora will end up say, okay, ठीक है, वो तो solar से बना लो, wind से बनाओ, 6 घंटा मिलेगा. वो भी बोलना नहीं है. What we have to do is, water is very important. Water is key to this. And we are running a water crisis. But our electricity crisis is already started. Because coal power plants, today the total share of hydropower has come down to 10% in generation terms. That was 27.1% during Vajpayee's time. And he brought the 50 gigawatt hydropower where Prasad was chairing it. So today what's happened, this grid frequency ka problem pe coming, 50.05 hertz, you pay nothing to the central electricity system. You can draw free power. Any state can draw free power at 50.05 hertz. That is a law. But you will never go to 50.05 hertz because you are starved of electricity. Several villages go without electricity in this country. UP, Bihar, it is almost like no electricity in some villages comes once or twice in a week. Then there are good townships and all, their electricity will be there, but it will go off maybe every day. That's the situation. Even when I'm staying in Thane, I get, which I do not know, my inverter takes over, but I get power cuts. Okay. So it is very important to understand here that if the frequency is 49.5 hertz, not 49.7, we are drawing, Discom will be drawing power at more than 5 rupees a unit. And if it is less than 49.5, then what happens? The Discom will buy power at 8 to 10 rupees. Then what price it will sell to consumer, we all need not question it. So that is the big trouble over there with the grid frequency, with the unified grid command, because what we are doing is we are protecting the thermal machines from reverse voltage flow into them. And this is a subject which is known to grid operators like POSOCO, and NTPC is scared. All the thermal power plants, they can literally blow like a bomb if there is no hydro. So as hydro is reducing, people are scared. So hydro has come down. For example, in the year 2004-03, I told you 27.1%. In the year 2013, 12-13, it came down to around 15 to 14%. Now we are down to 10%. So I don't see any trend. I'm not labeling any government or talking to any government. In general, it is high time that we focus on the very important need for hydropower in this country. So thank you for supporting all of you who have come today. And especially Dharmadhikari Sahib. So before I go to DP Goyal, and I want to engage RN Mishra, PVSN Murthy, CM Walia Sahib from the Basin Authority, SC Sharma from Tehri, SK Shukla from Tehri. Before I do, may I request our friends from Andritz to make their presentation on the hydro turbine. Is Andritz available there?
Yes, Mr. Iyer, I am available.
Yes, my friend. So can you go ahead with your presentation? It's an exciting discussion. We have crossed over the time, but I want to give opportunity to definitely our support today because we could not have organized this without your support. Thanks again.
Yeah. So are you able to hear my screen?
Yeah, absolutely clear. Absolutely clear.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, first of all, I would like to thank you very much for giving this platform to talk about this hydropower. And I am hearing about this hydropower developments since morning, and it is quite interesting that we all are pushing together to move on the hydro sector. And really, this is a need of time that when we have to work on this, how more and more hydropower plants come into the picture. Now, today topic is very precisely because time is short. So I'm going to this. Today topic is the digitalization of the hydropower plants. So this is one of the initiative by Enrich Hydro because of course, plantation or new plants of the hydropower plant is important to come into the country. But how these plants to be operated is another challenge. So that we should have a maximum power out of that. So this is one of the challenge which Enrich has taken it and to develop this digitalization of hydropower plant. Before proceeding to my presentation, just I would like to give the message that because during the visits at the different electricity board, I will say it is an excellent initiatives by different electricity boards. They have the monitoring system, like they can see from their room that how their power plants are working and how much they are producing in terms of megawatt. So they are able to view and they are able to monitor the flow as well as to megawatt as well as RPM and everything. They are able to monitor it from their rooms. This is one of the initiative. But now today, what I'm going to present is a digitalization. A digitalization is the next step. So let us start on this presentation, and then I would like to have a good discussion after my presentation. So if any question is there, we can discuss on it. So just this is the evolution of digital technology. I'm going to be very fast because as you all know that it has started prior to 1940s. We are working on the analogy format, and then 47 to 69, then we were transformed to the digital format. So this is again a rise of computers will comes in 1969 to 89 when a lot of data is there. So we need a computer so that we can search out from there. But when we see that a number of users has been increased drastically, so where we would require an internet system so that through the web we can access any of the information. And now if we go to the web 2.0, where we found that after this 2005 that we can even search a lot of information, but interacting between us comes into the web 2.0, that is a social media PLC systems. And here you can see a LinkedIn, YouTube platforms are there, Facebooks are there, a big servers we have where we can store the systems, and we have some control systems are there. This is the evolution technology. But now for this evolution technology, what is next now? Because at present we are interacting each other. But what is next? What is really required? So the age of digitalization has come into the picture. So here we can see. So here the big data we have on the right side, you will see a big data we have. And now the age is coming is that how we can develop a system in the powerhouses. You have seen a number of Hollywood movies, artificial intelligence systems there. Artificial intelligence system works like where we have a problem in the powerhouse and we have a system in that powerhouse in such a way that the system will tell that the powerhouse is having an issue, and this is a recommendation, this is a prediction that we have to attend it very frequently, very on priority, I will say, not frequently, on priority. So this is the age of digitalization comes that we have to work for those people who are actually inside the power plant, and those are the operation and maintenance teams are there. If we just go as per the IA report of 2017, if we are talking on the digital technology, we are seeing that if we are using a digital technology, so we will able to save a 5% of O&M cost. If we are talking about 2016 2040, this is a prediction is there, and efficiency of the powerhouse can also be increased by 5%. And the losses can also be, we can save 5%, a lower network losses are there, or even with the help of this digital technology, we can improve our assets. We can improve our assets life, that is 5-year extension of the power plants and the 5-year extension for the network. So this is just a prediction of that. I will go to the next slide. So here, what will be the added advantage of digitalization is a reduced total cost. The OPEX is reduced now. Unavailability of the power line is another one of the worry for all the powerhouses. Powerhouse should be available. we can have a maximize annual energy production, ensure plant availability and safety, and protect the asset value, and the manage complex and unstable boundary conditions are there. So now this is one of the project which NH has launched in globally and as well as in India. This is Diomera. So how this Diomera comes pronounced is this Diomera is the DI is a digital operation and maintenance era, and that will called as Diomera basically. So if we see from the conventional how this the Diomera technology is different from the conventional technology right now for which we are operating these powerhouses. So like for any of the powerhouses, the operation and the availability is the one of the important factor which gives the maximum revenue to the owner, to the government, to the electricity producer. And that is very important. You have to monitor the plant, you have to dispatch the units properly whenever is required. Availability is important, and the standard operating procedures are there. So these are the 4 topics are important for the operation and availability. If we see the asset management is another factor, because we see that we have a lot of high cost turbines are there, even generators are there. So we have to manage those plants. We have to keep up there so that the total life extension of these equipments are necessary. This is a safety environment. Is the performance management is important. The people management who are working in there, and the facilities are there, remote connections, the process management. So these are the asset management which will help us to keep all these machineries in the plant at the highest level, and we can say that our plant life has been increased by another 5 years. And the maintenance and reliability is another thing. Important thing is this: yes, in day-to-day life we are doing a maintenance, but we have to see whether this maintenance is scheduled or unscheduled maintenance. If there is an unscheduled maintenance, definitely there is a generation loss, and loss means, because if the power plant is stopped, then we are losing a huge amount of money on hourly basis. So we have to see that how to control an unscheduled maintenance with the help of this digital Diomera technology is there. Spare part management, yes, it is. We have to manage some inventory level. Of course, we have a conventional system to maintain the spare part in the register. Okay, this is the A class item, B class item, and C class item. But the important thing is this: whenever these spare parts are required, those spare parts should be available at the power plant, so that a shutdown period of the plant should be minimum. And this is another point: is the CMM is a computerized maintenance management system is there. So we will now talk on this CMMS more in detail in the next slides. So yeah, so that's O&M technology. How this O&M technology? O&M technology is not a great thing, which all you are the very experienced people. You know that how every technology will work. Like there's a lot of sensors are there, which has been put at the different equipments as a protection and as for this monitoring. Second is the monitoring is this is get the information out of this. Then after that we have to monitor whatever those instruments are there. We have to have signals out of that, because those the information and the sensors which are taking the information, that has to be monitoring what is happening, what is going on, what is the temperature of the bearing. That if the temperature of the bearing is acceptable, limit is 68 degrees Celsius. So how it is 68 degrees Celsius, or it is 69 degrees Celsius, or it is 70 degrees Celsius. So it is a trend. This technology, we have to see that how to monitor it, and like why is it happening? This is another thing. Is this key? If I am saying that a bearing temperature is acceptable up to the 72 degrees Celsius, today the temperature of the bearing is 68. Now next year or after 3 months it will go to 69. Then after 3 months it will go to 70. It will go to 71. Of course, my boundary condition is still 72 degrees Celsius. This plant is good enough to working satisfactorily and to keep generation. But the only thing is this: we should know that why this temperature is increasing. It means something is going on inside the machine. So this is the diagnostic indicators are there, which we have to see carefully for the scheduled maintenance. Otherwise, after 72, then it will go to 73. There is a chances of burning out of all these bearings. So that is a digital technology that we have to make. We have to make some diagnostic indicators are there. And when it will happen, it is again important thing is there, because when the bearing temperature, it will go to 72 degrees Celsius, or if today is 70 degrees Celsius, So we should know that in 3 months of period, we have to do some maintenance. Otherwise, my plant will go on breakdown condition. That breakdown condition is not even acceptable for any of the powerhouses, because every powerhouses is having some agreements. PPA agreement is there for making the power electricity available. So this is very important that we should have a predictive indicators when this breakdown will happen, and to avoid those breakdowns, we have to say when and what I will do. So it means that my system will give you the idea. Okay, this system is going to this system is going to break down. But before breakdown, what are the recommendations? What those things has to be checked, so that we should not go up to that level that breakdown will happen. So this will also taken by this digitalization journey. And these are the notifications, operation, maintenance, and asset management notifications we will get from the system. And then based on that notification, we have to make some decisions. And this is the cycle, like this is the sorry. Yeah, this is the cycle from this decision to this optimization. And okay, so now if we see the previous slide, is this digitalization journey means to say that we have to sense, monitor, diagnostic, predictive, and further we have to schedule our maintenance period so that breakdown of the plant has to be avoided. So this is how this Dumera asset management technology is working. So if we see Dumera technology is, again, it will see like this is the operation assistant. So during this operation, what assistance is required, and for the operation purposes, what predictive maintenance is required. This is another important thing, that we have to predict it, that what is going to be happen, and to avoid that breakdowns, to avoid that happen, then we should have a list of activities which we have to perform as a part of maintenance activity. And then is the operation optimization is there. CMM is the computerized management system. So this is a complete cycle. Of course, there are 4 things are important, which we will discuss in detail, like a cyber security, because we have to have all this information from the sensor into the system. And then if we use that information for making the analysis, for making the predictive, then cyber security comes into the picture, so that it should not be used wrongly. So that this is also we have covered in our system, cyber security, and the documentation management system is also there. So if we see the help desk system, so this Dumera platform, it is to support the management assets on day-to-day basis. This is the first topic on which covers on the Dumera platform. Dumera, which also helps us to diagnostic support, maintenance planning, and operation optimization. So KPI indicators, it also gives some KPI indicators, so that we should know that we have to plan our maintenance activities in the lean period. And delivery as a services, Dumera is a continuously enriched from the experience gain of all the plant, followed by Dumera wordware. So this is the last point is very important. So just I'm going into the deep that how Dumera will work basically. Dumera is basically a system which gets the all information from the sensors which has been installed at the different areas, bearings, bearing temperatures, vibration levels, and some at the cooling water system. And this is alignment of the machines, and RPM is there. So all the information, Dumera is collecting that data from the system. And in the Dumera software, we have a meta files are there. It means that Dumera is having a data of all the hydropower powerhouses of the world, of course, which are under enriched umbrella. And these information which they are comparing with the meta files, which is already available in the system itself. So it means that Dumera is working like a similar situation if happens in any of the plant database. That situation, it will refer the situation from that meta file, and it will reflect on your surface. Okay, this is the condition. Yes. Okay. Any questions?
No, continue.
Okay, yes, thank you, Mr. Iyer. So this is basically whatever the experience is gained by Enrich or by Enrich machine worldwide, because Enrich is having an installation of more than 40,000 megawatts, which we have been installed around the world. So we have a very good database. So during this maintenance time, during this operation time, if anything happens in the machine, so we have a database, and that camera will take the references from that database and then communicate to you that सॉरी सर ये एक सिचुएशन आपके प्लांट में आई है, ये प्रॉब्लम आ रही है आपके प्लांट में, and that problem can be solved by he will suggest the list of activities which you will do in the next scheduled maintenance time, and it will also avoid the breakdown of those machines. So this is the technology which is the first time is there in India, and we are implemented this technology globally as well as in India. You will see some of the plants which we have already installed and which are working now. So if we just go to the next is the technology modules, and this is I will say this So here in all these powerhouses, especially in the Himalaya region, where we have a good water heads, our Himalaya region, we are facing a lot of issue of the silt. You have heard it that because of the lot of silt, the powerhouses has been shut down, or you have seen that the condition of the machine, like in the Kaplan land, you see the blade condition of the Kaplan, you will see the blade condition of the Francis machine, you will see the blade condition of this Pelton turbine. So this is one of the real problem in the powerhouse, especially in the area where the sand is more. So here we have one of the module of Dumera software, where we have to have an online silt monitoring system. This online silt monitoring system, we are suggesting to put a online silt monitoring system at the intake and at the tail race. And this intake, when there is a ppm level is very high, so it will give a command to the SCADA system inbuilt in the powerhouse, so that we have to stop this machine. We will say that, okay, this machine will operate up to the 1500 RPM only, not more than 1500 RPM. If the level of the ppm is increases from 1500, so we have to automatically give the command to the SCADA to stop the machine. Otherwise, all the underwater parts experiencing a lot of damages. So this is how we are using this inlet online silt monitoring system, and this is at the tail race level. We are putting another system of online monitoring system. Here we will see that, okay, how much silt is now passing through the machine, and we can see and we can compare it whether it is really, because sometimes at inlet you will find the silt is not there. The silt is not there, or even systems are not detecting those silt. But at the tail race level, the system will detect, okay, this much of amount silt is coming out from the powerhouse. So these are the two indicators which we are suggesting to put it. And these two indicators, we are working on the turbidity measurement. Of course, a turbidity measurement is the measure of how well how this light penetrates into the water. And this light penetrates into the water such as solubles, which you will not able to see by your naked eye. The amazing principle is that this light will reflecting the dissolved particles inside the water at different, and it deflect in different angles, at 180-degree angle, at 90-degree angle, at different angle. And according to that, you will find out, okay, what type of particle, how many particles are flowing in that, and the size of those particles is also indicated. So this is a turbidity method installed, and in parallel of turbidity model, this is another is a Coriolis flow density meter. That Coriolis flow density meter measures the density, how much this suspended particles are there in the water, and it gives you the density, and then this density will directly compare with the clean water and convert to the ppm. So this type of information which these two sensors are continuously giving to the SCADA system, and through the SCADA system we are managing that how much silt is passing through, what quality of silt is there, what is the particle size of silt is there. So this is the technology which Enrich is giving right now, and it is very effective. And after using such technology, we are able to save the powerhouses up to the maximum extent possible to avoid the damages. Because sometimes during the rainy season, a lot of silt is passing through these turbines, and this is spoiling the complete hydro water passages like runners. And then I will say in some of the power plants, the silt level is too high. This runner has gone in hours. It will not take even a days. In hours, it will go on. So this is the sedimentation technique, and a lot of people are giving such a solution in the market. But in our system, it will connect it to this in the existing SCADA system, and then it will control the operation of those powerhouses. So this is a very important thing which we have already developed, and we will see in some of the these are some curves which you will find. Turbidity curves are there, and these are some curves are there. So if you see now this is the next example is the Indian project of Dumera, which we have already installed this Dumera software, Dumera concept in Tista stage 3. This is a 6 unit of 200 megawatt plant. We have already installed, it is located in Sikkim, and we have already installed the full Dumera installed and related advanced O&M services. And here, with the help of this Dumera software, we are continuously monitoring the sedimentation system of the turbine. We are continuously monitoring the analysis and prediction of turbine generator and their auxiliaries. So all the data we have collected through the sensors into the Dumera, and every day, or it is depending upon your requirement, every hour or every 2 hour, every 3 hour, this system will generate you a complete report which indicates that what is going on into the system, what are the alarming parameters which we have to address quickly, or which will also gives you idea that this particular runner will go to unusable, or a lot of damages will happen, and this runner will work only for next 3 months. It means that you know that this runner will going to replace after 3 months. Then you will have a time to operate those runners for the 2 months. You can even generate the electricity. But after 2 months, in the meantime, when you will have a time, then you will make it the other spares available and replace it at the right moment and save a lot of generation loss. So this is the connection which we have already made it. The connection to the plant with now in LMC and GC. Now this is an important thing, very important thing. How this system will work. I'm just trying to explain it. Like this is the Tista power plant, which is located in Sikkim, where all the sensors and all this Dumera system has been installed. And this is the Enrich Hydro Local Center. Enrich has have a local monitoring center in Delhi, and it is in that center we are monitoring these powerhouses 24/7, and we can connect as many as possible power plants to this center. It's not only this center will handle only one powerhouse; it can handle even a 50 or 100 power plants together. And this particular monitoring system is connected to a global monitoring system, a global diagnostic center in Italy. So here you will see that whatever the data is generated at Tista plant, and it will go to our Delhi center, and Delhi center will also share this data to the Italy, and then the whole system is work like whenever any of the things will happen, then from this Delhi center we will able to generate a reports on this plant and make some recommendations for the maintenance of these powerhouses, and then send to our own O&M team or a customer O&M team which is there at site, so that a customer team will come to know that in the next annual maintenance cycle what are the things they have to do as a maintenance, and this will save a lot of generation loss as well as time, and this is really how this will work. So I will say these are some reports which have been generated by this as a part of report. Dumera output is there. You will see the middle screen is there. There's a meta files are there. So a lot of this power plant is 6 into 200 megawatts. So we have already such type of similar plants operated globally, and those meta files are available in the system itself. So whenever the data is collected, those data will also generate a similar graphs, and it will just superimpose on the existing data. And if there is anything change in the data itself, that will indicate that what type of maintenance is required for the next cycle, and it will save a time. So this is how this Dumera will work. And services. This is the actual view of a local monitoring system in Delhi. It is located. Enrich a new office in Delhi is in Sarita Vihar, where I will invite all of you to come over there, and you can see that how we are monitoring this powerhouse. Even this Tista powerhouse is in Sikkim, and we are monitoring this powerhouse from the local monitoring system here. So everything we can generate it. A collection and analysis of the plant, periodic reportings we are submitting to the customer, remote plant monitoring, and on-demand remote resistance and troubleshootings also we are providing. Computer-based maintenance systems, technology modules are there. So this is how the system is working, and this is if there is any question on it, then I'm really welcome you to come with questions. It's a really a very interesting topic.
Hello.
Yes.
It is wonderful that you have given a presentation, and I'm telling you, we have a very good question answer session at the end. So I think, let us flow through the whole thing, and I will also have questions for you, because your presentation is a very interesting presentation, especially that part where you talked about silting.
Yeah. Yes.
I don't know whether K. Ravi Kumar, Chairman BHL, is there. It would be great to have a comment from him. If we want a comment. Is Mr. Ravi Kumar there, sir? Or we can get PVS and Murthy to talk on this. Murthy Saab. Can I see Murthy Saab?
Yes, please.
Yeah. This presentation is a very interesting presentation of Android. Since you are
absolutely.
So I want you to comment on this whole thing, digitization of the hydropower system. And they have got a very interesting silt management system in it. So what are your views? Are we going to see more automation in the management of hydropower plants as we go along to get the best output?
This is very interesting. Yeah, this is wonderful presentation by Mr. Ajay Agarwal. And really, this is what is needed for the hydropower plants today in India. Basically, you need to install a lot of sensors to have this in working condition. So how far we can put it back in the old power plants is seen, but all the new power plants coming up should go with this system. In fact, this is one of the recommendations which we were always talking about, specifically for the silt conditions. If the silt conditions can be monitored perfectly the way it has been presented in the presentation, there's a boon for the operators of these hydropower plants, specifically in the northern part of India, where the silt is very high. And this is a very good system, and digitalization is wonderful. And I hope the cost of digitalization should not be much compared to the whole cost of the project of a hydropower plant. Hence, it is strongly my view, all the power plant constructions, new power plants should go mandatorily for such a system, which will help them in doing a lot of maintenance and operation in a better way and reduce the cost of operation and maintenance also. And if the projects are about 5 or 10 years old back, I think some of the sensors can be installed and the system can be installed in some of the older plants also. This is very wonderful.
Kazanchi Saab. We will also get Kazanchi Saab on this. Kazanchi Saab, the huge problem of silt is in Bhutan as well, in all the projects that you have seen. So how do you see this technology aspects affecting the whole thing? Kazanchi Saab. Sir, unmute yourself, sir.
Yeah, please. Okay.
Sir, unmute, sir. You're still not. We can't still hear you, sir. Yeah.
Yes. Now you are able.
Unmute.
Yeah. All new plants, it should be done now necessarily, because the downtime in maintenance and also the cost of maintenance and spares will reduce drastically. That will be a big saving. And especially the silt load in all the Himalayan rivers are very heavy. Even in Bhutan, there are a few which are cleaner, but there are a few where we do have high silt load during monsoon. So it will be very, very important for them to have a system like this so that they can exactly get the feel what time, at what silt load the machine should be stopped. And actually it will save a lot of time, energy, and also the the downtime. That will be very important. And for the older plants, it becomes quite difficult because I have also seen in older plants we did try, and not exactly this system, but we did try. It becomes quite difficult. Sensors don't match, the configuration doesn't match. So many things happen. For new plants, yes, it will be essential.
Right, sir, right. So, with this, I think this is a wonderful presentation, Ajay sir. So,
Yeah, thank you.
you please continue because आप रहिए इसमें, सुनिए लोगों को, and at the end we will have more questions. I may have some interesting things for you, and as well as our friend Purnendu Paroi, I will also request him to be there at the complete Q&A and open interaction at the end of it, So that's very important.
Sure. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ajay. Thank you.
Both of you. And now I want to bring none other than DP Goyal, who is the architect of not only being a colleague of Khazanchi Saab in Tala, but also developing the only celebrated project in the or ownership project, which of course now JP has sold it off to JSW, which is the Karcham Wangtu project. It's a run of the river project, and it was done in 4 years flat, a record of sorts. DP Goyal Saab, floor unto you.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon to everybody. First point, I'll take up the silt management and the runner management, which is best done at Karcham Wangtu project. TISA 3, I wanted to speak at that point of time. We have done the best silt management after seeing a lot of damages taking place on the runners of Nathwa Jagdi project. That was the lesson. We thought we could create an example at Karcham Wangtu. We did three-way management. One is first stage, desilting takes place in the reservoir itself. And second is that we place the intake with the blinding panels so that only higher level water in the monsoon, when silt inflow is very high, goes to the intake to the desilting chambers. And then we developed the world's largest desilting basin, bigger than Nathwa Jagdi, to desilt all the particles down to 0.2 mm in 4 large desilting basins. That is world's largest desilting basin. Third is, we went in for the coated runners, fully coated runners, and everything along with the runners, the seals and all that. And we went in for 4 spares fully coated runners right on the day one. So that when we generate maximum power in the monsoon 4 months from June to September, the rundown of the power station is minimum and we don't lose energy generation. And the performance of Karcham Wangtu project from the silt management has been excellent, I would say. Second point, now coming back to the hydro potential, a lot of it exists in Bhutan, Nepal, Arunachal Pradesh and other Himalayan states of India. Unfortunately, we could not develop it. In the last 10 years, the development of hydropower has been very slow, very discouraging. And I can say that when we commissioned the Karcham Wangtu project in 2011, we whole stock shifted ourselves to Lower Siang, so that now the Lower Siang already TC was available, that with environment and forest clearing becoming available in a year's time or so, we can commission this project also in a time frame of 6 years. Unfortunately for the country, for the North Indian states, for Arunachal Pradesh, it did not happen. Otherwise, like Nathwa Jagdi brought a sea change in India in 1960, Lower Siang 2700 megawatt would have made a great difference in the whole complexion of Northeast. When I look back, the problem was the public hearing for the environmental clearance did not take place. There were the activists, the dams that were set up in Pasighat, they will not allow us. We tried our best and we could not succeed. And unfortunately for the country, later on in the year 2012, when we wanted to start from 1st April, later on the economics changed so much that now nobody would like to enter into PPA when the cost of steel is 5 to 6 rupees from a project like Lower Siam.
Right.
The whole complexion changed when the solar power rates came down to rupees 250 like that. Now, the question is how to revive hydropower. We have been talking at different levels, different forums. The cost of generation from new hydroelectric projects, the cost of sale is of the order of 5 to 6 rupees. And 5 to 6 rupees, there are no takers. Nobody would like to go in for a PPA. Now, we have to find out various ways and means how the cost can come down to below 3 rupees from a hydroelectric project. But as I come back to the topic of this vision, hydropower projects with the storage, with the pump storage, with the peaking storage, definitely we have to go in for it in a big way, because that is the only way we can save our country from the perpetual power shortages in future. Lower Siam is a project. It's a dam project with over the dam power hose. Will have a storage enough to give you peaking power for 4 hours in the when you need the power most. It's the project which is required from country level. But today we are not able to take it off because the cost of generation is very high. Supposing we postpone, now what the states have done, in spite of, on top of free power, they added LADA, they added in a state like Uttarakhand or in Himachal, the green energy tax, the water tax and all those things. And then you have to develop a lot of infrastructure against the project. All these went into the costs, and the cost of generation and cost of sale becomes very high. Unfortunately or fortunately, unfortunately for hydro, but for other solar or thermal or wind, these kind of additional costs are not added to the projects.
Right.
Now all of us have to think that how the hydro project has to be made financially, economically viable. Right. One thing which I always say is that variable tariff for peak and off-peak hours in the day has to be introduced. Now, when you get a rate of, you are selling power at 18-20 rupees these days for the peak rate. But on a hydro project like Vishnupuriyag, I'm giving power at 1.65 rupee to UPPCL. The hydropower from Baspa goes at about 2 rupees. And you don't get any advantage, of course, because the PPA was done long time back. But for new projects, the PPA has to be made for peak and off-peak rates differently, so that the viability of hydro projects can be done. And second thing in my mind was that the PPA need not be entirely for 25, 30 years, 35 years. It can be short-term PPA of 5 to 7 years. So that 5 to 7 years, then you can review it and agree to between the parties so that financially the project becomes viable. So these are the two things I would say to bring the hydro, which unfortunately in our country, China is going in a big way. Nepal could not take off much. Bhutan is going in a better way, I would say, than us. But we have been blessed by God with a lot of potential. Arunachal Pradesh is a beautiful state. When I compare Arunachal Pradesh with Bhutan or Nepal, we are much better off. But we are ourselves the problem creators. The activists, whatever, their own people, they have to become facilitators for these projects to come up, not the obstacle creators. Now this is this forum to decide how we can take up to accelerate the hydropower generation in Northeast in India. Thank you.
Right, sir. Thank you. So as Goel Saab is seconding him, the total potential in Northeast itself is 250 gigawatt today. And if we add 100 gigawatt of pump storage, it's a massive 350 gigawatt. We need to actually up our research on the geological side. You know, this I am collating using the US geological data on India, because they are on all around the world. Their satellites are all around. But somehow we have not reviewed our hydropower data for so many years. It's the same for all our natural resources, whether mining, whether any area. India needs a bigger work on natural infrastructure, data, water resources, and all that. And as far as I've done an empirical work in our forum, we come to a conclusion that there is a minimum of 250 gigawatt of storage and run-of-the-river combined in Northeast. And that means Arunachal itself will have 150 gigawatt plus. Because Assam does not have that much. About 70 gigawatt is Sikkim. Another, I would say, Meghalaya would have some 30 gigawatt, equal to what Bhutan had. Bhutan is 45 now. And Nepal has 70. Nepal and Sikkim are 70, 75 gigawatt each. For us, so this development, we have to see the integration of the Northeast regions with our two very beautiful friends. We should come back and push ourselves towards Nepal as well. And Bhutan, we must develop immediately, because Bhutan is our benchmark. And if we Bhutanese are able to get the confidence, and one of the things in that confidence is whatever has happened, we must try to now complete the Puna Sanchu PHPA 1 project, which has faced the hydrogeological surprise right now. I want Khazanchi Saab to make a point in this. Before, I would like to call, if CM Walia is there, I would like to start discussion on our states at this juncture. So, it will be
Professor, I'll take 2 minutes more to say something about the geological surprises.
No issue.
My experience about the geological surprises for dealing with the Karchamangtu project is that geological surprises are not the reason for extended construction periods. I don't agree.
Right, sir.
I say geological surprises in a project like Karchamangtu, where a lot of tunneling is involved, about 45 kilometers. Geological surprises are bound to take place, but you have to be ready. Like a surgeon, you have to be ready with the operation on day one. What we failed in Nathwa Jakhri, what we failed in Tala, was 4-polling arrangement to be done on the day one, which we did in Karchamangtu, and we commissioned the project before time, in spite of the geological surprises. So geological surprises to deal with technically, from the construction point of view, from the contextual point of view, should not become a bottleneck, in my opinion, at all, in the timely construction of the project. I don't agree. I don't agree geological surprises is the reason. Thank you.
Right. Anyway, I want Khazanchi Saab to put a word on that. It's very important to have his view.
Geological surprises will be there, and always, whether it's in the dam construction or you go to underground construction, in the shafts, in the tunnels, in the porous cavern. But problem is, once you are faced with the situation, who is going to tackle it? Who is going to be now setting it right? Because you cannot be waiting in a construction project where you have invested money and you are continuing to invest in other components of the project. And for one component where you face the problem, you come to a standstill. That is unfortunate. For that, you need a research during construction, and not to be waiting as if you are working in a laboratory and you have all the time on earth and you will be finding any number of alternatives. No, it has to be war footing. You are fighting a war. You are spending money on other components, and one component is now put at halt. What do? You have to be exhausting all your knowledge, all your technical support you can muster from anywhere in the world. In today's world, you can get anything from anywhere. But the question is, who will do it? And who has the delegation to do it?
Basically, who will bell the cat?
No, basically, I tell you, we Indians are brilliant. There is no doubt, I tell you, we are second to none. I have worked outside India also, outside Bhutan also, but certainly, believe me, I had Indian colleagues much better than anybody else from the developing world and matching exactly what the Europeans were, who had naturally that, the superiority complex of that white skin. Believe me. But what happens to hydropower here? The decision making becomes completely, it's a full stop. Something has happened, it has happened now. And we'll see it. And then we do not tackle it that with a single point agenda to be tackling it. No, we refer it to Group A, a Committee B, a Subcommittee C, a Group A1, and confuse the whole damn thing. Absolutely. And then naturally, once you confuse things, many doubts can come up in your mind. And especially the bureaucrats, the ministers, all non-technical people, and especially who are not much aware about hydropower, they will have their doubts. And so everything comes to a standstill. And that unfortunately makes the entire subject of hydropower very, very difficult to handle for its development. All programs, whatever you may say, go to the cold storage. Because somewhere something has not been done or not done. I tell you, in Tala, as Mr. Goyal was telling you just now, we had problems. Every inch we had problems. Correct. We did access roads of more than 100 kilometers to reach the sites. Right. We had problems in the slides. We had problems to cross ravines. We did bridges in dozens. All that, but yes, somehow, sometime what happens, there's a group and like-minded and everybody wanting to push in the same direction, and so it goes through. So in nutshell, I will tell you, unless we within the hydropower fraternity, unless we take things very seriously of our own, without passing on the ball from one court to the other to the other. It has to be handled. Somebody has to take the ownership and pool all the resources, all technical brains put together, get a decision. Not that it will be consultant A, then a different consultant B, then a consultant C. We don't reach anywhere that way. It has to be done. Yes, if you want to consult 4 consultants, 5 consultants, bring them to the same table. It cannot be that you have a contract with some, then you have some doubts, then you put a contract with somebody else, the first one withdraws, or he keeps his reports in some storage somewhere. It doesn't work. It doesn't really work. It becomes disheartening. I tell you, at very, very important stage of a project, if it happens, it is killing. It is killing. Especially when you come to some 80% progress done. And all other difficult areas handled. But one break somewhere means everything is stopped. You're right, sir. So that is what my mind comes to it, that it has to be researched to solve a problem, but on the spot during construction. Right, sir. So now I want to now know that there are 2 solutions to the EHPA1 problem in Bhutan, and both the solutions are in front. I do not know. We must take a decision, either an upstream barrage or a CFRD or working in the same axis. So I think things are hanging fire on that issue. Professor, I will have my complex in speaking my mind, telling you very honestly, that too in a public forum. Because I have shifted from there 3 years back. Right. And thereafter, I have lost contact. And I don't believe that people will tell you there also. I don't just think of what happens or what doesn't happen. Yes, it pains when I somehow come to know through friends like you that things are not moving. So basically, anything what is required to be done now. Who is the decision maker? Right. The decision maker has to think very seriously. If you ask me, believe me, nothing was wrong in the originally conceived proposal and at the package. Believe me. Right. And because ultimately, right now, it's a foundation 80 meters below riverbed. So once you excavate, there will be movement. There will be creeping force. But once you repair those 50 meters, 80 meters, then nothing. You are left with just a 50-meter dam. Bank is only 50 meters then. So during construction, problems could be there, which perhaps we lack to handle. And then when time came to handle, then we got this one consultant, another consultant, and then people were referring it for this and many alternatives. So whatever decision is to be taken, it must be taken now. It should be taken now.
Right, sir. So anyway, because what I mean to say, 2016 was literally after that, it's a standstill. 2013, when I was in July with you, that's the time the geological surprise had come. Right? 2013. Am I right, sir, on the timeline?
Yeah. 2013 July, you're right.
And then from 2013 to 2021, it is 8 years down the line, and we crossed this July.
Ninth working season.
So this is not, I don't think, I agree with Goel Saab also, the geological surprise cannot be the reason to not go ahead. Goel Saab, फिर से आपको बात दे रहा हूँ.
Yes, sir. These solutions are to be decided yesterday, I always say. You cannot postpone. You cannot postpone taking decisions, and they are to be decided yesterday. You can't waste time.
I know. And then the best part right now is both of you are stalwarts who have delivered a wonderful project called Tala in Bhutan. Of course, we have delivered, the Mangdechu project is also delivered, but Tala was an even more difficult project, if I'm not
mistaken. Right. It was a blind project.
Absolutely. And, I have heard a lot of stories. And so Purnendu is also listening to us, AFCONs will understand what kind of challenges construction business happens.
Our legs are bearing the mark of, leeches sucking blood, blood. Blood has gone into the Ranchi sir, on my legs. They bear the marks.
I know. Salute to both of you, sir. Salute to Prasad, who did so many projects. Every hydro engineer is salute for what they have done. Not only
but Puna Sanchu, one, I agree with you that the decision cannot be postponed indefinitely.
Correct, sir. Correct. We are all coming to that conclusion, and we must work with our Bhutanese. We must work with our Bhutanese brothers in sync, because now they also know how to operate power plants. There are so many engineers. In fact, those engineers are created by Kazanchi Saab only, Kado, and these kind of young people are now the young Bhutanese engineers who are coming. They are our brothers, and we must find a way out of this, kind of a half political and half indecision impact, right now in this project. I agree with both of you, both stalwarts, that it has to be caught hold like a war footing by the scruff and delivered.
In Tala, such issues could be decided within days, within a maximum week. We diverted the tunnel, we diverted the headless tunnel, CWC, WebCos, they agreed to it. So the decision could be very quick. The decision mechanism has to be very quick.
The other issue is, the other issue is our best company, NHPC, is in a very good position to deliver the project quickly. Because I think Kazanchi Saab comes from the NHPC stable, so he will agree with my point. Kazanchi Saab.
I tell you, credit for Mangdechu hydroelectric project.
Right.
It came up in a reasonably good time and very good price.
Yeah.
Besides the project management headed by Mr. Mishra, who did a wonderful job.
The
credit must go to NHPC.
Exactly. This is the point.
Who actually firmed up the report, the project report at the pre-construction stage, and then we were the consultants for design.
So this is the point I was bringing, that wherever NHPC has put a hand, the projects have been very, very successful and quick decisions have been made. There is a certain successful decision making of NHPC as well, and their ability to deliver good DPRs and things like that. It's a top company of India, no doubt about it. Yes, Kazanchi Saab.
Yes. Oh, that should be enough. That NHPC, you are recognizing NHPC. That means you are recognizing all my colleagues. including me
sir,
also.
Right, sir. Today, see, we are proud of NHPC. As I told you, it should not be even be labeled as a mini Ratna. For me, it is minimum a Navratna, and I would love to call it a Maharatna. But I want to see when the government starts evaluating just not the delivery of some balance sheets and everyday insights, but because the asset value that NHPC brings to this country, probably no other PSU will bring. Even a defense PSU is not able to bring, even an HL will not be able to bring. I'm going across the spectrum. Or a National Building Construction Corporation cannot build what NHPC is doing to the country. I hope if anybody has a cross point on that, please come forward, because it's not that I'm trying to praise NHPC. I've seen this organization for a long time, and my continuous discussion with Prasad Saab made me to conclude that NHPC is a unique public sector organization. Am I right, sir?
Thank you. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, okay. So anyway, stalwarts, all of you, let me bring back, if R.N. Mishra Saab from Satluj Jal Vidyut Nigam Limited, former chairman, managing director, if he's there, I would love to have him now, right away, the floor for him. Mishra Saab, hai?
Originally from NHPC.
Yeah,
Yes,
and he was
also originally from NHPC.
He was also the closest colleague, one of the younger colleagues of Prasad Saab. And this forum, we were very happy to have him. It took a long time because bahut log the hamare saath aaj. I'm sorry, sir, if you have delayed, but Vishwa Saab, floor is to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. And my heartfelt thanks to Professor Iyer for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to express my views on this forum. I would say that many stalwarts who are institution in themselves, they have already spoken. They have spoken on various issues relating to the policies and the status, what could be done, what should be done, what should have been done. And I will say that hardly anything is left for me to say. There is nothing much which I can add. I am involved with this hydropower industry for more than 4 decades.
Right, sir.
And I tell you that the virtues of hydropower have been extolled for so many decades. We have been composing and praising and songs in the composing and singing songs in the praise of the hydropower. But the condition, as you know, it is here.
Yeah.
What Khajanchi Sahab has said very rightly, the issue was the decision making. So from the agenda set by you, I would like to slightly move away.
Anji.
Reason being that there is, if I say that it is the water security which is very important, energy security is very important, all these things are well established. If I tell it, they will not get re-established. They are well established.
Right.
I want to just share with you, I will not take more than 3-4 minutes.
No issues, sir. Take it.
We have done one study, and that was done by one MTech student in IIT Roorkee, where I was co-supervisor. And that study was about the time overrun in the hydropower projects in India. What we did that we framed about a questionnaire, and this questionnaire was also framed after consulting experts of the hydropower and who were having minimum 25 years of experience, not below that. Many of them had been directors, and it was also seen that they have really worked at site. They are not only persons from the office, they have really worked at site. And then those questionnaires were sent to the public sector as well as private sector.
Right.
And they were asked to rank the importance of those regions which are causing delay in the hydropower project. And just I want to take this thing that when they were ranked, then we tried to see how do the people coming from the public sector background view the delays, and how the persons coming from private sector background view the delays. How do they rank it? What is the priority in their ranking? Why I'm telling it? Because whatever policies we make, whatever we do, unless we deliver the projects at the right time, at the right cost. With the passage of time, they will become uncompetitive, and the people who are opposing it, they will say that, okay, you see that solar is so cheap, wind is so cheap, some other project so cheap, why should you construct it? And whatever virtues we tell, they will not, the planners and the policymakers may accept or may partially accept or they not accept from their heart. So just I want to tell you why I'm telling it, so that some message can be there. The persons who are from public sector, they told the top 5 reasons of delay in the project, top 5 reasons during the implementation or further delay. Their top 5 reasons were equipment breakdown, deployment of outdated old equipment and machinery, obstruction by locals for job or demand beyond R&R requirement, difficulty on account of forest clearance issues, delay due to resettlement and rehabilitation, and the difficulty in financing of the projects by contractors. These were their rank. When their group was seen, these were their ranking. What the private sector persons had ranked, and I tell you, I had talked to each of them personally and requested them that your name will be anonymous. Please give honest opinion. Don't think that because nobody is going to know who has said what.
Right.
But the private sector people have said their first thing was delay in cost reimbursement and varied work sick payment and genuine claims of contractor.
Right.
They are giving their first reason, topmost reason. Then saying that obstruction by locals for job or demand beyond R&R, resettlement and rehabilitation. Then other reason they are telling, original contract duration is too short. Delay in approval of extension of time at intermediate and final stage. Insufficient data collection and survey before design. So I could see there is so very wide gap in the perception in the senior people who have headed the organizations, who have been into it. And unless we close this gap, we need to close this gap. And this I am telling because that now I am not in service. When I was in service, I tell you, I was always trying to close this gap. And it is very important that we should close this gap in perception, because unless both parties work together, the project's cost cannot be reduced. I tell you one simple incident. I met Dr. Ishridharan once. And when I was coming, what he said to me, Mr. Mishra, you succeed only when your contractor succeeds.
Correct.
And that was a mantra for me. So I want to simply tell here, sum up whatever I want to communicate here, that this aspect should be seen by the practicing engineers, and where what Khajanchi Sahab has said, that decision making is very important. People are afraid of taking decisions. Unless these things we inculcate, whatever we may do, there could be very good policy, everything, but if the project is ultimately delayed, what will happen? It will be difficult to sell the electricity, and even the people will say, you are constructing the project in such a, taking so much of the time and so much of the money you are spending. Why should we give this project to you? Why should we get this project done?
Right.
So this is the only thing which I want to say. Nothing beyond that, because everything has been already covered. This gap needs to be, this gap in the perception, and this is existing, this gap needs to be closed, needs to be reduced. And with that, thank you very much.
Full input you have given. मेरे को ऐसा लगता है कि जो अगर आप लोग थोड़ा सा हमारे को ईमेल करें ब्रीफ करके, क्योंकि मैं इसको जोड़ के सब कुछ, I want to represent with the topmost authorities in the country, not only at the government level, but also at the IAS level and people in the authority sitting over there, so that they all get a copy. This kind of work I've done for another area now, and I find that very successful. That is in the area of compressed biogas. So this is a very different area. नई बात थी, उसको हमने सक्सेसफुली मूव किया because the secretary was very supportive. So we will try to move the same issue with the secretary power and other concerned officials and also the state officials because we have reasonable access to many of the states chief ministers and their officials. So I want आपके जैसे जो आपने एकदम बुलेटेड इनपुट्स दिए हैं कि ये हुआ हमारी स्टडी में, इसका आप हमें एक पत्र जरूर लिखिए, चाहे ईमेल ही कर दें आप।
ठीक है,
करेंगे। ओके सर,
करेंगे।
ओके विद दैट?
यस यस करेंगे, क्योंकि मेरे भी इंटरेस्ट है कि कुछ न कुछ होना चाहिए,
हाँ जी
कुछ
सर,
काम हो और उसके बारे में हम अपनी इन स्टडीज को ले जाएं और बड़ी ऑथेंटिक स्टडी, इतना मैं जरूर कह सकता हूँ।
हाँ नहीं, हमारी भी एक इच्छा है, हम अब इसको व्हाइट पेपर में पूरा डिलीवर करेंगे क्योंकि जो हमने एक व्हाइट पेपर अभी बायो सीएनजी की बनाई है वो भी आपसे शेयर करेंगे। हमने बहुत डीप काम किया है, मतलब जो दुनिया में काम नहीं हुआ है वो काम किया हमने पराली से और अपने एग्रीकल्चर वेस्ट से सीएनजी मतलब कंप्रेस बायोगैस बनाने पे हमने जबरदस्त काम किया है। तो हाइड्रो पे तो हमारे इतने मोर देन हमने शुरू ही हाइड्रो से स्टार्टेड विद हाइड्रो ओनली। इनफैक्ट कभी कभी कोई लोग कहते हैं कि अयर साहब जैसे प्रसाद साहब का नाम हाइड्रो से जुड़ा, हमारा भी वैसे जुड़ा हुआ है एनर्शिया का। तो हम तो बिल्कुल इस पे लड़ेंगे एंड वी वांट टू गिव दीस पीपल अ चांस। एंड द अदर एस्पेक्ट आई बिलीव कि मैं थोड़ा स्केप्टिक नहीं हूँ रिगार्डिंग पीपल, हमने उनको सही बातें बताई नहीं, ऐसा मुझे लगता है।
यस यस यस
ये मेरी देखिए मेरी भी एक एक्सपीरियंस है, मैं ग्रास रूट पे जाता हूँ, मैंने भी बड़े रिमोट एरिया में भले ये वाले प्रोजेक्ट किए दूसरे प्रोजेक्ट डेवलप किए, लोग अगर डेवलपमेंट देखते हैं तो आपका साथ देंगे। देखिए शुभांशरी का शुरू होने का कारण के पीछे हम लोग थे एनर्शिया। इनफैक्ट एनर्शिया ने इतने पत्र लिखे, इतने लोकल लोगों से बात की एंड इनफैक्ट जब मैं आपसे बात कर रहा हूँ, आई होप माय कलीग एंड माय बैचमेट हु जॉइंड अस फ्रॉम मलेशिया, ही डजंट स्पीक मच, इंश्योरेंस सेक्टर पे था पर वो ही इज अ वेरी एंट्रेंच्ड मैन, ही इज अ नागा बाय ओरिजिन फ्रॉम नागालैंड, married to a chameleon, is a crazy family. It's Manoj Mac. Manoj, you are there? Manoj, can you hear me?
Yes.
Manoj Mac. Yeah, Manoj, few words on how positive Northeast is actually and then how we have to work with them in spite of all the problems. What is the necessity for us to explain, go to the public and create a positive environment for hydro?
First of all, thank you, Mr. Professor Iyer.
Yeah.
And मेरा नमस्कार टू ऑल गुरुज, टेक्निकल गुरुज हियर। मैं उनसे तो बहुत पीछे हूँ, बट यस, as I have heard all of you sirs, the real problem lies with our own people, the locals, and the people out there in Northeast, which I would accept it with wholeheartedly. We have really have a very good massive potential for harnessing the hydroelectricity in Northeast, but however we are lagging behind up with so many technical problems. What Mr. Mishra ji, Khazansi साहब, गोयल साहब का आपका ये project presentation, I really thank. I understood so many things. मुझे तो उतना आता नहीं है हाइड्रो का, but yes, since I have been in the insurance sector.
You have been in insurance. आपने तो हाइड्रो के इंश्योरेंस किए हैं mainly SPML में।
हिमाचल प्रदेश का बहुत सा चीज किया है। Little bit of technical things are there. Yeah, I understand that. Coming to the point of
and you were with Anil Sethi, SPML, and that's a known hydro company at the time, whatever it is.
Yes,
now you are a free bird, but I am saying you know the inside out of what happens.
Yes, true. So many problems, political, technological, so many problems are there. Coming to the point to your real problem with the public. Yes, true. We have so many problems with the understanding of the features of the hydroelectricity, which people are propagating in such a way from Himachal to other places like to Northeast. People are saying, okay, this is the default of these problems. We have got a soil erosion, flood problems, these problems, that problems are increasing day by day. That's what the impression given to the public.
Right.
Which I felt this is wrong notions. Yes, true. At many a times, like Mr. Goyalji have presented, stating that these are so many technical things have come up which can be monitored from anywhere in the world, or wherever you say in the Northeast, from Delhi or whatever, wherever
and
you
that was Manoj Ajay Agarwal ji.
Oh, sorry. Okay, Mr. Goyal tha na? Mr. Agarwal, yes. Sorry.
Mr. Goyal was Karcham Mangtu. He created the fastest private project with JP. Of course, the project is sold to JSW, but he is there. He has left
Right.
AP, but he is the master of that project. So ये सारे सबने काम किया है ऐसी जगहों पे.
Correct, correct. Now, गोयल साहब और प्रोफेसर जी, एक चीज मैंने पूछा था. I have asked few of the technical people out there in the northeast of Arunachal, also called Nagaland, Sikkim.
Right.
Where the publics are giving problem because of few things which they are feeling that, okay, which I've already mentioned you, like flood or any other things. See, when you say that, Goel Saab ya Mishra ji sir, I just want to ask one single sentence that, do we involve our irrigation department and flood control department persons when we sit together to give the advices to the people out there? Do we involve irrigation or flood control department of the local state?
This is very important, sir, because ये नहीं हो रहा है ऐसा मेरे को मालूम पड़ा.
As the public
in the public hearing, say for example, in the public hearing for Lower Siang, the flood controller water was not to be released for irrigation. That was not the requirement, but flood control, yes. And in the public hearing, that was a part of the information to be disseminated with the local people and all. Unfortunately, the public hearing, the activists hijacked it, could not take place. And it could not take place for 2-3 years. And then the economics, the commercials of the project, they changed. And nobody would like to buy power costing 5 to 6 rupees a unit. And that is how the project...
No, Goel Saab, I'm not
I'm
not asking that. What I mean to say is, when you want to convince the tribal people, so-called tribal people out there in Arunachal ho, Sikkim ho, Meghalaya ho, Nagaland ho, तो आप इन लोगों को आपको साथ में लेके जाना पड़ेगा, because they are the most convincer people, you know, while convincing the public out there. तो ये चीज आपको करना पड़ेगा. Second thing is
that way you're right. We did that in Himachal, in spite of all the clearances. You know, the local area development activities, they came up from Karchamau too. It was not unheard at all before that. And before the local area development activities, as 1% of the project cost became a legislation, we ourselves agreed with the local people that will do A, B, C, D developments in your areas like this. We agreed before local area development activities became a part legally. So that kind of homework, you're right, we always do with the local people. Their requirement, their restrictions.
So importantly, Goel Saab, one more I want to add before conclusion. See, public are worried about the notions which has been given by the other public or so-called Himachal Pradesh se jo informations are coming up, soil erosion, flood control. So first thing, we have to take the insurance sector's persons over here. Don't mind, sir, since I am in insurance sector, I have seen the thing. So liability jab aa jata hai, so we have a lot of products, you know. We have a lot of products where we can convince the public. Here, I'm not telling about insurance for a particular project. I'm telling about the requirements for the public to get convinced. When you say flood or any kind of such kind of liability, we have n number of products where we can convince the public, saying that in case of any flood or any kind of eventualities happens because of the overflow of the dam or flood and all, we can always convince by saying that this is the product you have. If any kind of eventualities, we are going to settle this amount through, of course, through the court of law. And the sum insured, which can be always increased. It is not fixed, because we can make a tailor-made this one. Since suppose a claim has occurred, for example, a claim has occurred in the particular area or the vicinity of the particular project. Say there is a product called crop insurance. Maybe limited to sum insured of this much, say 1 CR, 2 CR, whatever it may be. But we can always convince the people of the public that if in case of any claim occurred due to the project installed over here, over flooded, or we have to, what situation we have to release the water during the flood time, this much claim may occur. So we can always take that cover, and we can always convince to the public nearby or whichever the area which has been covered, that can be always taken care, and we can, because this is the main thing which publics are taking care of. They are telling when we install the project, there is a chance of flood. Worst come worst situation, we will release the water from there, which will create the eventualities. Clean. So public can be always, this is the main thing which we are facing in. Public problem is always there in the project installation. That is always there. So I have seen in some of the sectors there in Himachal, which we did it. Yeah, there are so many aspects are there. Mr. Khazansi sahab, Kaul sahab aapne bola hai. So many technical problems are going. I'm not touching that part because the most importantly where the public are giving so much grievances is this. In case of flood, in case of what time the claim the water flow is high, what we will do? All my crops will get lost. All my things. See, that time you can bring always the best insurance sector person who can give the decision maker. As Khazansi sir ne bola hai ki decision making hona chahiye. We can call the person who can give the decision there and there. Okay, this is the product, this is the eventualities may occur, and the predictive data analysis can be done from there because we have AI. All software things are there. We can always predict. Data can be predicted with a loss.
Yeah, that is done also.
Yeah.
We call it a dam break analysis. In case the dam breaks, what happens downstream?
Correct.
The area is flooded, the people have to be moved, the crops are damaged and all. This is a part of studies, environment impact assessment, we call it. This is must for any dam project. And then this kind of education is also disseminated through various forums.
Well, sir, आपने कभी insurance अलग को बुलाया, but because there is a problem here, only we are calling the project time. Project को हम लोग insurance के लिए लेते हैं, but not with the public domain में लेके नहीं आता है कि yes, this project, if in case of anything happens, okay, project is covered. What about the eventualities happens to the public, which crops are being damaged or anything nearby places? There, the decision maker should be there, along with the persons who can give a decision. Right now, this is the basic problems which I have come across. Recently, I have spoken to the Pollution Control Board, Central Pollution Control Board of Northeast. There is one of our junior called Mr. Santanu Datta. Okay, he's a member secretary now. So I was telling these things also. He was pointing out these very important points. So he said, what you have said is correct. So we neglect our insurance portfolio only with the part of the project insurance. But what about the other part, overall part? So if we call these people also in the, sir, आप लोग तो गुरुज लोग हैं, उनको भी अगर बुला के हाँ आप ले रहे हो तो ये इसका क्या है? What is the situation even if any eventualities comes? So this is one point I wanted to add it here.
I think the point is,
yes, Mr.
The point is well taken, and this is all covered. Unfortunately, it was not the Arunachal Pradesh people who went into the activism. It was mostly the people from Assam and some Western interests. I don't know.
Yeah,
all countries, unfortunately, the state governments and central government has to take a proactive action.
Correct.
Of convincing people and all, and they fail in their duty. I must say, they fail in their duty.
So,
and they say the private builder.
That is already taken care. That's why I did not touch that part. True that government.
The general impression given by even by the state government says that private developer is here to make money. They don't take. If the government was to make the project, same project, earlier NHPC was to make that project. They could not do that. Lower Siang was given to private sector on bids. It was given to private sector. Government failed to do it. But impression in the country is if some private developer is doing it, he is making a lot of money. The government department, what has failed. So that impression, though private sector is also for the development of the country, of the region, of the nation as a whole. So
I'm afraid if this continues, if the decision doesn't come out, I'm afraid Arunachal will be taken over by
this thinking has to change, and all of us have to try to change this thinking, that we all are for the country, whether it is a government fellow, whether it is a private fellow, all are for the government, all are for the people.
Yeah.
So that impression has to change. I worked on the government, I did my full job. I worked in Bhutan on that Tala project. I worked in the private sector also. And the question is, we have to make the delivery. You don't get satisfaction unless you deliver in a given time frame a product which meets all international standards.
Correct, sir. Correct.
And
Well, sir,
all
I
your
think
On to your question.
हाँ मिश्रा साहब से हाँ बिल्कुल मिश्रा साहब बोलिए जी
Yeah. Number one, all the projects are unique with respect to their location and with respect to the people who are staying there and the circumstances and environment. This is number one thing. Number two, in many of the projects, the public information system has been introduced where the people tell the people that what is the project, what will happen, all those things. And studies are done, they are disclosed also. In the public hearing also it is done. The problem mostly comes, it is because of the certain vested interest who are NGOs from outside, certain political interest, and sometimes the people are creating problem behind the curtain.
Agree.
So these things are not so easy. Whatever you are saying that, okay, as far as this insurance is concerned, you see that Subansri lower project, which is being implemented by NHPC. What were the demand of the people, downstream people? What that insurance if taken, what will happen? So many times the demands are very, very reasonable. They cannot be fulfilled except by God.
Unreasonable.
Second thing, as far as the local departments are concerned, people do consult them. And the State Pollution Control Board is always, they are in touch. Where I was in SJVN, we are having it was the government of Himachal Pradesh, joint venture of government of Himachal Pradesh, everything, they were working together, we were working together. But one thing is there that in our country, the people are not only, even the bureaucrats, administrators, they also start thinking from the political angles, from the political lines. They also want to become popular. They do not think that they are administrators or they have got certain duty. They have to be just judicious in their decision. Unfortunately, it is a psychological problem. I do agree, if the experts of this field, insurance people, if they come together, they can mitigate the problem. They can mitigate the problem to some extent, but the problem cannot be eliminated.
Yes, true. That is right. That is right.
Absolutely right.
Absolutely.
And इसमें मैं एक point मनोज जी के लिए add कर रहा हूँ. It's very interesting. See, what he says is a very brilliant suggestion. What he says, you make a scientific methodology by virtue of which the compensations are fixed in case of flood, especially because of Brahmaputra and other issues in Northeast, flooding keeps happening. So if some benchmark of a minimum guarantee of loss of crop and other things, crop insurance is there.
I'm just telling one product there. Yeah. Correct.
You got the NABARD crop insurance, you got other insurance scheme. There needs to be a very just and integrated effort because he's an insurance guy. He's seen the grassroots, he's seen genuine claims, he's seen fake claims, he's seen everything. So what minimum point he's trying to make is hydro project while developing for the public scientific rehabilitation and R&R की बात करते हैं हम केवल, लेकिन अगर हम उसमें एक तरह से जिनकी जमीन चली जाए, जिनका खेती हो, वो जो आसपास है, those projects find a scientific way of being partner to the project and being an opposition to it. So this I think is a very brilliant idea and I have taken note of it. इसको बड़ा innovative way में present करना है. क्योंकि at the end of the day, I know people are people, we are a democracy and we need not be bothered. Somebody said too much of liberty. I agree with Dharmadhikari Sahab on that, but I also feel there is no option other than going for liberty because that is the only thing that democracy is giving. So because the development that Chinese are doing, they are already facing a big problem. So much of hydro, yet they have a coal shortage, yet they have an electricity shortage, massive factories, overproduction. इतना भी तो करना नहीं है. भाई प्रोडक्शन वो करो जो आप मैनेज कर पाओ. एंड एफिशिएंसी क्या है? आप 2000 गीगावाट बना रहे हैं, आप खाली 850 से 900 गीगावाट बना रहे हैं बिजली. एक्चुअली आपकी इंस्टॉल कैपेसिटी 2000 है. So the problem with India is India does not have even 50% of what China has. My economic study says if we have 800 gigawatt today, we can match the Chinese economy. So that's a different subject altogether. on the electricity, which I will discuss when the entire power sector is discussed. Today, our limited argument is in favor of hydro. I think somebody is raising the hand. Manoj, yes.
Hey, just wanted to say, because all technical gurus are here, people are implementing the hydro projects here. If any case of, in case of any, pollution control board and all clearance are there required from the Northeast, we have a very good friend. I just want to open that forum.
So for everybody here, Manoj is somebody who is with me on the mission to ensure कि नॉर्थ ईस्ट में डेवलपमेंट हो. हम दोनों मिले हुए हैं इसमें, दोनों बैचमेट हैं बाय द वे एनआईटी कुरुक्षेत्र के. तो मैं आप लोगों को कहना चाहता हूं, टेक हेल्प ऑफ मनोज इनसाइड विजन और विजडम ऑफ द नॉर्थ ईस्ट. He is for all of us. Even the government can look at this. For them, they have to see these kind of things. Thank you, Manoj, for coming.
Thank you.
All the way from Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, joining us. Great. Continue to be there.
Yes.
Can we get SK Shukla ji online and SC Sharma ji? Because I wish to now talk about these issues of the state. And also, we'll continue the Bhutan discussion. Can I have SK Shukla ji? Can you? नमस्कार. हाँ, शुक्ला जी, पहले आप बताइए. देखिए, दो बातें आपके सामने, आपने सब सुना ही है और आपको दिग्गज है. टेहरी तो पहले आप बताइए सर, टेहरी ने कैसे दिल्ली को बचाया. और टेहरी एक टाउनशिप है, तो नॉट अ हाइड्रो प्रोजेक्ट. हाइड्रो प्रोजेक्ट तो एक जगह है और एक पूरा शहर बसा दिया, मॉडर्न शहर बसा दिया, राइट इन उत्तराखंड, डिफिकल्ट टेरेन, हिमालयन टेरेन. इसको बताइए आप पहले
जी. तो
बताइए सर.
दिल्ली और दिल्ली के पहले ऋषिकेश से लेकर दिल्ली तक जितने भी शहर हैं, मेरी आवाज आ रही?
बिल्कुल आ रही है सर, बढ़िया आ रही है.
तो ये this was the catastrophe of 2013. Before that, in 2010 also heavy rains were there, and afterwards also we have faced many rains. So this Tehri reservoir has been instrumental to capture the flood water, store it for time being, and release it systematically in the process so that downstream flooding could be avoided. And with warning wall, with proper patrolling and control of the population, which is downstream along the river, both sides of the river. And that way, the Rishikesh and Hardwar, which were on the verge of getting drowned, were able to be rescued from that catastrophe. So that was the great part. And this happened only when only very small, moderated capacity is there for control of flood water. If we had some larger amount, that would have been much better. And this type of situation is going to happen more and more because the type of seasonal weather variation, the type of cloud bursts which are taking place, probably the days are not going to be same which we have lived so far. These are going to be much adverse, and therefore the flood moderation is a must. Apart from flood moderation, when we look at the importance of this type of water body, this water body is also helpful for the bad days when drought is there, when rain is not there, because the Tehri Dam is catering to 4 lakhs hectare of irrigation cultivable land, and this is revamping, and 2 lakhs 60,000 of hectares of land. When this is falling nearly 15% of the cultivable land of UP. So that means we are supplying water, irrigation water, to nearly 15% of western UP part, which is very crucial and very important, where the crop yield has exceeded from the old times to 12 times more. This is many crop patterns have been changed now. instead of 2 crop pattern, now they are taking 6 crop pattern. The cash crops are there, and the type of Rabi and Kharif bees have changed a lot. And if you look at the reports of ICAR, they have appreciated a lot because of this water. The actual green revolution has happened in western part of the UP, and prosperity has risen, and this has been accounted for in the government records. And also ASCI Hyderabad, they have concluded in this direction. The point of bringing this into this August forum is that if we look at the our independent history from 47 onwards, we reached to early days when industrial revolution and green revolution, those were the two key words which were going to take place in this country. The green revolution started with Bhakra Nangal Dam, and this has been brought on record by Prime Minister of that time, who termed the Bhakra Nangal dams as modern temple of India. And MS Swaminathan also scripted in his report about the contribution of Bhakra Nangal Dam for irrigation purposes. Those were the days of 1963 when the dam was first phase was completed, and when irrigation water was allowed to be flown through canal system. And this was a great achievement for this country because the green revolution has taken place only on the shoulders of such type of reservoirs, which followed in the consequence. Unfortunately, that green revolution happened when we were struggling and public was starving, like in case of PL 480, if we remember that US agreement which was done, it very deficient type of food supply was organized, and we come over from those difficult times.
Right.
So this green revolution is one part, but this green revolution today can be supported only with the construction of large reservoirs, and this is one part. Second part, we have talked, our government and this Niti Aayog, they have talked about $5 trillion economy in by 2024-25. And if we look at 2019, when this term was coined, the economy was $2.7 trillion, and that slumped during the time because of pandemic and corona and all these things. This has reached to somewhere $2 trillion. Now, rescuing it from there and moving it forward, we have to look into two aspects. One is water, the other is electricity.
Absolutely right.
The electricity and water. So we want to make this country as economic powerhouse. Before that, we have to make it electricity powerhouse. And that electricity powerhouse can be made with the addition of more hydropower, which can also support the water requirement. And our many stalwarts have talked about the scarcity of water, which is being faced and which is going to happen in coming years. So all these the solutions lie in the factors that we have to look into these aspects. Now we talk about the compensation in tariff. We forget to bring out this aspect that revolution support is from, and therefore these water bodies are totally type of renewable effort which are aided by the arrangement. We call it as renewable energy, because in the stream we are allowing everything to happen as it happens. These are the points which are of serious consideration, and I think if we give specific thoughts to this, probably this will be a sort of convincing subject to all. And I'm grateful to Professor Iyer, who has given me this opportunity. I'm thankful to you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your input. And We have SD Jor, the head of the hydro and tunneling, formerly of HCC. Jor Saab, can you hear me? SD Jor Saab?
Yes, yes. सुनाई दे रहा है?
हाँ, Jor Saab, आपसे क्या मुझे सवाल है कि you have been a great construction engineer. You worked in all these tough conditions, in geological conditions, and a lot of work in Bhutan. So you tell me, again from the same perspective, the development of these hydro projects, in spite of the challenges, are the most crucial opportunity that is coming, especially in the post-COVID era. See, right now what has happened, the coal problem was not only in India, even Chinese have faced the huge coal problem in spite of capacity index. So they were completely saved by the hydropower, as much as we were saved also. Maharashtra was saved by Koina and the rest of the hydro reservoir. In fact, the chief minister himself declared that hydro's peak right now will save the situation for Maharashtra. Otherwise, 13 of our coal power plants were idle. So I want you to address this entire forum from this perspective right now. So this is an answer which I think somebody like you can explain. You have seen hydro closely.
Okay. I am a SDJO. I have worked in the Hindustan Construction Company for the 56 years. But mostly I was on the education part. I have executed so many hydro projects, tunnel projects, and everything. But the only thing, the projects, when we start and when we end, those should be completed in time. That is my reason. People always say there is geological surprises and all that, but we should know after so much of experience and all that. Hello. Hello. सुनाई दे रहा है? Hello.
Yes, sir. You can continue, sir.
You can continue.
After there is so much of experience and all that, we should know that we should be ready with any geological surprises, especially in the underground, that is tunnel or anything like that. Because when I was working in Tala, because we have met with a very difficult and worst geological condition, but though we are not ready, but after the proper decision and all that, we could bring some equipments and all that, there we could do it. But after all these experiences, we can understand that you should be ready in advance so that there should not be any time lag. Now, suppose if we complete the projects in time, then and at the same time the time overrun is there, expenses are more, everything is more, and people are not happy with our construction. Actually, but there are some difficulties also in the contracts and all that, because when we do some extra job, payment is not done. When the contracts time limit is there, that time limit itself was initially not correct. So many things are there. At the same time, I have seen in Tala itself, about 400-meter distance, we got in very, very difficult geology, but that also we could pass with the correct methodology, correct decisions, and everything. The geological surprises we can overcome, provided if we are ready. But at the same time, some geological conditions, especially just like Punatanchu 1, it is beyond the control of the people and decisions also, we can say that.
Yes, it's wonderful, Jor Saab, to have your views on this matter, because yes, you have also pushed the point that geological challenges will keep coming, and it's better to call them challenges than surprises. And these are part of an engineer's challenge, and it has to be overcome through action, through proactive, re-engineering of the project or taking quick decision. There are tactical and strategic points of delivering a hydro project, and nobody can tell it better than people like you who have been literally at the forefront of this whole. Thank you, Jeursa, for your inputs.
Thank you.
And let me call next is I wish that S.C. Sharma Sharma Saab hai.
Good afternoon, Professor. How are you?
Very wonderful,
very
sir.
Very much there since morning.
Thank you for the patience. Abhi aap mere ko, you address the issues of the Northeast. Because when you were the president of Jindal Hydro, before that you were director for TERI, and colleague, and Shukla Saab is your colleague. He's already spoken. I feel you should address the Northeast issue क्योंकि काफी सारे प्रोजेक्ट आने वाले थे और हमारे वो मनोज मैक्स साहब भी बैठे हैं. So for his own this thing, what are the challenges और कहाँ पर हम उसको improve कर सकते हैं, and how we can build this entire capability of the Northeast, especially अरुणाचल में जो 150 गीगावाट पड़ा हुआ उससे प्लस उसका कैसे करेगा, बताइए साहब.
Surely, Prasad, but with your permission, because I have been listening since morning. Because on the particularly the pump storage hydro, which was touched by Mr. Ravi Kumar, which was also touched by you and other colleagues, it's the need of the need-based things.
Right.
I like to say a few things on the pump storage. Capacity, etc. is all, no 94 gigawatt is there. These are all set and done.
Right.
But point is that how much development has taken place. I mean, the China has done the maximum pump storage schemes. I will not name those schemes. The first pump storage scheme was done in US, and the in India also almost about 9 schemes have been done so far with about 5 gigawatts. And in the northern region, I mean, you see, out of the capacity in the northern region, approximately about 13 gigawatt is there. So the TERI is doing first TERI pump storage scheme as a part of TERI hydropower complex. It's a very unique scheme in the northern region. So far, there is no pump storage scheme in northern region. It's going to be commissioned next year. While I was director technical, initiated those process, made a lot of contributions towards this technical things also. But point is that why pump storage scheme now is the need of the hour.
Correct.
Now it's a, you see, established, proven, cost-effective technology, and for storing the electricity at the times of high generation and or low demand, which then can be released into the peak periods. So it is a design time shift electricity to the periods of peak demand so that power is stored when it is least expensive and then used during peak demand when prices are highest. In Europe, I mean, this has been the technology which is also in use, where the electrical market is all, you see, spot market. You need few seconds to inject your generator into the system for generation. If you do not do that, somebody else will come and do it. I will give you the example in Europe, in Germany. Now there is a Denorvig power station. I had visited because I'm telling my experience out of that, why a pump storage scheme is necessary. Now there are, you see, in the pump storage, there are 2 types of generator, asynchronous and synchronous. Basically, all machines are synchronous machines. And asynchronous machine, I mean, has a cyclo converter, which you see, normally a hydro machine takes about 60 to 120 seconds to come to the bar, because you have to take it to the full speed, synchronous speed, and then you can only synchronize it. But if you have to synchronize, which is the need of our country in next decade, that when the spot market and all these exchanges comes up, so within 10 to 12 seconds, if you do not inject your machine, there can be a lot of disturbances in the grid. So that is why in Denorvig power station, see, there are 2 machines. One is a synchronous machine and one is a asynchronous machine.
Right.
Now, when we ask that why you have two different type of machines, why not? I mean, you were knowing the benefits of the asynchronous machines, and why you have installed the synchronous machine? They said the designers were not very much comfortable. One, the cost is about 20 to 30% high. Second, the technology perhaps at that time was not that mature to inject into the grid an asynchronous machine. So they first decided to have a synchronous machine. Then lately, after about 3-4 years, they installed second unit. Hello, I am able to, are you able to hear me?
Yeah.
Because you are something else has come on my screen. Okay, so they said that in the European market, I mean, that has developed so much that within 5 to 10 seconds, you have to inject the machine and then you are generating and getting the money. So synchronous machine is not being used by them when we ask them. So that is how in Tehri, this is the first asynchronous machine in our country, which is being installed at Tehri. So this is the beauty of that Tehri pump storage scheme, which is 1000 megawatt.
Beautiful.
And it will be a unique thing in our country that whatever these pump storage, it is about 30% costly machine. It was Alstom at that time, Alstom and SCC. I mean, I have heard my very senior colleague from SCC also. So they are doing this project jointly. Basically, it is a turnkey project with SCC and Alstom. Now it is GE. Alstom has been taken over by GE now. So it is GE and HCC where they are doing it. So this is the one thing why I wanted to say that pump storage is the necessity of our country. And second thing what I wanted to say, Prasad, with your permission, is that in the Pan India on 5th of April 2020, because we have been listening that solar power, I mean, about 450 gigawatt has to be, our energy has to be there, and almost about 100 gigawatt has been already installed. And by
solar 100
2030,
नहीं है solar 100 नहीं है sir, 44.3 gigawatt. Solar 44.3.
But there is a plan for 100 gigawatt. There is a plan by 2022.
वो तो हमारी रिपोर्ट है ना, उसमें तो they are running backwards. अभी वो पीछे हैं.
Quite right. My only point of telling is that the government at that stage, when the Pan India event was there, when Honorable Prime Minister announced to, I mean, switch off the lights for about 9 to 10 minutes. 9 minutes.
That is explained.
What has helped? Yeah, right. What has helped is it is only hydro. You see, at that time it was, you see, anticipated almost about 12 to 14,000 megawatt perhaps will be backed out, and then we have to have the accordingly that. So a lot of in 2-3 days in emergency, a lot of exercises were done by POSCO and all the state governments and other things. Right. But ultimately, you see, 32,000 megawatt was backed down. And who gave in just, I mean, it was in a very event summary, if I tell you that India demand started reducing from 1,16,887 megawatt at 2045 hours. Correct. Minimum demand of 85,800 megawatt recorded at 2110 hours. Subsequently, the demand started picking up at 2110 hours and settled at 1,14,400 megawatt at 22 hours. Now you see the grid frequency during the event remained in the range of 50.26 hertz to 49.70 hertz, with maximum and minimum frequency of 50.259 and 49.707 recorded at 2108 hours and 2049 hours respectively. So this is the event. Now, this was all possible, although it was not all hydro, but meanwhile, the thermal gas and other plants were also taken into the grid to have about 32,000 megawatt backup and then raising it into the grid. So, but hydro was the main machine, and the power minister at that point of time understood that without hydro, I mean, in any case, any black start takes place, it is only the hydro which can come to the rescue of the grid in the country. And if you want to have a 24/7 power, hydro is a must for the peaking. It is not the solar which will come. But nevertheless, now recently, I mean, the Prime Minister of India has also announced, you see, one sun, one world and one grid. Okay. So with that in view, I mean, if this happens, now the idea of the Prime Minister is that the world over, the sun never gets off. Sun is always available. But if there is an international grid connected throughout the world, if it is a world grid connected with this renewable energy, so it will flow from one region to another region in the quickest possible time. And it's a very good initiative by the government of India. And the Prime Minister has also announced.
Sir, I would like to, sir, I would like to stop you. I would like to stop you there, because there are certain issues in this. First of all, let us control our regional grid. You know, we should not put this international grid. Abhi microgrids bhi hain, wo bhi kaam karenge. So let us not talk about this international grid. Pehle hum apni South Asian regional grid ko theek kar le.
These are the issues which solar power.
I will tell you, sir,
hydro are hand in hand.
I am very clear. But I am very clear, I do not agree with your idea of a unified world grid. It is not possible. It will be easy for a Taliban to shoot it down. Let us not get into that discussion. Because वो एक dream है.
Anyway, I am leaving it.
That is something which technically is infeasible.
I am leaving it, but these are the.
नहीं, जो आपने अभी जो
These are the initiatives with hydropower.
No, I am very clear. I have nothing against anybody, but please do not bring a single unified grid. I am talking of विकेंद्रीकरण और बहुत ज्यादा हमें ग्रिड पे उतना डिपेंड नहीं करना है. आप देखिए, you cannot.
It is okay.
That is a completely flawed idea. It is a completely flawed idea. I want to tell, even if the Prime Minister has been wrongly advised.
I leave it there.
World grid छोड़ दीजिए. आप अपनी बात करिए ना, इंडिया की ग्रिड की. World grid की क्यों बात?
नहीं, okay. Now
let us buy enough power from
northeast.
Let us buy power from Bhutan. पहले उसको strengthen करिए.
Nepal. Okay. नहीं, I leave it. I just mentioned it. It is not that my.
The same issue. When the power grid was operating, why we should suddenly decide? अभी समझिए, लोगों को कुछ समझ में आए, सबके सब बिजली बंद कर देंगे, तो ये तो इवेंट रोज होते रहेंगे. एक शहर बंद हो गया, तो we need decentralization as well.
नहीं, ये तो perspective planning है ना, प्रसाद. These are perspective planning. Basically, you have to plan the grid to the future.
आपको बताता हूँ, the future grid is not only going to be grid alone. The future grids will be microgrids and other parallel grids which will also operate. If you want to operate a
yes, definitely. So I agree with you.
Therefore, the big argument, somebody from the World Bank or somebody speaks, please tell them not to bullshit around. There is no global grid.
No. I am not. I am just telling that what is happening with the renewables. Hydro is also renewable.
No. I am a man. When I find something wrong, I will tell you it is wrong. देखिए.
Okay. No, it is all right. I left it. Let's leave this point now.
लोगों को समझने दो. तुर्कमेनिस्तान से गैस भारत में टापी के थ्रू नहीं आई, तो आपको जाना पड़ेगा अंडरवाटर बिटवीन ओमान एंड इंडिया. So there is a lot of issue.
नहीं, चलिए international छोड़ दीजिए ना. नहीं, let's come to the northeast.
Let us come to
Let's come to the northeast.
Northeast will be benefiting only when you bring Bhutan's power into India, because Bhutan, Northeast, and Nepal together will make the whole game. So you have to play the SARG,
South
Asian regional grid. पहले उसका काम करिए. उसके ऊपर काम नहीं करें और उसके ऊपर करें नहीं. कभी चाइना आ गया, कभी कुछ आ गया, बात कर रहे हैं. Let's work on that. I'm a practical guy.
That's right.
I will say good is good. जहाँ गलत है, कोई भी सरकार हो, उसको भी सुनना पड़ेगा हमारी बात. देखिए, पहले साउथ एशियन रीजन ग्रिड. Today, Bhutan is pumping 2200 gigawatt. That also saved that day for us. You know, 2200 gigawatt, हमारे 2200 megawatt हमारे grid में थे.
नहीं, Bhutan has done an excellent job. Bhutan has done an excellent job for, I mean, and it is with the initiative of India only that Bhutan has been able to
and
do.
let us understand.
It's an Indian initiative.
When that initiative happened, I was the man who was there 2008 in Bhutan, and it was when then Prime Minister Manmohan Singh came. So all people have done. Current Prime Minister has gone in 2017 to inaugurate Mangdechu.
It is okay. I mean,
let us
you have been in the. You have been in
let us forget about the political leanings. You know,
you are the pivot. You are the pivot, Professor Vakshin. You are the pivot. Without pivot,
now
the earth will not roll.
I will also tell you.
That's why I am telling.
I will also tell you. I have no fear to explain. Currently, we are running through problems with Bhutan in many areas. I am not discussing today those problems. These have to be sorted out at the bilateral level.
Yeah. See, these issues will always remain.
And then there are some mistakes. People have gone to court. How can you draw a country which is your neighbor, which is in the bilateral deal, into a local court in India? If it is an arbitration, you should not draw them to a local court. So, yes, some of my people in the government will be upset that I am speaking, but I will speak. यहाँ पर देखिए bilateral deal करिए. You do a bilateral deal, sit with Bhutan and try to find out the solution to these things, because you have the opportunity of 30 gigawatt to 45 gigawatt. हम उस पे both the countries should sit together and sort out whatever is there, and we are the best of friends. If we cannot grow the Bhutan-India relationship, then I'm telling you, not only India, Bhutan, both of us must be actually feeling
sorry. Very good relationship Bhutan है. India-Bhutan relationships are very good. I mean, it will remain good, sir.
आप गुड बोल रहे हैं, हमें पता है ना क्या हो रहा है. गुड तो है, लेकिन we are doing certain blunders within the game. I will not blame one country, but in a bilateral, दोनों तरफ से गलतियां होती हैं. Some officers down the Babudam or whatever, they don't understand the sensitivity of these relationships.
That is possible. That is possible.
Engineers are doing a great job. Indian engineers are doing a great job from Bhutan and India. They are doing great work, I tell you.
But anyway, sir, you have told
I only wanted you to be careful about world grid. This is the biggest bull crap. It will not happen. Even if it is spoken by my Prime Minister, it is not his mistake. Some fellow from Niti Aayog or somewhere must have gone and given this idea on the paper. But this is a bullshit idea.
Anyway, sir, I mean, we are stopping on that.
नहीं वो छोड़िए ना, वो बात ही गलत है ना. देखिए, there is a lot of decentralized and distributed power happening.
ऐसा होता है, perspective planning में बड़ी सारी चीजें आती हैं, तो
नहीं सर, ये क्या है ना,
देखिए किया जाता है.
आप मेरे को देखिए, आप मेरे को बताइए एक मिनट, आपके क्योंकि ये ऐसा डिस्कशन हुआ है, जरूरी है. आप मेरे को बताइए, वन इंडिया वन मोबाइल करने के बाद भी कितने दिन लगे एक ही रेट देने को? आज भी तो लड़ रहे हैं. तो वन इंडिया वन ग्रिड हो गया, यूनिफाइड ग्रिड हो गया. हम लोग लड़े उस पर यूनिफाइड ग्रिड करने के लिए, क्योंकि जितनी ग्रिड है वो तो यूनिफाइड हो. सदर्न ग्रिड कनेक्टेड नहीं थी. हमने कवर पे कहानी
चल रहा है ना सर, वो भी काम चल रहा है.
नहीं, काम नहीं चल रहा. वो हो गया. वो कब हुआ? जब हमने एक स्टोरी लिखी, क्रुक्स ऑफ पावरपुर, जैसे गैंग्स ऑफ वासेपुर. एनर्शिया ने कैरी किया था, और उसके
आप जैसे लोग जो हैं वो इनिशिएटिव लेते हैं, तो ये सब चीजें होती हैं.
दूसरी चीज है ना, ये देखिए क्या है कि सब अच्छी हो रही है ना.
It's a collective effort. You initiated and the effort has taken place.
Sir, collective effort अपनी जगह है, but collective blunder ना हो.
ना, collective blunder नहीं होना चाहिए. That I agree.
मैं warning, हाइड्रो के ऊपर 10% आना collective blunder माना जाएगा.
It is.
And I would like to keep myself out of it, because for the last more than a decade,
we have been telling since more than 10-12 years in your all conferences and everything. It has came down from 27 to 10%.
10% today. Yeah. So this is the reason we are discussing.
Yeah, that's right. So Northeast has to be developed, and of course, Government of India has taken a lot of initiative, as the Colonel was also telling, roads and bridges and all those things. They are getting connected from defense angle, from other infrastructure angle, and Gati Shakti, I mean, the announcement which has been done, it will provide a further impetus to the development of the Northeast. And I'm sure.
मैं आपको एक चीज बता देता हूँ. अगर इस गति शक्ति में अगर बिजली नंबर 1 ना हो, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी विद हाइड्रो, देयर इज विल बी नो गति टू दैट, नो शक्ति एंड गति टू दैट गति।
वो तो सब दैट इज द फर्स्ट थिंग, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ पावर।
मैं आज ही वार्न कर रहा हूँ और मैं लिखने वाला हूँ। सबसे पहले उस पे सबसे आगे हाइड्रो पावर, पानी का और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का मतलब इलेक्ट्रिसिटी का रख लो, और उसमें क्या करो, गति को शक्ति देनी है तो सबसे पहले इसका काम करो। 3 साल बहुत मेहनत करें।
ये तो इनिशिएटिव भी मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ पावर का था साहब, गति शक्ति वाला जो था ना, इनिशिएटिव तो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ पावर है। एंड ये इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बेसिकली नॉर्थ ईस्ट में डेवलप करने के लिए this is one of the initiative, and it is good that the northeast 47 gigawatt has to be developed. So far
नहीं सर आप फिर फिगर पे गलत हो गए। सरकार 47 गीगावाट करेगी, मैं कह रहा हूँ 250 गीगावाट है नॉर्थ ईस्ट में। चैलेंज करो मेरे को कोई भी। 250 gigawatt we have in northeast. That is what I am trying to tell you.
I am talking of Arunachal Pradesh. You told me to talk about Arunachal Pradesh now.
Arunachal Pradesh is not 49. It is 150 gigawatt. This is the blunder. That is where I stand. That is the discussion I had with the colonel. And that is where I am talking about. क्योंकि हम अगर आपके सिक्की में
on the paper, out of 50,000 megawatt initiative,
1970 की कहानी मत लिखिए।
नहीं रिपोर्ट है। मैं तो 2003 की बात कर रहा हूँ, जब प्राइम मिनिस्टर वाजपेयी जी थे और जब योगेंद्र प्रसाद भी चेयरमैन थे एनएचपीसी के।
अरे सर 50 gigawatt was not just northeast, it was just at that time 2004 का 50 gigawatt initiative, not a single gigawatt of that initiative has come forward. That is what we are discussing today. That is why you are at 10%.
नहीं ओनली अभी जो आया है ना उसमें से तो जो निप्पो ने
कुछ नहीं है, अभी कुछ नहीं है,
किया है ना, थोड़ा किया है निप्पो ने साहब। 405 मेगावाट का गंगा नदी किया उन्होंने, ऐसा तो नहीं है।
अरे साहब निप्पो विल बी मर्ज्ड इन एनटीपीसी, ये हाल है।
That doesn't matter, sir. That doesn't, but NIPCO remains as an identity. NIPCO is there. It is only the equity which has gone to NTPC, but it has its own independent identity also.
वो तो
नहीं, चलो उसको क्यों डिस्कस करना है कि एनटीपीसी है, जगह पहले गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की इक्विटी थी, अब जो है वो एनटीपीसी की इक्विटी हो गई। दैट्स ऑल।
नहीं इसमें एक रीजन है, ऐसे नहीं होता सर। When you do a merger, then that is under the umbrella of the new company. Let us understand what are mergers. Let us not speak like this. What the government is trying to do is trying to save its bigger entity so that वो खाली थर्मल पे ना रहे, उसके पास कोई हाइड्रो एसेट आए। आज हाइड्रो की समझ आई है।
Quite right.
मैं क्या बोलूं?
I agree.
It is not कि वो तभी तो अगर एक बड़ी कंपनी आएगी जिसकी बैलेंस शीट तगड़ी होगी, तो ही तो वहां पैसे का डेवलपमेंट होगा। नहीं तो कहां से आप उसको डेवलपमेंट कर देंगे? So there are a lot of other issues in that whole decision. It is not a simple thing कि वो चला जाएगा। वो आइडेंटिटी क्राइसिस की बात नहीं है। जब इन्होंने बैंक को मर्ज किया तो आइडेंटिटी क्राइसिस था क्या? बैंक था, अच्छे बैंक्स थे, विजया बैंक को मर्ज कर दिया बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा में, बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा वाज मेकिंग लॉसेस, वो अलग कहानी था। तो अभी देखिए,
but anyhow, that is not the issue, whether it is merged with NTPC or it remains
my
with
question
government
to you
of India.
My question to you was 150 gigawatt is in Arunachal alone, and shouldn't we go forward aggressively to develop? That was my question.
नहीं, थोड़ा रिपीट कर दीजिए दोबारा, बीच में आवाज कट रही है।
मैंने कहा 150 गीगावाट केवल अरुणाचल में है। वो मिलिट्री पर्सपेक्टिव भी है, चाइना उसकी तरफ नजर लगा रहा है। जब तक आप डेवलप नहीं करेंगे, आपके फेवर में अरुणाचल आपके हाथ में नहीं होगा।
Sure, you are right.
This is the reason
this should have been done 50 years back, but
नहीं, वो 50 years back नहीं हो सकता था।
50 years back.
नहीं, वो हो नहीं सकता था।
लेकिन अब जो है, जो
50 साल की बात मत करो सर, ये अभी बात मत करो।
One is 150 gigawatt, what you are telling. One is which are the projects now for which the DPRs have been cleared by the CA, and the private developers have taken but not initiated the process of executing the projects. So that is the issue.
One thing I'll tell you. I'm sorry if I'm telling this. See, we cannot depend on just one agency, because if we have not done geological study for more than 3 decades, then we must question those agencies why ये पुराना डेटा दे रहे हैं। सबसे पहले तो ये है, तो इसलिए मैं किसी का नाम नहीं लेना चाहूंगा। हमारी एजेंसीज के पास वेयरविदल नहीं है और उनके पास वो इंफॉर्मेशन और डेटा का हथियार नहीं है। तो अब सबसे बड़ा डेटा जो है वो जियोलॉजी ऑन वाटर, जियोलॉजी ऑन मिनरल रिजर्व, इस पे आएगा। एक कुछ इनिशिएटिव छोटा सा लिया गया है।
Hydrological studies you mean to say?
देयर इज नो हाइड्रोलॉजिकल
हाइड्रोलॉजिकल स्टडीज की बात कर रहे हैं आप?
नहीं, मैं पूरी जियोलॉजी की बात कर रहा हूँ।
डाटा तो हाइड्रोलॉजिकल स्टडी का है ना सर?
है, लेकिन
आप जियोलॉजी तो ईच प्रोजेक्ट, जियोलॉजी तो सब ईच प्रोजेक्ट का जब डीपीआर बनता है तो जियोलॉजिकल स्टडीज तो की जाती है ना।
शर्मा साहब,
इन्वेस्टिगेशन इज पार्ट ऑफ दैट।
सर लास्ट टाइम आप लोकल इन्वेस्टिगेशन करते रहेंगे, उससे कुछ नहीं होगा। 1970, 1990 इस तरह के, और लास्ट जो स्टडी है वो 2000 के करीब है। These studies are insufficient for us at this juncture. That is what I am trying to come to conclusion. If you don't understand, आपको पता नहीं है आपके साथ क्या हो रहा है, वायरस ही क्या घुस रहा है, तो आपने बीमार होना ही है ना फिर। तो प्लीज डोंट।
ये मैं तो आपको बता सकता हूँ,
नहीं मैं
क्या
आपको बता
जिंदल
रहा हूँ।
पावर में इटालियन प्रोजेक्ट पे क्या स्टडीज हुई हैं वो मैं आपको बता सकता हूँ,
सर वो
क्योंकि
देखिए
ऑल ओवर
वो लोकलाइज स्टडी है।
तो मैं तो वही तो कह रहा हूँ, ईच प्रोजेक्ट हैज इट्स ओन जियोलॉजिकल स्टडीज ड्यूरिंग द डीपीआर स्टेज एंड आल्सो
डज नॉट मैटर टू मी, दैट डज नॉट मैटर टू मी। पहले आप नेशनल असेसमेंट पहले करिए बिफोर डूइंग। आप 1970 की और 90 की रिवाइज डेटा जो कुछ भी नहीं होती है उसको लेके आप कहते हैं कि भाई अरुणाचल में तो केवल 60 गीगावाट है, पर हमारे सिक्किम में 70 गीगावाट है। कौन सुनेगा आपको जब सिक्किम में 70 है?
ऐसा है साहब, मैं बताऊं आपको, इन पास्ट 10-15 years CWC ने हाइड्रोलॉजिकल स्टडीज के लिए तो इन वेरियस बेसिन्स, बोथ इन सुबानसरी, द सियांग बेसिन एंड दिबांग बेसिन, इस सब में जो है उन्होंने स्टडीज करी हैं और उसमें जो भी स्टडीज में हाइड्रोलॉजिकल स्टडीज में आया है, ऑल दैट डाटा इज अवेलेबल एंड इट इज गिवन टू द developers. It is not that now data is not available.
I am openly telling you that data is outdated and insufficient. What else you want to know?
Sir, it was done in 2010-11.
Sir, कोई फायदा नहीं है. Today you are in 2021 and don't talk to me of 2010 also. Please, for God's sake, don't discuss. I am telling you.
So after that, no work has been done. After that,
खत्म हो गई बात. आपकी खत्म हो गई.
Projects were stalled. Projects were stalled.
शर्मा जी, प्रोडक्ट वर नॉट स्टॉल्ड। आधा से ज्यादा जो बोल रहे हैं ना, जो अभी बोला गोयल साहब ने, अगर आप पे वेयर देयर इज अ विल टू कंस्ट्रक्ट देयर इज अ वे, एंड इसमें जितनी ताली दूसरी तरफ बढ़ गई उतनी ताली हमारे पॉलिटिकल बॉसेस की भी होगी और बाकियों की भी होगी।
तो है सर,
हाइड्रो को नहीं सपोर्ट करना। मैं आज लड़ रहा हूँ हाइड्रो की सपोर्ट। आई एम सपोर्टिंग एनएचपीसी। व्हाई एनएचपीसी इज मिनी रत्ना? व्हाई इट इज नॉट अ महारत्ना?
कौन सी एनएचपीसी? हां, एनएचपीसी इज रत्ना तो है ना सर।
क्या मिनी रत्ना?
तो आप सुबानसरी प्रोजेक्ट देखिए, 10-12 साल तो नहीं हुआ ना, बंद रहा। अब स्टार्ट हो गया है,
क्यों
बन जाएगा।
क्यों बन रहा?
एनएचपीसी विल डू इट।
क्यों बन रहा?
अब देखिए उसमें नहीं पॉलिटिकली मोटिवेटेड थिंग्स with Assam, basically with Assam. NHPC chairman will throw light on that more than me.
नहीं NHPC chairman तो बहुत अच्छी बात है, उन्होंने बड़ी मेहनत की है। उन्होंने बड़ी मेहनत की है और हमने
तो he can throw light more than me, but what I know is it was all basically political. सारा equipment आया पड़ा है. I have also visited the Lower Subansiri.
शर्मा जी,
way back in 2010-11.
शर्मा जी,
तो उस वक्त भी मतलब
शर्मा जी, मैं चाहूंगा कि अब आप थोड़ा सा चुप रहे, थोड़ा सा मेरे को बोलने दें। हाँ, बस इट इज इनफ। क्योंकि क्या है, वन थिंग इज वेरी क्लियर कि विच एरिया यू डोंट अंडरस्टैंड, प्लीज डोंट स्पीक अबाउट इट। मेरा रिक्वेस्ट रहेगा, ठीक है? आप हाइड्रो जानते हैं,
ठीक है सर, नहीं बोलते सर। मैं आपने कह दिया तो नहीं बोलेंगे सर, उसमें क्या है?
क्योंकि ये जो पॉइंट है ना, यू आर नॉट कनेक्टिंग द लार्जर इशू ऑफ जियोलॉजिकल इशू वेयर वी हैव टू डू कंटिन्यूअस स्टडी इन द कंट्री। वी हैव फेल्ड इन इट एंड वी आर सप्रेसिंग दिस इंफॉर्मेशन। जब तक हम अपने जियोलॉजिकल डेटा में अपडेटेड नहीं होंगे, हाइड्रोलॉजी को तो नेक्स्ट आएगी ना उसके बाद। पहले आप जियोलॉजी पे काम करिए, जियोलॉजी में सब आ जाता है। वाटर की भी माइनिंग ही हो रही है हमारी, ध्यान रखो आप।
चलिए ठीक है
सर। एनीवे,
जियोलॉजी सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया
क्या है कि आपने दो काम किया which I was disagreeing and I was a little upset with your idea of a unified world grid. दुनिया में ये सबसे बड़ा ढकोसला है, कोई वर्ल्ड ग्रिड नहीं होगा। जब तुम गैस नहीं ला पाते कहीं से, तुम वर्ल्ड ग्रिड की बात मत करो। और वो क्या है कि बरगलाने वाली बातें हैं। There is a decentralized development going on in this country.
कुछ चीजें टेक्निकल हैं।
बन गए
सर, ये क्या था? ऐसा डिस्कशन था शर्मा जी का जो उन्हें करना नहीं चाहिए था। एनीवे, आप बोलिए।
के लिए अंग्रेज पार्टनर है,
हाँ,
जिन्होंने हमें 250 साल दबा के रखा।
बिल्कुल। Yeah.
वो तो
any
इंग्लैंड अब वो तो हिस्ट्री है हिस्ट्री
नहीं वो हिस्ट्री है लेकिन आपकी भूटान हिस्ट्री नहीं शर्मा जी वो हिस्ट्री है भूटान मिस्ट्री नहीं है मेरे को बताइए 10 गीगावाट तो मनमोहन सिंह जी के टाइम पे अब मेरे को बोलना पड़ रहा है 10 गीगावाट तो उनके जाने पे 2008 में डिक्लेयर हुआ हमने कितने प्रोजेक्ट बनाए हमने केवल मांगदेशु को लॉन्च किया कहाँ गया 10 गीगावाट आपका 2020 तक बनाना था कितने हुए
खजांची साहब ने खजांची साहब ने तो 3 प्रोजेक्ट बनाए हैं सर
नहीं खजांची साहब का ताला इसमें नहीं आता है इसमें नहीं है वो
नहीं ताला आता है he was there
it will not be included आप नहीं सुन रहे it's not included in 10 gigawatt development 10 gigawatt में हमने केवल 720 बनाए
मैं तो खजांची साहब की बात कर रहा हूँ that he
नहीं
was
मैं
there
तो
at
आपको
Tala.
फैक्ट मैं तो आपको फैक्ट्स बता रहा हूँ 2000 हाँ
For Bhutan, we must take up immediately Sankosh and
yes definitely
two very important storage projects and the hydropower projects.
संकोच का डीपीआर तो तैयार हो ही गया सर डीपीआर तो बन चुका है अब only thing is that it has to be executed now. DPR has been already approved also by CWCA. So it should start. I agree. Bhutan has a lot of potential. It has to be tapped. I mean, while you were there, you have done, I think, 4 projects you have done. It was an excellent job done by you at that time. And people should continue to do the development from that angle. Bhutan is a very prosperous country. It will be, and India will be benefited. There's no doubt about it.
I'm very clear, Sharma ji, Bhutan is the most important country for India. If this relationship has to be up, the ante should be up.
I agree with you.
और मैं साफ कह रहा हूँ, मैं भूटान के साथ खड़ा हूँ. In favor of Bhutan हमें काम करना है. Because if we want to grow, उनके साथ मिलके उनकी मदद करके हमें उनको आगे लेके जाना है. That is the business.
बिल्कुल. I fully agree with you. I fully agree.
That is very clear in my mind.
There is no doubt about it. There is no doubt.
अगर हमें really South Asian region grid बनाना है, तो Bhutan is the biggest partner for South Asian region grid for India.
Oh yes, definitely. I agree with you.
That is my point. So anyway, I wish Uday Sai, thank you for all your work.
Thank you, sir. Okay, all the.
मेरी क्या आदत है, कोई चीज मुझे गलत लगती है मैं बोलूंगा जरूर, ऐसा हूँ, ठीक है ना?
नहीं सब डेमोक्रेसी में सबका अधिकार है. And you are the pivot. जब पिवट तो हिलनी नहीं चाहिए ना, नहीं तो फिर अर्थ कैसे चलेगी?
नहीं वो तो करना ही पड़ेगा सर, हमें ही करना पड़ता है. तो अगला I want NHPC's executive director Uday Sai Saab to say a few words. It's a wonderful company. I am so fond of NHPC. Anyway, thanks to Prasad Saab and now Abhay Kumar Singh ji. He needs all our support, irrespective of whatever happens. But he needs. I am hoping maximum projects come in his time. And they are coming on the ground. I would like to see Uday Sai Saab. Can we have you? I don't hear Uday Sai Saab. Hai? You saw him, but he's not there. Okay. Then what we should do? We should run that video. Now we will run the valedictory speech of, because he was a little tied up, so I got him to make the video. NHPC चेयरमैन का वीडियो देखते हैं पहले, उसके बाद मैं कुछ और भी आपको दिखाऊंगा इंटरेस्टिंग. पहले इनका वीडियो डालते हैं. चेयरमैन साहब की एड्रेस ले लेते हैं.
Namaste to everyone. I am thankful to the INERTIA Foundation for extending me the honor of valedictory address of this conclave. Conclaves like this bring all the leading experts in the hydropower professional together and pool their experiences for betterment of the sector. These are also useful to the young professional to learn from the experts. Hydropower development is very close to my heart, not only professionally, since I have been associated with the hydropower sector for more than 36 years, but also because I have witnessed the overall development of hydropower projects bring to the far-flung and remote areas. Hydropower is a clean, green, sustainable and also a cheap source of power in the long term. In last couple of years, there has a sea change in our approach towards hydropower. Even 5 years back, nobody would have talked about targeting 100 gigawatt capacity by 2027. That is more than doubling what we have achieved in last 75 years. Now everybody, be it the policy makers or even general public, realizes the importance of hydropower. One of the greatest challenges in the current century is ensuring the availability of low carbon, affordable and secure energy. Hydropower has been and can continue to be a substantial contributor towards meeting this challenge. Although the hydropower industry exhibited significant growth over the past century, the factors that led to its historical growth rates are different than the contemporary opportunities and challenges. Changes and trends in the power sector have forced a fresh look on the future role for hydropower. Higher penetration of solar coupled with coal power plant requirements contribute to a changing generation mix. An increasing need to integrate variable generation resources such as solar and wind has led to greater demand for grid flexibility and balancing services. Hydropower generation and pump storage hydro provide these much needed services due to their consistent availability and their capability for rapid response to change in demand. To achieve the target of 100 plus gigawatt, we need to improve our project implementation capabilities. Rarely we have seen these projects getting completed on time. Development of hydro projects is not an easy job. It is a multidisciplinary and multi-authority enterprise where active and effective involvement of state government is of utmost requirement. We also need to simplify the approval process for hydro projects. Hydro projects go through a long and winding approval process. Often, the delays are on minor issues, but they have great impact on the financial viability of these projects. These delays make developers wary of the sector. To fast track the hydro power development process, it is essential that all stakeholders are on same page. Hydropower projects should be seen in a broader perspective and a considered view may be taken while granting various clearances. There is almost nil long-term adverse environmental impact. The ambitious target of achieving 1000 gigawatt of hydropower can be achieved, and for that we will need to focus on northeastern region. Any region has total hydro potential of around 58 gigawatt and 90% of this is still untapped. I would like to draw the attention towards the issue of water security also. If we have to continue on the path of the development of water security, cannot be left behind. We should seriously contemplate building at least one big reservoir project in each of the major river basins. This will ease out the stress on the water resources while augmenting the much needed hydropower capacity pump storage. Hydropower plants, despite their inherent capacity to meet grid flexibility needs, are yet to become attractive in the country, as the ancillary market for the peaking power and the grid management is not yet fully mature. Inherent market and regulatory challenges must be overcome to realize hydropower potential to improve the grid flexibility and facilitate integration of the various generation resources. The full valuation, optimization and compensation for hydropower generation and ancillary services in power markets have not been financially compensated in today's market framework. Although I am sure that this will happen sooner than later. The increasing integration of renewable sources like solar and wind provides significant potential for hydropower to prosper, and there are immense opportunities for the sector to fully capitalize on it. I must say that the challenge is big and time is short, but with the efforts from all concerned, we are capable enough to turn a new chapter in the development of hydropower. A lot of discussion is going on in the Ministry of Power, and I just want to inform to all our participants here that Honorable Secretary, Power Government of India has visited number of projects during a very short time of his joining in the Ministry of Power. Even our Honorable Minister has visited just a week back to our Pakaldul project and then further visited this Kishan Ganga Gurez dam site. And just you see the challenges in hydropower. At the same time, he saw what the development has taken place in the remote area and the people benefited there. And the challenges in the hydropower is now known to everyone, and the NHPC has proven it in 24 locations since we have already made the hydropower projects, and almost 4 or 5 projects we have made and handed over to state the different governments in Bhutan and Nepal. And we are working at a very challenging area in Subansiri, then Parvati, Pakaldul, Kiru, and number of projects are going to come. So everybody has now the interest in the hydropower development. Reason being that they want that it is not only the development of the hydropower, but it is a great development of the areas where the projects are being done, and the clean and green energy with the blending of solar and wind. The hydro is the only solution for the grid stability and the regular supply of power. I am thankful that Mr. Iyer, the day I joined as a NHPC, rather I was just selected for the CMD post. He talked number of times to me. He has visited the office even during the COVID period. He is talking to the various forum and talking to our experts in NHPC, outside the NHPC, who are associated with the hydropower. And really, Mr. Iyer is doing a great job for the hydropower development in the country, which ultimately going for the water security, flood control, at the same time clean and green energy. I am thankful that Mr. Iyer is doing a great job for the country. With this, once again, thanks to everyone.
Thank you, and I unmute, and I think we were looking for NHPC's ED, namely Mr. Uday Shai, but I think Mr. J.R. Chaudhary, I can see him on the picture. Do we have him here still? J.R. Chaudhary साहब, ED NHPC, और भी बहुत लोग हैं, but कोई बोलना चाहेंगे NHPC से अपनी तरफ से? We would like to have, because for me it's the most favorite company in the power sector, and thanks to the blessings of Prasad Saab and my closeness with Yogendra Prasad ji and now with the current chairman, I want to see that NHPC not only an India company but a global company. You know, maybe about 40-50 countries it should be able to influence in the hydropower sector. That is the dream we must have. You know, we must have the developmental dream for hydropower in India and elsewhere. And would J.R. Chaudhary Saab like to say a few words? I can see him on the picture.
Okay, sir. Good evening to everybody, sir. Myself, J.R. Chaudhary, ED NHPC. I joined NHPC in 1985 at corporate office, and then I went to Chimera Hydroelectric project on promotion as assistant manager, and I was posted there for 10 years, and I saw the whole execution of the power station, Chimera power station, which was model power station and for the country in hydro sector. And I saw from excavation, right from excavation, all the stages till commissioning, and even after commissioning, operation and maintenance. Then immediately after commissioning of the power plant, some problem was faced in the machine. These machines were Canadian machines are there. So we opened all the machine, did rectification, some work in the tunnel also. And since then the power station running smoothly. The Chimera power station, as you know, it is a storage scheme. It has a capacity of for storing water for 72 hours, 3 days almost. So I remember that whenever during the Diwali festival, before that Diwali festival, grid people, that time NREB, now NLDC, they used to approach to us that you store water in a fill your reservoir and we need your support during Deepavali, because Deepavali time suddenly that peak demand increases. So when the period I remained there, we always supported the grid people, our grid, national grid, and we generated full power during that because during Deepavali otherwise river inflow is less, but we are storing water for full reservoir to 3-4 days. So during Diwali, we will be generating full power. So hydropower, as my seniors said, they are told that it is a neat and clean power and give very having start and early start and stopping facility. So we can immediately support the grid. So hydropower is neat and clean power and also good for grid stability. And we have seen last year also when Prime Minister called for that 7 p.m. 9-minute load was set down and immediately load was picked up, and our hydro project, they supported the grid. So as our CMD Saab just now told that I have seen in that Khari area in our Chimera power station, when we started our power station, there were only remote located very small huts, very small houses. Now, if you see now, you will see big township. All the villages from Kacha houses, they have turned to Pakka houses. And lot of development had taken place in Chamba Valley. And after that, Chimera 1, we have another power station, Chimera 2 and Chimera 3 also. The whole Chamba Valley has been developed, and NHPC is well known to each and every resident there. All the villagers, they know NHPC because NHPC doing and under CSR also, they are helping the people, conducting medical camp, extending all the facility we are having for our employee in the hospital to the surrounding population, and even giving admission to nearby children to our Kendriya Vidyalaya. We have Kendriya Vidyalaya in all our power station. So that is also open to all. So local people, they are being benefited from Kendriya Vidyalaya, our hospital, then bank facility, post office facility. So all the facility, and also local shopping complex, shopping market, small market is also developed there. So whole area is developed. So yeah, so so at our that Chimera 1 power station, NHPC did one unique work also in 400 kV generator transformer. So in the year 99, late 98, one of our transformer failed, and the transformer came from Canada, Schneider, Canada. Before it was Federal Pioneer. We replaced in a shortest possible time. We replaced it with the spare one and brought back the unit to the generation. And after 2-3 months, another transformer failed. So we were not having any spare transformer, and we were going to lose one complete unit for coming monsoon period. That time, Mr. Gendra Prasad, he was chairman, CMD NHPC, and Mr. Dudeja was GM Chimera, and I was senior manager there. So we were testing the transformer, and after testing, Canadian people were connected. They refused to come. They said we need 3-4 months for immunization. Then only we can come to India. Then we Mr. GN Mathur was EDO&M. He approached VHL. VHL also told that we cannot enter to their design. So one we can do, you give the tank, a whole transformer, bring to our factory, and we will use the outer casing, and we will replace winding and core and make the new transformer. So while testing, myself and other team came to know that one transformer, if we use spare of both the transformer, we can make one transformer at the site itself 400 kV transformer. We just blind idea. So it was a very challenging idea. So that was communicated to our GM, Mr. Dudeja, and he discussed with Mr. Vagendra Prasad. And Prasad sir immediately told that, okay, go ahead. What transformer are waste to us? If we can make one transformer in shorter possible time, that is only shorter possible time, 1 to 2 months. Otherwise, we will lose generation. BHL also, they will also take 6 to 10 months or 1 year for repairing these transformer, making winding and everything. So then we took help of VHL for getting their skilled manpower. Only they said that we will give the skilled manpower. We don't have any responsibility, whatever you do. So then our whole team was, NHPC team was, because CMD also supported our idea. So whole team was motivated and we repaired that transformer at site in the year 99. First time in India, maybe in the world also. And that transformer still working good.
Wonderful.
Even better than the original one. So that
wonderful, sir.
That first time NHPC took that initiative, and later on other organizations also started repairing at site. After that, we repaired 3 transformers at Tista 5 also, Sikkim.
Right.
So that confidence we got there. Km Power Station is really, it was a very experience center for me. I learned a lot of experience gained there, and all the colleagues who have worked in Km Power Station, they are now leading almost all the different head of department or head of power station. So the very good experience we got at Km. So with this, I want to again want to say that NHPC has got very talented, very rich experience in hydro, not only in construction, operation, and maintenance also. And
right. In fact, NHPC is a finest company in Asia if you look at it from our perspective. In fact, we always look at it as an Indian company alone, but it's a company in Asia which has got a unique ability to build hydropower and deliver these projects in RFP. So maybe that should be the ambition of NHPC under Abhay Kumar Singh sir. Because for me, I was almost like our mentor was Yogendra Prasad ji.
Yes,
when I started in ENERTIA. So for me, I see, after Prasad Saab, I see a man with that kind of, force to do something. Yes. It's only Abhay Kumar Singh Saab ne aapke CMD bade is waqt is tarah ke ek personality hai. I hope it can be done. Of course, we have a lot of challenges, no question about it.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Wonderful, sir. And we have another ED, Mr. SL Kapil. And can I request Kapil Saab to also say a few words? क्योंकि अब NHPC तो काफी सारे मैंने देखा कि जम्मू का RO इन्वॉल्व है, चंडीगढ़ RO इन्वॉल्व है, और भी चमेरा के भी 1 and 2 के प्रोजेक्ट के ऑफिस से भी मैं देख रहा हूँ. I am seeing on the screen, and and a lot of others. I think this is the time when NHPC should speak. हमारे GM साहब भी हैं IC PPS3 के. So my request is first to Kapil Saab. Can you hear me, sir?
Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity. And good evening to all. As just our chairman told that NHPC is now under his able leadership, we are working for a lot of projects. And I just want to say something like in hydro, basically, always we say that it is a concept to commissioning. So, and further operation. So in NHPC, we have a pool of talents. So we concept the project, we investigate ourselves even without any external support. And I am looking all the geotechnical exploration works for NHPC as well as consultancy and our JV projects. So in NHPC, we have developed all the expertise, particularly in geotechnical exploration. I can say that in NHPC, whatever technology is available to investigate, that capability we have in NHPC, and some of the fine technologies based on like finite difference method or finite element methods, we have developed some investigation capabilities. Like we have the seismic tomography. Like this seismic tomography is like a CAT scanning. So for our detailed structure like powerhouse, tunnels, and other areas we conduct this. We have another system, resistivity imaging also, and that also. And these technologies basically are available with NHPC, and we are the one in India who have introduced these technology first time in India. Further, we have also developed a real-time seismic data center. This presently we are having lot of challenges because of the earthquake. So for addressing all these challenges, NHPC has done lot of work, and what we have done that all our projects, all our 22 projects we have connected online, and whenever there is any earthquake, immediately that data comes to our head office at corporate office, and we develop the report within 2-3 hours and then send to the projects, respective projects. So we are the only one to have this facility in India. This is a very, very great facility, and particularly like a dam safety bill is coming, so for that also it is very, very essential, and we are the only one who send the regular data regarding earthquakes to Central Water Commission. And third time, like other details also for addressing other challenges like in remote sensing, and particularly in this rock mechanic testing also. So we have developed 2 labs here, and in those labs also we are doing a lot of work. We also having some 3 R&D projects, and these are one of the R&D projects we are doing with IIT Roorkee, Department of Earthquake Engineering. Further, this analysis of the data which we are collecting. So NHPC is taking all the steps just to safeguard our structures. And one more request I would like to make all the audience that in NHPC, presently there is a society, the Indian Society of Engineering Geology, and this society is a part of the International Association of Engineering Geology, which represents around 60 countries. So with so ISCG and NHPC will be organizing a seminar in December, and our chairman, he is the president of that society, and myself is secretary. So I request all of you to participate in this seminar. This will be in December 9 to 11, and for that we have developed a dedicated website, egcon2021.com. So anybody can go on that site and can have all the information regarding this. So I am again thankful to you, sir, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, and good evening to everybody.
Right. And it is also wonderful to see Kishanganga power station I saw on the screen, and we have definitely Chamera, we have Seva too, and a lot of others which I am not able to name, but I think the big participation from NHPC itself in this particular session, which is coming. And we have also from Germany, Dr. Hridesh Khanna joined. Khanna sir, can you hear me? Our German colleague, Dr. Khanna, is also here. So I see him. But anyway, may I request Mr. Murthy Saab to throw a light to our NHPC friends, because Omkareshwar is another beautiful project where the low height turbine was given by Voith, and it was under your leadership. And definitely, Prasad Saab ka usme bhi haath tha bada, because that was another great project. It was a very unique project, Omkareshwar, 520 megawatt machines. May I request Divya and Murthy to say a few words on this?
Sir, I would like to add 1 minute, like you told about this Omkareshwar. Sorry to interrupt, sir. Recently, just 3 days back, actually, I was also a member of Dam Safety Review Panel. And this project is so wonderful that all things are very, very good, and everything is placed very well. Even this Voith turbines, I asked my concerned engineers, even they are saying that even the paint is also has gone. Like we are having a lot of problems in other projects, but particularly in this project, this is a great. Thank you, sir.
आपको मैं बड़ी interesting बात बताता हूँ. Our INERTIA Awards, which is also 13 years old, this was one of the star projects that got the INERTIA Award right in the beginning, even before anybody in the world recognized it, for the design of those turbines and for the kind of work that was done. And congratulations to team NHPC and also team Voith. Then Mr. Murthy from Voith, who was heading, is with us. Murthy Saab, a few words so that NHPC team sees you. You are the person who ensured at the time कि ये project successful हो जाए.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, sir, for the time. Wonderful day today. Just to go back, Omkareshwar means I have to go back a decade back.
Right.
Thank you, Kapil sir, for the wonderful feedback on machines of my earlier company, Void. Wonderful feedback from you. Thank you very much for that. And it's one of the prestigious projects for Void, which have been, I think, commissioned in time. The wonderful project management and contract management happened in those projects, which I always cherish as a memory. One of the best hydro projects coming on time with complete technology, and they are low, very low head Francis turbines, which have been designed specifically by Void, and that's a wonderful experience. And it's great to see that machines are going wonderfully, and ultimate customer is very happy about the machines. That's a wonderful feedback for a company like Void, which talks a lot about it. Incidentally, Void has got 100-year-old machine under Niagara Falls also, in fact, from Canada side. One of the 100-year-old machines of Void are still in operation at Canada, which I would like to share.
Now,
with you.
what I want Murthy Saab you to tell is that it was a Kaplan flow in specific speed terms. The specific speed design for this was originally the Kaplan flow, and then still it
originally
was
Kaplan
made into Francis. Yeah.
Yes, originally it was Kaplan. Falling into this one, then low head Francis design was preferred on various conditions, including the customer. Then, after a lot of discussions, it has been converted to a low head Francis design.
And this is the only, this is the first and the only design of its type in the world. That is what we have to tell.
Absolutely. This is the first and only design. Subsequently, we are not used anywhere, but the design is available right now with Void if it is required for future projects also. That's one of the basic things, and it's been the prototype of this has been tested in Germany at the Heidenheim. After the first prototype has been done, I still remember NHPC engineers attended those tests at that time. And this is one of the specific thing. And thanks to NHPC at the time, it was the first award for Void for this particular design. Void has won the award in the under technology category. Under technology category, the award has been awarded to Void.
Because the whole issue, the whole issue was the specific speed. The specific speed, and it falls under the speed according to definition, theoretical definition. The turbine falls under the Kaplan design, but it went up into the Francis design. So that was very unique.
Francis, that was the only unique design. That is very special for. That's what I would like to share on this project, and wonderful to get a feedback from ultimate customer like NHPC on this project.
Absolutely,
it's wonderful. Absolutely wonderful.
Once again, I want to thank all our Bhutanese friends who are together from the beginning. Ado Drukpa from PHPA, Karma Namgyal from the Ministry of Economic Affairs, the Royal Government of Bhutan, then Ashok Tirwa, one of the senior most editors of the Bhutan Broadcasting Service, was with us. So there was a plethora of people who joined us from Bhutan. And I'm very thankful to all the Bhutanese who have spent time today. But now we are open. Any questions? Anybody? Okay, has Hridesh Khanna come? Khanna Saab, I can't see you. Khanna Saab from Germany. Dr. Hridesh Khanna. I don't see him. So, yeah, Khanna Saab, you're visible. Go ahead, Khanna Saab. Today was a big day for hydro. We took up this discussion after January 2020. It's so long. And you have been to Bhutan with us. That time, the ambassador was Mr. Haran. And then we had a great time with Gautam Bambawale Saab. He was a great ambassador with whom we worked in Bhutan. But yes, Haran was another lovely gentleman over there. And you all came to Bhutan at that time. We all went there and did our conclave. It was 2013. So, Khanna Saab, a few words from you on the potential and what we should do in the Bhutanese region.
Can you hear me, Professor?
Very good evening, sir.
Hello.
The voice, the internet is a little weak, it seems. It's going slow. Khanna Saab, it's not coming. Okay, so I addressed one question to Purnendu Paroi, who made the presentation for AFCON. See, regarding the Bhutan, and of course for India, AFCON is the leading company, but I would wish that AFCON is able to come up as you have given in your presentation regarding a possibility of joining hands and providing kind of a financial package with your EPC. So is this a very innovative way of looking at entire future execution of projects? Purnendu, please. Can you hear me, Purnendu? Hanasa, are you back? I think Purnendu, can you hear me? Yeah, Purnendu.
Yeah. Can you please repeat, sir? Actually, sorry, I could not.
My question is simple. In your presentation, you made that you are ready to not only do EPC, but also be a sort of a financial partner or some sort of approach to that whole bidding process,
Yes,
so
yes.
can you just again talk about it, because it's a very interesting proposition.
Correct. Yeah, sir. Actually, sir, it is we are coming with the financing solution also, because it is not like that we will be only want to be only the construction. So as I told you earlier, so if we enter, means we want to develop that entire region, even including the local human resource, everything. So for that, generally hydro project is stuck up due to that finance issue. So we are having that agency, so which we can brought into the table, and this borrowing rate, it will be quite competitive, less than in our that PFC or that REC.
Right. So that means there's a new challenge on the financial engineering side.
Correct. So already we are proposing with some government, some state. So proposal is already it is in place. So
this can actually make a huge impact to the development of hydropower, because of innovative financial engineering and offering from EPC contractors, and maybe even equipment manufacturers can look at this, because we did it when I was heading Man Diesel, Germany, when I did captive power plants, which were actually heavy fuel power plants. We brought IKB with us. IKB used to give the buyers credit, and it used to be easier for projects to set up. Almost all the cement plants and steel plants at the time took up the MN engine, and it was a big competition with Wärtsilä. And I've seen this myself. I've handled this in the past. The financial solution with the engineering solution has been handled. So this is a very new, innovative thing you made in your presentation.
Yes,
so
sir.
I want, good. So I want
Definitely,
else,
sir. Will if any that proposal will come, we are come to with the bring into in that table. So and hopefully we can close it.
Yeah, great. So that means you are giving a very new dimension to it, that you are just not a contractor, but you are into real project developer sort of position, or a part developer or a partner developer kind of.
Exactly, sir. Exactly. You are absolutely.
It's a very interesting thing. Anybody has any questions for them? And we also got Andits out there. Murthy Saab, any questions for them? Acha, Andits is not there. So, ठीक है. AFCONs के लिए कोई questions है from anybody? Because now it's an open forum. Whatever we have to say for the day, tomorrow that's done, and I would like to make this whole thing into a white paper and present to the government a case for hydro, that it should be a top priority of the country. Any questions from anybody? Murthy Saab?
Nothing but specific.
I think everything is spoken. Everything is spoken. Then do
wonderful is what I would like to add up is at the end of the day, 2 minutes, Professor.
Yeah, sure.
What I would like to add is wonderful. Everybody, all our experts on hydro seniors have spoken very much. What I would like is water security is more concern from India today, which we talked in your initial words also you talked about it. And I also try to emphasize our water security and the storage projects. That should be the stress of the day, with pump storage at the another one. This is the stress of the day, what is required for India for further development. That's what I would like to add from myself. Thank you.
Right. Now see, almost we have addressed every question, I do not know whether we want to touch anything bigger than this, but the summation of the entire day was like this, that most of us came to a conclusion that the most important part of that is water resources issue, which is at the forefront. But on the flip side of that argument, even to operate the grid, we badly need hydropower because none of the thermal power plants can reach their capacity index without hydro in the grid or optionally gas. Now, gas is not available. 20 gigawatt of India's gas power plants are lying idle. Last decade, gas power plants are completely starved. They're not getting gas supplies because priority sector is agriculture. So unless and until the gas capacities are suddenly looked at, and I think after this coal crisis, there will be a move towards the gas capacities as well. But hydro remains our only solution, which we have probably not done enough all these years. If we compare, I again put back that we are the number 3 country in the hydro development after China, United States. It comes to India, but the gap is very large in the sense that if China is reaching 500 gigawatt, we are still at 46 gigawatts. So the potential is very huge for us to leapfrog and go forward. So with this kind of a situation, I think we need a proper massive game plan at both the policymakers and at the level of execution companies like large companies like NHPC and other companies which are into hydro development like SJVN and even NTPC and all of us coming together. The other aspect is today Bhutan was a partner for us because we had a lot of Bhutanese and we had handled these issues. So for us, Bhutan is very important a place for us, and Bhutan's entire capacity index of 45 gigawatt in the new report that came just in 2020 for the hydro potential. I think at least 30 gigawatt India should be able to develop in quick time. 10 ki jagah, 30 ki jagah, 3 times of that we should work with Bhutan. So that is the opportunity. And I can close on all these things, but I still want the last word to go to R.N. Khazanchi Saab, if he can say a few words. Khazanchi Saab, can I get you? Are you there? Khazanchi Saab, are you there? I can't see him. Has he left?
मेरे ख्याल चले गए.
अच्छा,
I
ठीक
think
है,
he is
ठीक है.
left.
हाँ, ठीक है. तो गोयल साहब, you can close. मैंने तो सारी बात कह दी. अभी आप लोगों में से किसी एक को ही close करना है. Vote of thanks from you, sir. I think people have no other questions, so we can close for the day an hour before. No issues. बोलिए, गोयल साहब. Anybody wants a question?
मेरे को कह रहे हैं आप?
हाँ, बिल्कुल, बिल्कुल. खजांची साहब की जगह
Yes,
आप
sir.
close करिए.
Today was of course, a hydro day, but I have something more to say. Of course, all of us are for hydro, to gear up hydro. But can you at some point of time also take up the subject of hydrogen fuel for power generation? That is the immediate future. Then transmission of power by using semiconductor technology, and then wireless transmission of power through electromagnetic waves. I think I am now running 75. I think I should live not less than 10 years more. And in 10 years, maybe these technology will take over. Hydrogen fuel for power generation and transmission of power by using semiconductor technology and wireless transmission of power. I think that will make a big change in the power scenario in the world. And I would request Professor Iyer to think of it in some forum and take up these subjects as well.
Actually, I have already taken up the hydrogen subject on 21st August. We had the conclave called the Gas Economy 2021, which is the 5th Gas Economy conclave, where we took up the hydrogen issue because it emanates from bio-CNG. We had a major issue of bio-CNG, SATAT scheme. The Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas is running this scheme called SATAT, beautiful scheme, Sustainable Alternative Towards Affordable Transportation, where, from the rural economy, that means I have been working on this equally like hydro, 20 years mein is pe kaam kar raha hu, and I come from the IC engine side, basically. So it is one of my favorite projects for decentralized distribution power. तो उसमें क्या है कि जितनी पराली है, जितना गाय का गोबर है, जितना ये है, it can be converted to bio-CNG. And Khanna Saab, who is on the grid, has put up the first gobar gas-based biogeneration plant in the year 2011 in Jabalpur, 1.2 megawatt, using the MTU engines from Germany. So it is not that we are new to this subject. The only difference is we have a company called Evonik in our fold now. And this white paper, I will share with you what we have done. We have talked about converting this compressed biogas into, which is basically CBG or biomethane with upgradation 98%, because जब वो बनती है तो उसमें कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड 30% होता है एंड अनदर 5% उसमें बाकी क्या बोलते हैं मॉइस्चर होती है. इसको अपग्रेड करना पड़ता है सेपरेट करके. तो मेम्ब्रेन टेक्नोलॉजी आ गई है विच अपग्रेड्स दिस. And the interesting story for you is we have a further membrane in that technology. We don't use any chemicals, nothing. It is just the speed of the gases with which the faster moving gases go into the membrane on one side and filter out, and methane is available, biomethane. फिर biomethane जो upgraded है CBG, उसमें से आप हाइड्रोजन भी सेपरेट. It's completely green hydrogen. और ये पूरी ट्रांसपोर्ट सेक्टर को रिफॉर्म करने वाला है. एंड वी कैन, आई विल टेल यू पोटेंशियल $25 बिलियन का आउटले है मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ पेट्रोलियम नेचुरल गैस का. और ये मूव नहीं कर रहा था. हमने मंत्री मतलब उनको तरुण कपूर साहब को, क्योंकि वो भी हाइड्रो के आदमी हैं, वहां पर ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी बनते थे पहले सोलर के, अब वो सेक्रेटरी पेट्रोलियम है. आई होप ही गेट्स एन एक्सटेंशन. बट उनके साथ मिलकर उन्होंने कहा ये साहब मदद चाहिए. हमने उसको पूरा किया, 21 तारीख को किया. और आपको बड़ी अच्छी खबर सुना रहा हूँ, केवल 100 MOU हुए थे इसमें सरकार की स्कीम के होने के बाद भी. और किसानों का इतना फायदा होगा इसमें, क्योंकि अभी तो लड़ाई कहीं और चल रही है, पर इसमें जो फायदा होगा इसको गवर्नमेंट पकड़े. गवर्नमेंट अभी पकड़ नहीं पा रही है स्कीम को. वो बनाया है पेपर पे, 18 से पढ़ा था, सो रहा था, उसको हमने जगा दिया. हुआ क्या है, 5000 plants have to be built in decentralized mode. Plants capacity is 10 tons per day to 20 tons per day. उसके ऊपर उसका आउटपुट नहीं है. और about 100 tons per day, 120 tons per day of waste for every 10 ton it is required. पर आपको मैं गुड न्यूज बता रहा हूँ, 2275 LOI साइन हो गई है साहब.
Okay, good. Very
और
good.
मैं आपको कमाल की बात बता रहा हूँ. माई रिपोर्ट व्हाइट पेपर विच आई विल शेयर विद एनीबॉडी हु वांट्स टू अंडरस्टैंड दिस, बिकॉज दिस रूरल इकोनॉमी. आपको बता रहा हूँ 10,000 प्लांट बनेंगे. और ये हम इंपोर्ट ऑफ गैस जो है ना अभी जो चल रही है LNG 50% खत्म हो जाएगा अगर हम इन प्लांटों को आगे बढ़ाएं. 10,000 प्लांट से 20% हमारी इंपोर्ट सब्स्टिट्यूट है सीधा.
And when do you see the end of fossil fuels for thermal power generation?
See, the whole thing is.
I would say 2035. I would say 2035, not 2050.
सर वो चश्मा थोड़ा उल्टा पहन के सही देखिए. मैंने किसी को कहा था, मैंने एक चैनल को कहा था, इंडिया हेड को, कि भाई कोल भी हम रेन्यूएबल बना सकते हैं. पता कैसे कहा था मैंने कहा कोल मत निकालो, कोयला मत निकालो, उसकी कोल बेड मीथेन पे काम करो. आप CBM निकालो, उसकी CBM निकाल के कार्बन सिक्वेस्ट्रेशन और हाइड्रोजन को अलग निकालो, सेम मेम्ब्रेन टेक्नोलॉजी. देखिए ये है फ्यूचर. तो जो लोग समझ नहीं पा रहे, देखिए आई हैव अ प्रॉब्लम विद फ्यूल सेल. फ्यूल सेल में क्या प्रॉब्लम है, आप पहले उसको फ्यूल सेल में कन्वर्ट करके फिर आप बैटरी ऑपरेटेड करो. मैं अभी भी आई वांट टू टेल यू दैट लिथियम इज अ रेयर अर्थ मटेरियल. लिथियम को ज्यादा यूज करके इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल के पीछे जाना बेकार है. वी शुड कंटिन्यू विद आवर IC इंजन इन दैट एरिया. दिस इज अ डिफरेंट सब्जेक्ट, सिंस यू टच्ड इट आई वांटेड टू टेल यू. सो बेसिकली लाइक इन सोलर लोग कैडमियम टेलुराइड की बात करते हैं. कैडमियम टेलुराइड इज रेयर अर्थ मटेरियल. इसी प्रकार से गैलियम आर्सेनाइड वो भी रेयर अर्थ मटेरियल है. जो भी रेयर अर्थ मटेरियल है वो कभी मास मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में आना नहीं चाहिए, मेरा ये व्यू है. इसलिए सिलिकॉन ठीक है, सिलिकॉन अबंडेंस में है. इट इज द नेक्स्ट ऑयल. मैंने ये दुबई में मतलब रासल खाइमा में कहा था, मुझे तो कुछ समझ नहीं था, लेकिन जो मैंने समझा था, पढ़ा था थोड़ा, उस समय 2009 की बात है या 10 की बात है. मैंने रासल खाइमा अथॉरिटी ने मुझे बुलाया था, क्लिंटन साहब आए थे. मैंने वहां कहा तुम्हारी जो सिलिकॉन है अगली ऑयल है. इसको क्लिंटन ने अगले दिन कॉपी करके बोल दिया. और मेरे पास रासल खाइमा के लोग आए, उन्होंने मेरी आर्टिकल अरेबिक में छापी. सिलिकॉन इज द नेक्स्ट ऑयल मैंने कहा था. 2009 में श्याम सरन जी को मिला था, 10 में मैंने ये बात कही इंटरनेशनल फोरम में जाके कही, वहां मिडल ईस्ट में. मिडल ईस्ट वाले चौकन्ने हो गए, उन्होंने सोलर की तरफ काम किया. तो अब हम भी काम कर रहे हैं. तो मैं किसी भी पावर के खिलाफ नहीं हूं, पर एक बात मैं कहना चाहता हूं, हमारा डार्लिंग तो हाइड्रो रहे. आप जो
हाइड्रो तो रहेगा. हाइड्रो remains a basic power generation source, and we all have to work together. I think on this forum today we had very useful discussions from all the participants on how to revive the hydropower in India.
और वो जो पंप स्टोरेज वाली बात है ना साहब, जो आपको अच्छा हुआ आपने ट्रिगर कर, पंप स्टोरेज इज मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट. जो शर्मा जी ने भी कहा, वो हमने पहले भी मैंने ट्रिगर किया था. पंप स्टोरेज इज द डिस्कशन ऑफ द डे. क्योंकि पंप स्टोरेज प्रोजेक्ट्स जब तक नहीं आएंगे, हम ग्रिड की फ्रीक्वेंसी को मैनेज नहीं कर पाएंगे विद सो मच ऑफ रिन्यूएबल.
Together, as you put on the subject, these storage schemes and pump storage schemes together. And because from environmental releases also, these projects will not have much problem, because immediately downstream of a dam, you can make 25 to 20, 25 to 30% releases. And runoff river projects do have problems, because energy generation, because of environmental releases, that goes down considerably, and it becomes difficult to justify the project. But storage
बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है ना सर, रन ऑफ द रिवर में अब वो आपको इकोलॉजिकल फ्लो को मेंटेन करके फिर दो प्रोजेक्ट के बीच में डिस्टेंसेस देखने पड़े। अब क्या हुआ है कि अपस्ट्रीम से डाउनस्ट्रीम तक हमने उसको स्टैक करना शुरू कर दिया। जो उत्तराखंड में गलती हुई, वो गलती कहीं और नहीं होनी चाहिए। यू नो, इवन हिमाचल में भी प्रोजेक्ट्स इन द बेसिन देयर इज ऑपोजिशन बिकॉज द रन ऑफ द रिवर प्रोजेक्ट कम टू क्लोज टू ईच अदर इन द होल थिंग बिकॉज ऑफ कमर्शियल इंपैक्ट। हम उसको इकोलॉजिकल फ्लो की तरफ नहीं थे। इनफैक्ट स्टोरेज प्रोजेक्ट से दूर जाना ही हमारी गलती थी, इससे हमारा वाटर क्राइसिस हो गया।
That's right. That's right. That's right. And all of us are very benefited, I would say, with today's discussions. And all of us would wish that how the revival of hydro sector takes place again in the country at a fast track level.
Sure, sir, sure. And thanks for all the people who have joined us. Because अगर हमें और डिस्कशन रखना है तो मैं इधर बैठा हूँ, लेकिन मेरे पास कोई सवाल नहीं आए, इसलिए मैंने कहा अब सब संतुष्ट हैं and everything is over for the day. And thank you to the NHPC, thank you to AFCONS, thank you to ANDITS, and thanks to SJVN for supporting this forum today. And we will progress from here further. And I can assure you that I'm so happy to see that people have a passion for hydropower. Whoever has come, I'm thankful to each person who has contributed to today's discussion and discourse. Thank you once again to all of you.
Thank you very much, Prasad.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Jai Hind to all.
Thank you very much.
Have a good day and nice evening. Thank you. Namaskar.
Jai Hind to all of you.
Okay, namaskar. Thank you, everyone. Thank you all. Thank you all.
Namaskar.